Good morning, our GM. Actually, it's not even morning here. It's afternoon. So whatever time it is where you are, I hope it's a good one. Chris is gonna be here. He's stuck in traffic. So in the meantime, I have some tweets I can go through. Today's Friday, right? All morning I kept thinking it was Thursday, and then I had an extra day in the week. Hey, Joshua. I'm gonna go through some tweets, and then you can come on if you want. Um, most of them are just about the Israel thing. I try to find ones that give additional context or information that we might not have covered so far. Um, the League of Nations in 1920 decided that the land of Israel should be returned to the Jews. The decision is legally binding by international law. The UK didn't give the Jews anything. The Brits were given a mandate in 1920 by the League of Nations to oversee the formation of a Jewish state. They reneged on it and betrayed the Jews, so the Jews kicked them out and formed their state by themselves. Learn history. So if it's Israel's right to be there, exist as a state in that region, that's your issue, take it up with the League of Nations, because that's the ultimate authority for why they're there, which is a Western institution. So that's why I suspect a lot of these, or some of these, their critique is against Western civilization itself. Imperialism, colonizers, etc., which that includes the U.S. Oh wait, wrong tweet. Campus DEI bureaucracies were established under the pretense of fighting implicit bias and Juicy Smollett-style hate incidents, and yet, when the bias is explicit and the hatred is real against Jews, they are silent. Yep. There are hundreds of Americans in Gaza that Egypt seems willing to accept, but Hamas won't let them leave. So please remember that, especially if you live in America and you're out in the streets cheering for Palestine. We have some of our own people in Gaza that Hamas is not letting leave. And this is ABC News, by the way. I can show you the link. Trapped in Gaza for 2 weeks, hundreds of Americans still not able to leave. Hamas is blocking their only viable exit, State Department says. This is the State Department. We can ask Joshua about this when he comes on. I showed this. The Jewish kid with the mob outside trying to get in. Hang on. The tweet is, as everyone knows, the way to free Palestine is to find some random Jewish kids on your college campus and beat the shit out of them. Eventually, this will lead to, and then he posts the video. The Palestinian ambassador to the U.S. says for millions of Palestinians, there is no home to go back to, and ask, why do some feel so much pain for Israelis and so little for us? What is the problem? This is the guilt tripping. Do we have the wrong faith, the wrong skin color, the wrong nationality? You have the wrong national ethos. When Palestinian civilians die, no one is handing out candies in the street, neither in Israel nor anywhere else. When Israeli civilians die, the streets of Palestine are littered with candy wrappers. That is why you invite less pity. That's what I've been saying. Like I've said over and over the stream, how it's much harder for me to be sympathetic to the civilians and the innocent children of terrorists than to states like Israel. I'm going to skip this tweet because I want to come back to it. This is the Tulane incident we watched yesterday. Look, this is the flood Brooklyn for Gaza. The more they try and silence it, the louder we will be. I'm seeing George Floyd all over again in this thing. This is from Brianna Wu. Confession. I've incorrectly assumed the far left doesn't have an anti Semitism problem. I believed our ranks were filled with people like me that opposed Netanyahu's far right policies, not Israel itself. That is clearly not true. I'm embarrassed. I didn't see this sooner. Some Jewish people on the left are waking up. Some leftist people are waking up. Keep waking them. Keep showing your ass and driving people out of your party. The No Whites on Campus incident at Evergreen State was the precursor to the Intifada on campus activism. Now, how many times did I say on here how much this reminds me of Evergreen? The agitators learned that college presidents are too weak to oppose them. The universities tried to delegate moral questions to DEI officials who are with the mob. We saw that you can watch Benjamin Boyce's Evergreen documentary. It's like 20 something episodes, very detailed footage of Evergreen. Oh, I don't know why I saved that one. Oh, I wanted to see this video. I haven't seen it yet, but I've said this too on my stream. Palestine is the new BLM. I have no idea what he's going to say because I haven't watched it. So, oops, sorry. Let's change my audio settings. All right, here we go.
Palestine is a it's called PUL. Now, when I said this on October the 15th, people started freaking out. What does Palestine, Hamas, and BLM all have in common? George Soros.
Oh, come on. I'm not going to play this conspiracy stuff. I do agree it's the new BLM, but not because of George Soros. Hang on, let me get back to my bookmarks. Oh, yeah, this was interesting. This guy did a whole thread researching TikTok. He spent the weekend trying to figure out, like, remember that chart, this thing where Gen Z, like 18 to 24, 51% thinks that the Hamas killing of 1,200 Israeli civilians on Israel can be just. See, I could never live over there. Israeli civilians on Israel can be justified by the grievance of the Palestinians. 51% of 18 to 24 say yeah, 48% of 25 to 34, etc. And so he did a thread trying to research why, and he discovered that that's the TikTok generation. It's Gen Z. He says for Gen Z, TikTok is the new search engine. That is their Google. That's their go-to for everything. It's the number one search engine for more than half of Gen Z. TikTok is the primary news source for many younger demographics, and while we have justifiable concerns about the New York Times and mainstream media, this has become a TikTok war. The U.S. Senate has unanimously passed a bipartisan resolution denouncing anti-Semitism at universities. Good, good, good. Thank you. Our government is working. Like most of Western philosophy, wokeness is ultimately an outgrowth of Christian principles. Blessed are the meek, for they shall inherit the earth. In the woke worldview, the meek are the transsexual who does not come close to passing, the morbidly obese person who cannot find a date, and the person with severe ADHD or autism who cannot hold down a job. That would make both me and Chris the meek. And I don't even adopt their worldview, and I'm even in these categories. There are exceptions. Low status males or incels are paradoxically often the target of woke ire. I do not, however, view this as contradictory. Instead of seeking to reduce the social status associated with sexual success, incels largely seek to restore the social status of men over women, making them similar to anti-union employees who advocate for right to work. That's why I keep saying wokeness is a very feminine-oriented, feminized ideology. Okay, this is Hamas. I haven't watched this yet, and I'm not going to play it on my stream, but Hamas is openly stating that their goal was for their citizens to be killed to create more extremists. Think about that for a moment. So all the innocent civilians that everybody that's supporting Gaza is concerned about, Hamas leader Ismail Haniyeh, Gaza bombing is the new Holocaust. We need the blood of the women, the children, and the elderly in Gaza so it awakens the spirit of resolve within the U.S. That is so disgusting to me. How are you people supporting this state? Lost my bookmarks. Oh, this video. This is my new hero. Watch this guy. There was an activist that was taking down some of those kidnapping posters that people have been ripping down, and some of them have been writing occupier over them. Watch what this guy does.
All right, I'm a veteran. I'm telling you, all right? I'm not fucking Jewish. He's not Jewish. I don't know what it doesn't fucking matter. This is fucking the USS New York City. You don't have a fucking right to touch that shit. It's a free country. You can wave your Palestine flag and say this is the Jews or America, whatever you want. But we can put up a fucking sign, okay? Then don't rip that down. You are doing something offended. Yeah, you are.
That's how you do it.
In a minute, I'm in the letter.
Well, maybe not that part, but definitely speaking back.
No, so shut the fuck up.
Bye, go, bye. You're not getting those posters. Anyway, I just love that. Okay, so those are my tweets for today. I'm not meek. So do feminists. So do feminists what? Okay, so anyway, y'all can come on now. Did I put the link in the I know I did. I think YouTube, it's been, if the link is not in there, it's because something's going on with YouTube. It keeps taking the link off because every time I schedule it. Oh. Wow, YouTube, that's interesting. They've gotten more aggressive with their little ad block thing. Yeah, I guess I don't. I put the link when I schedule it, like I schedule, and then I go to YouTube and I put the link, and the next day the link is gone. So I think YouTube is taking the links out for some reason. Because Chris said it wasn't in the thing yesterday either. But I am putting them in there. I guess I just need to start putting them in there when the stream starts instead of when I schedule it. There y'all go. Refresh your ad block cache. I don't play with my cache. I don't know what that is. I mean, I know what it is, but I never go into those settings. Ooh, Lord. Okay. Hey, you. Good morning. Oh, you're on mute.
Morning.
What time is it there?
3:13 a.m.
In the afternoon. In the 3:13 in the morning?
Yeah, my kid's in the hospital with pneumonia, so I got the house and the night to myself. Yeah, it's the old lady's fault.
Is that what you had?
Maybe. I really don't know. Like, I went to work. I don't have a problem. I take medicine. But apparently the old lady's like, she wants to do her like witchcraft, voodoo doctor bullshit that they do here in Asia.
So you think sending him to school is what made it worse?
I didn't want to send him to school. The old lady did, so.
Dang. Well, are you worried? Is he going to be okay?
Yeah, he'll be fine. Fucking pneumonia. He's not going to die. It's going to be miserable. He's going to take some medicine. He's going to sleep a lot. The old lady has to sleep at this like little chair thing next to it, so she gets to take some discomfort with it, which she deserves. Yeah, common sense would figure, would have fixed all of this. Give the kids some Tylenol, which I tried to do. Old lady wasn't having that. No.
Usually when I'm sick, I stay home and rest.
Oh yeah. What? Normal people do. Yeah, normal people do these things. Not here. This uncivilized society here.
Well, I hope they have good hospital care.
No, it's pretty much shit. If I had like any type of medical emergency, I would go to Thailand. I'd go to the next country over, not here.
Well, what about this State Department report that there's Americans in Gaza? And
Yeah, they're
Hamas is not letting them leave.
that's talking about the dual nationals. Yeah, they've always been there, and for good reason too.
For good reason that Hamas is not letting them leave, or that they've been there.
Good reason that they're there, and we're not assisting them out.
Oh, what's the reason?
They're generally dual nationals, generally speaking, or people that have like married somebody from over there. Keep in mind, Hamas is a terrorist organization, as per designated by the Department of Treasury. So, therefore, yeah, big no-no. Remember this? Do you remember in the Daesh war with Syria, right? Do you remember that there were some U.S. citizens, some British, that decided to jump on a plane, go over there, and join them?
What years was this?
The thing with Syria. What the hell? Oh shit! What year was that? Wasn't too long ago. Anyways, this is ISIS. ISIS. Remember them?
I remember ISIS.
Okay, ISIS. We call them Daesh. Basically, when that was all a thing going on, there were a bunch of civilians, aka like say U.S. citizens, British citizens. They'd go over there and join them. Caused a real big problem. I know 2 U.S. citizens that lost their citizenship for it. Fun fact, if you're a naturalized citizen, the U.S. government can revoke that at any given time. The only way to guarantee U.S. citizenship that can't be stripped out from underneath you is to be born on U.S. soil. Naturalization does not guarantee you citizenship. They can be revoked.
Oh, good. I mean, not good that it can be revoked, but good that mine can't.
Yeah, if you were born here, you're good to go. But anyways, so there was a claim that possibly it'd be the same run-in problem with the Palestinians. So some of the Americans, or I'm going to call them dual nationalists, that decided to reside there. That's kind of, you play with fire, you get burnt. That's the thing that happens. Hamas has been on that designation for years. It's not like anybody didn't know.
That's true. I mean, I even knew about it before this happened.
I really get finicky when U.S. citizens start getting involved with like foreign bullshit. I had a horrible problem with it in Turkey. We had before the coup, like a couple years before that. I want to say it was like 2 years before the coup. Maybe it could be 3. We had a bunch of U.S. citizens went to Turkey and jumped on their whole protest. The Turks wanted to deport the U.S. citizens, but they didn't want to put their hands on them, meaning they didn't want to go up there and physically arrest them and have them deported. I guess they were afraid that it was going to cause some political problems, and so they basically made us go there and arrest them and carry them out.
You had to go, or you're?
Yeah, I was already posted there in Turkey, so I had to unfortunately participate. I will never forget that bitch's name, Jennifer. Oh, she pissed me off. Boy, was she a mouthy bitch. Oh, mouthy. Oh, want to point out, if you're being arrested by an authority, a U.S. government agent off U.S. soil, you don't have any rights. You don't have the right to remain silent. You don't have the right to due process or any of that. You'll get manhandled if you give too many problems.
So you're trained to do that too. You can arrest.
Yeah. Well, it's like basically the authority is passed down from the host country. It's a weird thing. It's like basically being a cop, but your authority doesn't come from the U.S. government. It comes from the host country. In this case, it would have been Turkey. And it happens actually, strangely enough, it kind of happens quite often. And it's usually because the host country doesn't want to, I don't know, they don't want any political problems. It's weird stuff. Honestly, doesn't make a lot of sense to me. But the concept with the Hamas, the U.S. citizens there, that becomes a political problem because now you have a U.S. citizen, dual national. I want to keep saying this, dual national. It just so happens to be one of them's U.S. citizen, and now they have ties in with a terrorist organization. Real big problem politically.
So there's not just like Americans there on their own.
Yeah,
just regular Americans. These are dual citizens.
Yeah, it's usually, for the most part, dual citizens, and by that I mean like most of the time it would be somebody that was born there that just might have had an American parent or something like that, or it could be well, that would be the more normal number. There's also the number of like somebody went there and got married kind of thing, or they decided to live there kind of thing, like they got married to a Palestinian and then just moved there. But it wouldn't matter what any condition of it or whatever the circumstance is. The U.S. really wants to avoid the whole ISIS thing again. That kind of backfired on us because you had like these 14, 15-year-old girls haul ass, get on an airplane, go there, not supposed to leave the house, let alone the country, let alone the state. Like it was a big slap in the face. And they run off and then go join ISIS. It's like, holy shit. So we got some bad publicity after that.
It does seem like Western countries have a history with playing a little soft with terrorist organizations and having it come back to bite them.
Yeah, we don't. Yeah, not on our side. We don't really care. We would like. This is why
with Al Qaeda and ISIS, didn't we help them out at one point? And Israel helped to Hamas to.
Yeah, Al Qaeda we had some dealings with prior to it. It was kind of like the enemy of my enemy is my friend kind of thing. It was one of those. Yeah, it happens quite often.
Oh, I don't know. That doesn't sound strategic to me. To help empower your enemy, even if they are the enemy of another enemy.
It's because, like, example, take the Ba'athist Party, like with Saddam, right? Really, the only real reason we were big fans of Saddam that put him in power was because he was anti-communist. And so he was against the Communist Party there. So obviously we picked his side, and that rode out for a very long time. And then, well, the next thing you know, he rises to power. Yes, believes that he has like some type of protection from the U.S., which he technically did there for a long time, and just turns around and goes into a nut job shit. So, I mean, it happens.
Would the alternative have been worse if the other party had won?
Don't know, to be honest with you. Probably one of the good things that Saddam was very capable of doing that I guess we probably couldn't learn from was the fact that his heavy hand, his iron fist ruling works really well there. Like he kept most of the bullshit within his own borders, right? It wasn't a real big problem until he basically decided to get involved, outside of his own borders. And that started causing us problems.
Good afternoon.
Yeah, hey, how's it going, guys?
Pretty good. We're talking Middle East. There were some Americans in Gaza that are trapped, and Hamas won't let them leave. But Joshua informs us that those are really dual citizens who have ties to Gaza, and it's probably best that they don't leave.
It's actually best if we just strip their citizenship, but if they're naturalized, we will strip their citizenship. If they're by birth, I don't know. We should, but we can't. I don't think so, or I don't think.
Is there due process for that, or the naturalized, or can they just strip it?
They can strip it under security guises. So anything that's like deemed as like a security risk, yeah, they can strip it out. Outside or short of that, it usually requires like a court hearing. I don't know, because it doesn't happen very often. I don't know if that person is required or obligated to be present in court. Like it can probably, it might be the case that it can be done judge's signature in the back room somewhere.
And just send him a letter.
We regret to inform you. I'm sick bastard. I've got no empathy whatsoever. So that's just me.
Yeah, you sound like it. The more you I asked you the other day if you thought you were a sociopath, and you're like, "No, man, I have empathy for people I care about."
Well,
And then I
so
hear the way you talk about your wife and your kid and your mom.
oh yeah, my mom's a pain in the ass to deal with. Love her to death, but she's a pain in the ass. My wife, I'm so pissed off with right now. Like, your kid's got pneumonia because voodoo doctor bullshit here in Asia. Yeah, that kind of pisses me off. So I'm just really pissed off at her right now. Now, when it comes to U.S. citizens abroad, now I got a problem because, God, they cause so many damn problems. I don't understand why. Like, we're not even really big on tourism, right? Like, there's such a minuscule number of U.S. citizens that go out and travel, do the touristy thing, right? But there's a significant number of us that just have to get up into somebody else's business. It was like that thing in Turkey, all of those protests, right? Like, it was kind of like, I think it was something about like LGBT rights or something like that, which seemed to be what set it off. It expanded just like any protest. Like, what it starts and what it turns into is usually not the same thing. But it was like, what the hell are you doing? Why are you coming over here and getting involved, right? Like, what are you doing? You're making us look bad. We've got to come over here and deal with the bullshit, right? You can't vote here, so what the hell is the issue, right? It's like, what do you think you're going to do other than wave our flag around? Yeah, other waving our flag around, virtue and signaling in another country. It's like, fuck off. That happens quite often, and it just annoys the living shit out of me so badly because now we have to like spend money and resources. So this bitch is protesting, saving the world, right? But your taxpayers are paying for her in another country. This case, it was the plane. So you guys, all the taxpayers in the U.S. ended up paying for 3 people to fly on an airplane. Oh, and it was the entire plane. It wasn't like one of these commercial planes, right? Like, you paid for the entire plane.
Just for to get them out of Turkey.
I was just like, Jesus. I'm like,
because they're exercising their free speech rights.
Yeah, that don't exist there. It's just hilarious. It's like, what the hell? I don't know. I half the time I have no clue what people are thinking. It's like, just
half the time I have zero of the time do I know what people are thinking. How do you even do it half the time? Well, you have training too.
Oh no. Well, in that case, right? Like, none of this helps any of that. They're just crazy people that are virtue signaling. Which case, yeah, you're right. I don't have. I'm with you. I'm on the 0 part. Oh crap!
I think that's another thing that I don't know if interest is the right word, but intrigues me about conspiracy theorists is they seem to know the inner psychological motives of people, and it fascinates me how they know that, or how they're so sure that they know that.
The dumbest people in the world seem to think they can figure out what's in another person's mind.
Well, yeah, but okay, not every conspiracy theorist is a moron, and some of them are basing it off of some decent psychological assumptions. I still think they make way too many assumptions, and they assume the wrong things a lot of times, especially the ones that describe, I guess, what we call nefarious motives of things, because no one thinks they're the bad guy. No one thinks of themselves as evil. They all believe they're doing the right thing. There's a few psychopaths and stuff out there that literally know that something they're doing is wrong and they don't care. But 99% of the people out there that are doing nefarious things think that they're doing it for the right reasons, not the wrong reasons. And that's something a lot of people forget. A lot of conspiracies are based around that misconception that there's people out there that are intentionally trying to engineer things for evil, and it just doesn't work like that. The banality of evil is the best description of evil we have, to be honest. And like like I said, 99.5% of all cases, if not. I mean, I'm just making numbers up, but you know what I mean.
Yeah. It's just another label to throw on something. Say, oh, I detest this thing so bad. It must be evil. That's all it is to me. That's why just most of these descriptions go in one ear and out the other. I stop listening half the time.
You kind of have to. I mean, like the people over in Israel that everyone's saying, like, well, they're intentionally doing evil things because they have evil motivations. Like, no, they're not. They really do believe, most of them, I do believe, most of the people in Israel, even if something they do might be evil, they really do believe, I think, that they're doing the best possible thing they can for the most number of people. Just even if they're wrong, even if they're right, doesn't matter. But they believe they're doing the best thing they can do. Just like I think that a lot of the terrorists in Palestine are doing it. It doesn't mean they're not doing evil things. It's just that they don't believe what they're doing is evil. Human mind is amazing at creating justifications for just about every goddamn thing you can imagine.
So I'm a conspiracy theorist and a proud member of the 1%. Pretty much what we do is we just look at people. We look and say we just believe them when people say this or that. That's how we know what people can do. We just
wait. You're a member of the 1%? Is it like
the one you just described of people?
Oh, okay.
I thought you meant like the 1% of hat owners or something. I didn't.
No, 1% of people who don't think everything they do is good.
1% of people who think what? Don't think
everything that don't think they're a protagonist of their own story. I just don't like making a mess when it's unnecessary.
Certainly. I mean, I'm not saying there aren't people out there, but even the people out there that have that kind of like, what do you call it? Like that really pragmatically evil kind of seeming like attitude towards things where they know they're doing something that's going to harm people, but in their minds they're doing it. Like the show Utopia that I've told you about before. The show Utopia, the UK one, it illustrates what I'm trying to say in this way better than anything I've ever seen. And because it shows these characters at first that you see them as like the shadowy cabal, and they're very evil. But as time goes on and you actually understand those characters, you realize that from their perspective, like whenever they're confronted with the things, they're like, no, you don't understand. If we don't do these things, everyone will die. And whether or not that's true or not, they believe it, you know? And that's
so does like, the activists.
That's what I'm saying. And that's what makes them so frightening. Like I said before, that the thing about Videodrome, that movie that Cronenberg made, the thing that's terrifying about that movie is that one scene where the old lady is telling James Woods' character not to go into this any further. Don't research this anymore, because these people aren't dangerous because of who know that they're not dangerous because they're powerful. What makes them dangerous is that they have an ideology that they truly believe in, and that ideology makes them more dangerous than anyone on the planet. And that is what's truly terrifying.
Yeah. So I would mentality. If you ignore me, I'll give you an ironic punishment. So I have a different mentality. I would go along to get along most of the time, because it's no point just try to fight everyone at the same time. That's not a winning proposition in my book.
Wait, that's the group that you consider to be the most dangerous? Oh boy, welcome to my group. Let me explain to you how our system operates. You've heard the concept of, like, kill 10 to save 100?
Yes.
Okay, well, if you're the 100 and I'm the 10, I'll kill your 100 over my 10.
Of course.
I understand.
I'm very much in that whole there's my crowd and then fuck everybody else.
Hey, I'm a huge fan of Star Trek too, so
I mean, everyone else isn't working for you, so why bother with them? They're in your way.
I would, yeah, but see, like I don't believe it in it as a policy prescription. But if put in a position where a choice needs to be made, every motherfucker outside of my group dies. and without me even blinking over it.
That sounds normal because it sounds tribalistic, which
I'm very
humans are. Like,
anti-tribalistic.
that's human
But if it's
nature.
between my tribe and someone else's, it's going to be my tribe every time. Absolutely.
Yeah. But if I could
group
reduce
bias.
carnage, but in both directions still win, I say why not? More people use later.
See, and to me, this is supposed to be, or this should be, if it's not, it ought to be the most dangerous group there is.
Which group is that?
The group, the concept of tribalism, the my crowd over your crowd kind of thing.
They're not. Nah.
We are all in that group. Like, everyone's going to protect their family before they protect the
They're not
stranger.
that. The tribalists aren't that dangerous because they've changed
Yeah, but
tribes. Most people are pretty flexible with what their tribe they're in. So
Yeah, but I don't define it based off of, like, say, family, right? It could be my town versus your town. Could be my state versus your
but
state.
The principle is that that is the human norm.
Yeah,
like, everybody's in that group.
Yeah, so
Okay.
that's not that dangerous. That's most people. It's my team over your team. The thing is, people will change teams. People change teams very often right now, so it's not that big of a deal.
Well, then maybe it is the case that the moral leftists that want to be all inclusive are very very accurate in saying the normies are the dangerous ones. If we're all in this group of normative thing.
Yeah.
Well, I think humans are I think all humans have the potential to be the most dangerous.
God, I hope so. If we ever have a war with another species, I damn sure want to be on the top, right? So I hope we're dangerous.
Well, guys, I wanted to stop in. I thought I was going to stay longer, but my wife just told me that that I guess we have to go now instead of
to the
thing. So I thought, well, the show's until 5, but I didn't know we had to take my daughter early, so I'm gonna have to get out of here. But once again, everything we're talking about, it's just funny because I've mentioned that show a bunch of times. That the UK show Utopia. You guys need to see it. I'm telling you, it not just because it's everything we're already talking about. So I guess you need to see it because you understand the concepts. But I've never seen anything that illustrates this stuff in such a visceral way. You see the characters and what they do, and it makes sense in a way that it actually at the end of that show, it makes you feel unsure about what side you're even on. Like you can't even because both sides are.
I'm on my side,
both
obviously.
Right, and it's.
I'm on my side. Whatever I choose at the time. Super very simple.
I mean, everybody's on their side, but it's hard to know what your side is at a certain point.
But who is your side aligned with?
That's what I'm saying.
What do I say?
My side is defined by the opposite side of whom is deemed a threat to me, or my side. So if the next town over is a threat to my town, well, then my side is this town.
What if we were to find out that both sides, both towns, were both equally a threat to you, and in other ways were both equally on your side, though?
Oh, that would be a hard one. I wouldn't even know how to measure that one.
That's where that show.
Thanos.
That's the mental place that show puts you in at the end of it.
Yeah, this is simple. Randomly destroy half, set Thanos style.
Just like random chance to flip a coin, kind of thing.
Exactly. It needs individual, yes.
Really not Thanos, then you're talking more like Anton Chigurh from No Country for Old Men more than that, then.
Oh, I just wanted to express, Chris, I'm very disappointed in you, right? Like, if you're going to come on here and give us an excuse of, like, why you have to go, you can't say, like, I have to go to a show or something, right? Like that. You need to fit over in my crowd and say, I have to go, so I have to wash dishes or, take out the garbage kind of thing.
I'm going to go
I want to hear about
just telling the truth.
I'm going to go see my daughters play. When you see my daughters play, does that satisfy that?
Don't let him use his tricks on you.
I'm fighting his bullshit with further truth. So.
Yeah,
I just I'm trying to promote that that He-Man woman haters group, right? I'm really trying to sell it here, right? And you're not jumping on board,
Chris. I don't think
Chris.
I'm not because
he's
I actually
married.
like women, and I actually not all women. I like the women I know, and I like my daughters. So I'm never going to be on that club, unfortunately.
I have a woman goddess, so I'm not joining.
Yeah,
we have to spend some more.
I know my bread's buttered. No.
See, at the end of the day, I hate almost all men and all women equally, but the ones I love on either side, I love with everything. So I could never be in a hate all women or hate all women's group. So
All right, Jeff, we're going to have a problem here, right? Because, like,
Yeah.
either he's a traitor, we're going to have to convert him, because if he keeps that traitor like label on him, we're going to have to line him up against a wall and shoot him. I mean, like, I don't know what any other solution there is here.
Take your best
that's
shot.
literally how
Shoot,
that's
Chris.
literally how
Take
my
your best shot,
great grandmother died.
I'm not going to
Don't
shoot my
miss.
co-host.
Don't
My-
miss.
Oh,
My great grandfather was literally shot in a firing line by Franco, so it would be appropriate for my family.
I'll
rest of
see.
the-
I mean,
The rest of them were famous bullfighters. So
traditionalism. I mean,
So I'm made to fight bullshit, and I'm made to get executed in a firing line. So everything just kind of like.
don't worry, Chris. I got a little hope for you, right? I'm going to give you some time. We're going to hang out. You and me are going to hang out, right? I'm going to try to my damnedest to recruit you.
Leave him alone.
Oh, but I like him. I want to keep him.
Well,
let him
you
try
can
to
have him
recruit
as a
me.
friend,
It's
but he
fine.
doesn't have to be in the group. This is strictly
Oh.
voluntary.
People have been trying to
association.
indoctrinate me since I was a child. So you're welcome to try. I would love to see it happen. I can't even hallucinate on acid, so I don't think there's many things that can indoctrinate me. So
Yeah, but
anyway,
it's
guys,
kind of
gotta go.
difficult. It's kind of difficult when you use loaded language like indoctrination. I mean, come on, it's just a little propaganda.
Hey,
God.
Josh, you know what's going to happen? Just like the Boy Scouts, your group will be taken over by feminists. Women will join
Yeah.
the group and take it over. Just like
Right.
the Boy
If
Scouts.
right,
you know
if we
what's going to
start
happen.
manufacturing membership, we're going to get all the wrong people.
Well, you're going to be taken over by feminists. Just like the Boy Scouts. And you know it. You already know from the start, Josh.
I don't
Warn me
know.
real quick.
I think I'm pretty feminist proof. I don't
Warn
think
me
any
real quick.
taken over.
Help me clarify here a little bit. Well, who is the wrong people? Which one's the wrong ones?
You asking me
Who-
or Hank?
I'm asking Jeff. Like, which ones are the wrong
The
members
ones
to
that
have?
don't want to be in it that we have to force into the group. Those are not going to be the ones in the long run that we want anyway.
Force is such a strong word, right? I think the other dude, the last
Yeah.
stream, like he used the appropriate word. I like coercion. Coercion's a nice word. It's a
No,
lot better than
yeah.
force.
I like
I
the word
don't. I don't
nudge.
want to have to coerce
Pat
people
Sunstein
to
used it, so it's good. Nudge.
associate with me.
You're killing me, Jeff. Like you're really
Intrinsic
cutting my arms
motivation.
and legs off here.
Intrinsic
You're limiting
motivation.
me.
Well, this is a task you have set upon yourself that I didn't even ask you.
Take
So
care,
you're
Jeff.
kind of in your own
Or,
group right now.
Chris. Yeah. Damn it.
Yeah,
Damn
if
it,
you
Jeff.
use the term nudge, you can't get in trouble because Cat Sunstein used it too.
Bye, Chris. Have a good show. I hope it goes well. Let us know, and we'll see you tomorrow for the movie. Which, speaking of, tomorrow 5 p.m. Central, we're doing the World's End movie,
Okay.
and then we're analyzing Joshua's love life if we haven't already.
I thought it was me. I thought it was me, and my love life is just going to be included within that.
Oh, it could be you. I mean, I'm sure it
Oh,
will
yeah.
spiral out. I mean, you are your love life in a sense.
This is. I hope that's not true. I really hope that's not true. Crap.
Well, I mean, you
Gonna
are
try.
your attachments. You are what you project onto other people.
Yeah, if she identifies any attachments, I'm going to
Your
find a
erotic
pair of
life
scissors. And,
is a reflection of you.
yeah, if she finds any attachments, I'm going to find
Gotcha,
a
fam.
metaphorical pair of scissors and cut them as fast as possible.
You know,
Well, you told me you were
I already
attached
have
to
them.
your wife
I'm already
and your
holding
child.
them, Josh.
Yeah, you know those finicky contracts. I guess they call them marriage certificates. Some people call them marriage certificates. Other people call them contracts. Yeah,
I call
and
them
they're-
contracts. And
Well,
they're
the analysis is
not
not going to
very good.
work if you
The
keep
default
shifting the
the
story
shipwreck
around.
contract's not very good. It's not very good. About this, do some sort of a corporation, some trust. It's a better base.
Yeah, I think I'm going to look at it like pros and cons, right? Like, I mean, I could either be married or be in the dating game. I don't know why, but the dating game really doesn't seem all that appealing to me from everything
goal is to
everybody
keep-
says.
Keep you-
I got something, a book you want to read. You want to read A Pimp's Game by Mickey Royal. You would like that, Josh.
Wait, books. Does it have a lot of pictures?
You had to buy it to find out.
My goal
Oh,
is to
man.
keep you as far away from the dating game as I can.
Oh, I agree. I don't think it'll take much effort. Like I prefer to stay away from it.
Yeah.
You're next
Wait.
to Thailand.
Jeff, will you allow me to talk to some of your followers about dating?
My followers. You talking about the audience?
Well, yeah, the audience. Like, can I talk to them
the-
about dating?
Yeah.
Talk to me.
Have
Talk
at
to
it.
me. I need to get some.
Yeah, Hank needs dating advice.
Yes. So
Yeah,
talk to me. I need to get some today.
So here's the best advice I can give another male. Turn gay. It's a hell of a lot less bullshit.
You can't.
That's my advice.
Turn gay. If
I'm on Grindr,
they're
Jeff.
stuck.
I'm on
And
Grindr.
gay dating is not any better than straight. In fact, in many ways, it's worse.
So I did it. I'm on Grindr. I got the.
You got on
the person
Grindr.
that was on
You're gonna end up with a trans.
So thanks for the advice. That's actually good advice.
Yeah, like I said, that's good advice. Jesus said nobody ever. Well, now you, but I mean, come on. Oh,
don't
don't
hookup apps for straight people.
Yeah, don't take dating advice from me.
They're just ad platforms. They don't have hookup.
Well,
apps.
Grindr's an ad platform too, but you still meet
I
people.
can actually hook up on that. There's actual people on there.
Hey, wait, what do you mean, Jeff? What do you mean people can't turn gay? They can't fake it until they make it? Like, that's not a thing?
That's not really that's not gay. That's just
okay.
engaging in homosexual behavior, I guess, but it's not the essence of being gay.
It's just the action of being gay.
I'm so confused. That's why I can't go down some of these rabbit holes, because I confuse myself half the time.
I mean,
Yeah,
I could
don't
probably,
think so
well,
hard,
I
Jesus.
couldn't, but if I had sex with a woman, I wouldn't be straight at all because the attraction's not there.
I don't think we would allow you. It's like the first interaction with a dick, you pretty much get like, you got the label and you're done with it. It's for life. It's stuck. You can't pull it back off.
No.
There are straight guys that are gay for pay.
Gay for pay.
I didn't know there was pay. I thought it was just free action, but there's
Like
pay.
I would not call them gay, even though they sleep with guys.
So it's like basically prostitution?
Yeah, they're hoes. They're gigolos.
Yeah, gigolos.
Is that a big thing?
It's not.
I don't think it's a huge thing, but I do know it's out there. And what is huge is there's a lot of straight guys that will do porn or OnlyFans or like personal shows for gay guys that have the fantasy of sleeping with a straight guy.
Or just
So
go on
they'll
Grindr
cater to a
because
gay
it's
audience,
cheap.
even though they're straight, and it won't be actual sex, but it'll be online, like
Grindr's
interactions
cheap.
and pornography.
You can get a guy would get you off without charging you. So
There a lot of the strippers in the gay bars were straight guys that stripped. They did it for money. It was a gig.
You know,
Like
I don't
you
think
enjoy it, or
the
you
go-go boys
enjoy
dance
it, or
from the
you gay
bar.
or not. I would say you're at least a little gay if you enjoy it.
Yeah, I think I still have I don't know. I still couldn't even get my head around the pornography thing.
Or
I
it's
couldn't
paid
figure out.
rape, or it's paid rape like the feminists say. Oh my.
Stay what?
Paid rape, like the feminists say. The feminists say that prostitution's paid rape. Maybe it's paid rape still.
A contractual agreement to
Yes.
not agree on.
Yes, the contractual agreement is bad because someone said so. Some third party said so, so it's bad. It's capitalism.
Those are
Capitalism.
just the dummies.
Market
Like
bad.
I don't.
Market
That's-
bad.
That just sounds weird, like a contractual agreement to have non-consensual sex. Like that just doesn't make any sense to me. Almost like an
Market bad.
oxymoron.
Yeah, it's commie talk. Market bad. If you do something via market, it's bad.
Okay,
It's bad, comrade.
that's a horrible label, by the way. Horrible, horrible label. Damn. All right. So, anyways, What else? The TikTok thing. That's the vast
Like,
majority of youth are getting their
yeah,
news from
like
like TikTok
that's
and
their
Facebook.
Fox News. TikTok is the Gen Z's Fox
God,
News
I,
Yeah.
propaganda network.
Yeah, Trump
I thought,
really blew it by not blocking that thing. Trump really blew it.
yeah, I thought watching the news was bad, but I can imagine it's got to be worse getting it from like YouTube.
That's why Andrew
or TikTok
is like bombing TikTok every day. He 2 or 3 times a day he'll get on and
It's
go on
yeah,
TikTok. Like that's his whole
yes.
show now. The Crucible is just going on TikTok and stream bombing all of these Gen Z TikTokers and debating with them.
Oh yeah, I know
He's
he's
trying
on
to
a
capture as many of them as he can.
yeah, I know he was on a massive marketing scale. We all had a big meeting, discussed it, and I was like, you got to work on your marketing. I might be partly to
The
blame
Crucible is
for it.
one of the most marketed. Help us! They don't need any more help. They're one of the most marketed platforms out there.
I regret it, and it's not that I regret the Orthodox thing. It's I regret Ortho Bros, and it's not fair that they're like in the same group. But the Ortho Bro movement, my God, pisses me
That's
off.
Jay
And
Dyer. That's no cult.
yeah, I can't seem to find a way to like separate them out. It just can't be done that I can think of.
You're on the Crucible. You're on their team.
I resigned. I ended up just walking away one day.
Yeah, you're a free agent. Join the Universalist.
I'm not a free. I'm too much of a team player to ever be on like a free agent. Couldn't do it.
Yeah, you come join the Universalist. Join the Universalist. Like me and Kelly.
You just went from team play like sociopath, every man for himself, individual to team play.
I've never. No. I've never supported that whole.
Some like 5D plotting software tomorrow to get your psyche mapped out.
Yeah, I've never supported that whole individualistic thing. No, I'm big on team play.
Well, you just said you have no attachments.
I said I don't want attachments.
Yeah, it has to take some because it's efficient.
It doesn't sound like you even have them, though. When you talk about the people you are attached to,
that's because attachments would come with such heavy obligations. That's just wow.
No dogma in Team Universalist. No dogma.
You're a man. Protect the people you're attached to. That's a basic male drive.
Yes, and unfortunately, that comes to cost. Yeah, and unfortunately, and I mean, obviously, I have to, right? Or obviously, I'm gonna do it. I'm just gonna bitch.
You don't have the instinct to do it. Like if it doesn't fulfill you as a person.
Oh, that's not true.
It's harder to do something that you don't get meaning out of.
Oh well, yeah, the meaning's there.
A lot of men do get meaning out of being in that role.
Oh no! Like I'm like pretty cool with the whole dad thing. I really kind of enjoy that. Meaning, I guess, legacy, right? Like it doesn't go much deeper than that, but it doesn't stop the fact that I'm constantly sitting to reevaluate the cost over and over and over, and just it gets I can't turn that part off.
Well, that's commitment. You committed to that a while back.
Yes. Yes, I did.
Fulfilling your commitments and responsibilities that you voluntarily took on.
Yes. That's a very depressing way of putting it. Thank you very much for not making me feel better.
It can be an ennobling way of putting it too. Like the attitude you have toward it is completely up to you.
Yeah, I'm not particularly known for a very good attitude. That's definitely not my thing.
But you're in control of that. Like
this is true. I don't find much. Well, let's put it this way: I don't really like happy, perky people. They scare the shit out of me for some strange reason.
Yeah, I don't like happy people either. But you don't have to be happy, perky. But you could have a more empowering attitude toward your responsibilities.
What do you mean empowering? There's no freedom and independence in any of this. I'm not empowered. I'm a slave. I'm a slave to the system. In this case, I'm a slave to a family.
Attitude.
Yeah, we could call it like
different way.
Yeah, we could call it pessimism versus optimism. Yeah, this is true. Yes.
And your kid's going to pick up on this.
I hope so. Boy, I hope he turns into one mean little shit, just like I am. He'd almost have to be to deal
It
with
sounds
half
like he's
these
well on his
businesses.
way already, just from the stories you tell.
I hope so. Boy, I hope he like comes home and he's all pissed off. Mom, you got me sick. I had to go to the hospital because of you. I hope that day happens. It won't, but I hope it would. Mama's boy. Jiminy Christmas. I'm still pissed off about this, by the way. I got like a hospital bill now because my mom or my wife decided, she wanted to play witch doctor.
Make her pay it. Does she work?
Yeah, she works, but unfortunately, I'm the idiot that pays the insurance. Damn, if I'd have known, that back when we were doing the insurance thing, like if I'd have known she was into the whole witch doctor stuff, yeah, I'd have been like, oh, nope. You're making these decisions, you're gonna pay for it, right? But
just then we gotta make a decision then.
Yeah, I'm not really making many decisions here when it comes to the kid. Asian moms they're real hardcore. They don't call them dragon ladies for nothing. But to be fair,
on this actual doctor then.
To be fair, like if I would have ended up with a passive girl, oh my god, like her mind would have been broken a long time ago. So maybe there's a reason why I ended up with one of those like strong-minded women.
Well, are you with the woman you want to be with?
I don't. What? There's that word "want" again, right? Like I don't.
Did you not choose this lady?
Yes, I unfortunately I did select her specifically because I thought she would be an extremely loyal mom, right? Like I didn't want her to, I didn't care, about her interactions with me, just so long as she would just remain loyal to the kid, right? She's technically doing that. Just
remorse.
Of course, it's buyer's remorse. It's just, I'm not like I'm not threatening, to go get like a refund. I'm not threatening that. I'm examining that thought, right? Because it makes me feel a little better, right?
Is it better for your kid to have her around as a mom, or would he be better without her?
It's absolutely better for her to be around, or the kid to be around her. Absolutely better, wholeheartedly.
Quit complaining and support that.
Yeah, I'm never going to give up complaining, right? Like this is my this is my womanly nature coming out. The whole bitching and nagging. This is the feminine side of me.
Okay. Now the truth comes out.
Anyways. Oh, what else was on the TikTok on the thing?
I don't know. There was something that you said was disgusting, but I didn't know what it was referring to.
Oh yeah, that was the TikTok one. That's disgusting.
Disturbing. Oh yeah, they're as captured as the Fox News crowd was when I was growing up. Like I didn't even have to have conversations with people that watched Fox News because I already knew what you could write the conversation ahead of time.
Yeah.
And that's how I'm getting with the Hamas, with the Palestine supporters. It's just talking points. It's not dialogue.
Oh yeah, there was that one about that statistics about how there's so much like concept of an empathy for the Palestinians. It's all about regardless of what. I saw the little chart thing. I just couldn't zoom in. I'm on my phone.
51% of 18 to 24-year-olds and 48% of 25 to 34-year-olds.
Yeah, that's
just think that the October 7th was justified. So
that's
it's not
disturbing.
That they have empathy for the poor Palestinians. It's that they believe terrorism is justified.
Yeah, that's kind of disturbing. That I'm a victim, so therefore that gives me some justification to attack other people. That's a really disturbing thought process right there.
Right. I draw the line at political violence. That's one of my biggest critiques of the extremists in general, like BLM, some of the violence on the right. I draw the line at political violence. We have a political process that you could be using to change whatever it is you need to change. And if you have to escalate to violence, you are stepping outside of liberal society at that point.
Yeah, I've got a new motto now. My new motto is it's kind of like a play on, or it's an inclusion with the old Trump motto. It's bring back hazing, make America great again. Yeah. There's my extreme.
What tasting gonna do other
I'm
than
glad
make my
Joe
list
didn't
longer?
Well, that's because, you know, hazing is generally the thing that builds character. It demonstrates to people that your words have consequences.
I don't know. I think
Josh, all
character,
Hayes is gonna do is
I
make my
don't
list
know.
longer. My list is long enough as it is. It's all I'm gonna make my list longer.
Well, it's just kind of like a weird thing. It's like okay, so like I kind of grew up in the South as a teenager, right? So like the rednecks, yeah, they used to say some shit come out of their mouths that was pretty nasty, right? But
Man,
now
they just use a couple magic words that don't work.
every once in a while, you get one idiot, like one dumb ass would put a rebel flag on the back of his truck and then just drive right through the middle of the ghetto. I'm like, yeah, that's a death wish. Wait, what happened?
Remember, rebel flag and the truck has truck balls.
Yeah. That truck nuts thing, that was a thing too. I remember that. But that was a thing, right? So like when he did this and he ended up getting drug out of his vehicle and they ended the crap beat out of him, right? Like that's basically what you get if you do stupid shit, you know, comes with consequences. Yes, you've got your little freedom of speech with your flag. You also get the freedom to get a good ass whooping to come with just doing dumb shit. That kind of thing.
No,
What does that
Jeff's
have to
against
do
that.
with
That's
hazing?
political violence.
Well, so hazing was kind of like the same concept as generally people would do something outside of the norm and then you get picked on for it.
Yeah, but what's the purpose? Like, I mean, I got picked on for
Making
everything.
my list longer.
But what's the purpose of it?
We all got picked on. Well, at least from our generation, we definitely got picked on.
I just ignored it. Like, I got picked on by my own family. I even have to leave the house to get hazed.
Yeah.
Well, crap, I still get picked on within my family. It's weird. Of all my siblings, I'm the most successful.
I mean, it doesn't change me. It hasn't changed anything. I don't know what they're trying to do with it.
Oh, I don't know, but with the family, that's always going to be there. But as a kid, yeah, that was I learned how to fight. To be fair, like I'm a scrawny guy, right? Like I'm really kind of like a skinny guy. I'm tall, but I'm skinny. I'm going to say the word scrawny. That should apply actually.
How tall are you? I am too. How tall are you?
6'1".
Oh, okay. I'm taller than you. Taller and skinnier.
I'm 5'7".
Wait, you're taller than 6'1"?
Yeah.
Jeff is, yes.
Damn, how tall are you, Jeff?
6'3".
Yeah,
Although
okay.
I am shrinking because every time I go to the doctor, I keep measuring less and less, and they say you shrink as you get older.
Might be true. My mom's like, I don't know, waist high now. That might be true.
I'm still 6'3".
But I just want you to know that if I ever meet you in real life, Jeff, I'm not standing next to you. That's not going to happen, right?
Oh,
you got like 2 inches over me.
You're not.
Yeah, I got problems.
I guarantee that.
I got problems with people that are taller than me, right? Like I've got Napoleon syndrome, right? Like I don't typically
6'1" with Napoleon syndrome.
Next to a dude that's 6'3", yes.
I'm gonna point and laugh at you some more. You like hazing, right?
It's competition, right? Like we're both standing in the elevator. You're looking down at me. I feel uncomfortable now. It's like, what the hell?
My ex was like that too. He had short fat man complex. Like that stuff's invisible to me. It must be something that short people go through.
Yes,
but it was so silly and ridiculous to me. I didn't care about or notice any of that stuff. Any of this big complex about his height.
Yep.
Like if we were at a restaurant and the waiter brought the check to me instead of him, he's like, "Oh, it's because I'm short."
I'm gonna hijack a leftist claim here, Jeff. You're using your tall privilege to speak down to me now.
Because I don't even notice that I have it.
Okay, how am I speaking down to you then? Explain that.
I don't know. How tall are you?
5'7".
Oh, well, just to be fair, right? If you look at the panel, you're above me, so you're already like higher than me, right?
It
I
depends
got
on
problems.
orientation. It depends
Jeff,
on orientation.
Jeff
Yeah,
intentionally, yeah, but Jeff intentionally put me at the bottom. Go figure, right? See, like this is
Where? The bottom of what? And I didn't put you anywhere that you didn't put yourself. I know people that are taller than me. In fact, Mike was 6'5". He was taller than me. I don't feel anything when I'm around taller people at all. I just did a that men's weekend. There was a guy there that was 6'10", and I didn't feel
Holy.
anything when I was around him at all.
Oh yeah, 6'10". No, he ain't gonna survive. I'm hitting some kneecaps with a baseball bat. I ain't taking that. I can't do it.
So why don't I have this short complex when I'm around people that are taller than me?
Maybe there's something wrong with you, Jeff. I don't know. That's clearly your problem, not mine.
Likely hypothesis. But I'm just saying, if it's something that gets triggered by height, why doesn't it get triggered in?
I am actually, believe it or not, I am an extremely competitive person.
Yeah, I believe it.
I was never insecure. Like, guys never made me insecure. I could always outcompete them intellectually. So I never felt they were mostly dumb jocks or dumb rednecks. I never felt intimidated by other males. And I was the oldest child growing up too, so I didn't have any older brothers or anything to intimidate.
Yeah, I absolutely loved football. Was bad at it, but I absolutely loved it. So like I played varsity, junior varsity. I just loved the crap out of it. And everybody on the entire team like outclassed me, weight outclassed me by like at least 40 pounds. Right. The only reason that I was ever like effective on one position as a wide receiver was because, well, I could run really fast. And I learned that, when you get this big dude that's like 300 pounds versus my like $155 chasing me down, I learned real fast, right? I could run faster because fear makes you move a lot faster. You can even get like a speed boost when you scream like a little girl while you're doing it. There's plenty of homemade movies of me just running down the damn field with a football, just going. Ah!
Oh my God, they captured that.
Yep. My mother is a very humiliating person. It works though.
Well, I can understand in that, like in a competitive context, why that stuff would take on significance.
Yeah,
but all life is.
Let me speak real quick. Yeah, me being my height doesn't really bother me, except for the fact that if I need attention, I have to act worse to get attention because people can't see me. So
I never wanted attention.
Yeah, kind of. Yeah, once I get like toward home, I don't really want the attention. Out in the street,
I can act like a total Karen if I wanted to. So. That's how I would channel my femininity. Act like a Karen, act manipulative, that kind of stuff.
Yeah, I don't know. Being in so many different countries, I think I don't like attention anymore. Yeah, I'm looking forward to retirement. Like I want to be out there in the middle of the mountains with no neighbors around. Yeah, I think I'm looking forward to that.
I'm kind of ready for that too. As long as I have an internet connection, that's all I need.
Ooh. Yeah, last winter I did without that because of it. Ah, crap.
Well, bye, Jeff. Bye, Josh. I have stuff to do.
All right. Take care, bro.
Take care, Hank.
So what's up? Anything else going
on? Like in the world or in life?
I don't know.
Not really.
What have you been reading?
Nothing's ever going on with me. I mean, I'm still living like COVID lockdown.
Damn, no. Well,
it's all voluntary. I just have no life.
It might be appealing, actually. I don't know.
It's not that I have no life. I just have a better life virtually than I do locally.
Yeah. Less drama.
So that's where I put my energy.
Oh, I just got off a panel over at CT's. They were talking about asylums because Candace Owen did some stream and talking about bring back asylums. Yeah.
There is after living here in Washington State, they closed all of theirs. I think they have 2 in the whole state. And it's all community mental health now. So people that would normally have a place to go are now just running loose in the streets for the public to deal with.
Yeah, there's a reason for that too. I ended up tracing back. There was a court case within California, and it's basically actually kind of spoke on a little bit about what that other guy was. God, I can't remember his name. I think it was John. Talking about like involuntary medical treatment.
Oh yeah, John.
Yeah, that was the thing that the God, I have to pull up the name of that act again. But that's what that thing that Reagan signed.
Oh yeah, where they could what is it called? Oh,
well, no,
71 or something. There was a code for it.
Yeah, well, there was. This was specifically for the state of California. This was while he was the governor of California.
Oh.
So it was a state thing, not so much a federal thing. It bled off into other states, right? Like as one state does a thing, other states might duplicate it or come close to it, kind of thing. I'm trying to think of the act. I'll link it to you later. But anyways, what it really boiled down to was what they call like a protection of rights. So there was always like a Baker Act or Candace called it something 50-51. I guess it just depends on what state you're in.
That's what I'm thinking.
Yeah, so that's the involuntary act thing. That's kind of always been a thing, at least going back further. The question was like how long a hospital could hold you, which really boils down to a judge.
Until you get discharged. And it should be determined by the medical professionals. Right.
Well, like so the medical professionals, like on one side of it, so there really is a court hearing, but like you got your medical staff on one side, and then you on another side, and the judge in the middle, kind of thing. That was kind of like apparently a big problem, and so that was the thing, was to kind of like undo some of that stuff. So that was the pushback, was basically because apparently there were enough people inside of it involuntarily that just there was a huge pushback on that. That's what led to it.
But they were probably there for like I worked inpatient psych, and I've watched people come in and get the help they needed and be able to return to society. So there's definitely that setting is definitely beneficial to those who need it, and to take that option away, I don't think is helping anyone.
It's not an argument of like whether obviously people get help when they need it. It was more about probably I would say like a small percentage. It's weird how laws work that way, right? It's the squeaky wheel always gets the attention first, or gets greased first. There was probably, I'm speculating here now. Now I'm just speculating, but it was probably like a small 10% margin that were like, oh, we're held here against our will, blah, blah, blah. It's like the same. God, I'm going to be really crude here. Crazy people don't know they're crazy, right? So any type of involuntary action is generally considered of, the man is holding me down kind of thing. So
mental health is an oppressed category, like in some of the movements.
Yeah, I mean, it is the thing that it is, but that's how that came about. But I ended up it was a weird conversation on that panel, because everybody was really talking about like the moral stances of, well, we as a society, we ought to be protected. Yeah, I don't know. It's a decent one, but it was weird. It started out like a lot of moral claims, right? So like they're talking about like that last mass shooter kind of thing. He went to the hospital. They were like, well, they shouldn't have let him go, that kind of thing, stuff like that. I'm sitting here thinking, yeah, they probably didn't just kick him out on the street. They probably referred him to like, outpatient care. Because it was the rumor is, again, I don't know how true this is, but the rumor is, according to some news article, probably bullshit, but that it was having auditory hallucinations, and that, claimed he was hearing voices, told him to shoot up some National Guard thing. And he was there for a couple weeks, and they got let loose. So my assumption would be that he went in there, got dosed up really good on medication. They tossed him out, because when they asked him a question, do you still hear voices? And he responds with no, they're going to toss him out and say, you know, this is your outpatient care, whatever that is. Take this medication, go to this clinic, you know, that kind of thing. And he probably just didn't go, which is normally the case half the time, right? But then again, but at this point, now we're talking about like the concepts of like, you know, who pays for that? You're going to have your own healthcare insurance if you do have it, you know, and if it does cover these type of things. So there's probably like a lot of nuance in there that wasn't getting like discussed, but they were just cautioning it out like, you know, oh, well, you know, they kicked him out. They ought to held him kind of thing. I'm sitting here thinking all of these arguments all boil down to one little thing. You have to decide, do you want your security in your society or do you want your liberty? You're not going to get them both. Pick which one you want, which one's more of a priority. So when you settle that, then you can decide whether you want to just lock people up because they have a diagnosis, right? Oh,
well, it's I think we already do that with our penal system. It's balancing the rights of the security
well, you do it
with the rights of freedom. But if you are a threat to the security of other people, then I don't know that you get the same rights that the people that are not a threat have. That's why we have prisons in the first place.
Right. Well, with prisons, you basically forfeited your rights because you've done something to violate, you know, somebody else's rights in some form or another. Right. That's why you're getting put into it.
Sometimes the mentally ill do the same thing, except it's not conscious or
right.
intentional.
Right. Except for now it's preemptive. Right. You're trying to basically measure how well a person might be a threat. Like, are they just talking trash? You know, like, are they just talking about going to shoot up a school or are they actually going to do it? Right. So you start getting down into that real nitty gritty where everything becomes very gray, very fast. I don't think it's such a thin line. I think it's a really broad line. I don't think there's any easy solutions to it. So the best solution I could come up with was you're just going to have to decide whether you want to lock people up or not, you know, without like, you know, beyond a reasonable doubt, right? Things like that. I don't know.
Well, there's always a portion of people that are going to get locked up, and whether it's prison or mental hospitals, it's where do you lock them, and what are the criteria for locking them, and what are the criteria for unlocking them?
I can't think of anything that were legally. I think we're probably about as fair as we could possibly get it, right? I mean. So, okay, so they got the 72-hour hold thing, right? Most states it's going to be 72 hours. Maybe there's some outliers that are something different, right? Which I claim is most likely not enough time. Not because 72 hours is not like enough time for one person to evaluate, you know, one patient. But most of those places, let's face it, most of those places are cattle factory, right? Like one guy's got to go through and evaluate 20, 30 people in one day. The idea of having 72 hours, probably not enough time. So like I'll concede that part is a big problem. But after that, right, you got a court hearing, you know, right? Like, I mean, if they determine, oh, well, you know, you're a problem, we're going to hold you longer. Now it has to go in front of a judge kind of thing. So you do have a process to go through it, whether it's fair or not. I don't know. I don't really get into the moral thing, but there's something there. There's some type of process. But I don't know. It just seems like there's like a whole lot of blame. One CT, I hate to call him out. I don't think he might not have intentionally did it, but you know, at first it was like one guy was like, well, psychology's a scam. And then he's like, yeah, I agree with that. And then he responds with, you know, we ought to bring back the asylums. And I'm sitting here thinking, wait, how do you in the same breath claim that psychology is kind of a scam and promote it at the same time? It's like, what the hell? That it seems kind of contradictory to me, but okay.
Yeah, me too. That's why these conversations are very difficult. Like even Andrew on the Crucible is a psychology skeptic. It's hard to have those conversations without running into contradictions.
Well, now with him, it's really easy. And the reason is because you know how like so let's take the psychology stats, right? You can pull up psych stats on just about anything you want. you can also read them in a way to almost say almost anything you want, right? So you can frame something really nasty, right? And if you're in like an environment of debate, your whole goal is to, well, okay, his goal is to slaughter the other person. But if you're having like a real formal debate, the idea is to, kind of like win, basically. So naturally, you're going to frame things in a way that are most conducive to your side of, whatever it is you're trying to promote. And that's what he would run into. So you got like a lot of assholes really throwing stats out there that framed really badly is the thing that it is. And again, there's like everybody on the fucking internet seems to be like an expert in some field of science now. So, I mean, what the hell?
I mean, if you don't believe in psychology, then don't use it, but don't decry it as fake for everybody else. That's the same thing. That's the same argument they make for religion. If religion's not for you, fine, but don't disparage it for the
Sure.
people that get a benefit from it, but then they turn around and do the complete opposite with psychology.
Right. I agree. There's no argument for me here. I usually try to be a little bit more honest when I cite stuff off, right? Like here's my famous one. So psychology really at best gets about 70% accuracy. It's a soft science for a reason. Is there's too many factors, and worse, those factors are constantly evolving. So by the time you narrow something down, society has already shifted so much that the factors are constantly changing anyways, right? So you can't really expect, hardcore accuracy like in a hard science. So I usually try to like be as fair as I possibly can. Even with some of the stats that there's some nasty stats that get thrown out there every once in a while. And I try my damnedest to be as charitable as I can with it, but Jesus, it's a tool. At the end of the day, it's a tool. What you use the tool for just kind of depends. You can use it for, aka my side as a tactician, for very nefarious reasons, or the other side of the coin is you can use it to actually, assist people, get them through whatever bullshit they're going through, right? Which that's not my side, but I mean, that is the thing. It's just like anything else. It's a tool.
Right. And that makes a distinction, which I keep making between a field of study and a technique. Psychology is a discipline.
Yeah.
And a psychology is a technique. Andrew wanted to put together a panel at one point on psychology, and I offered to be on it, and it never got off the ground. But that's exactly what I brought up at the time, that they were trying to discredit it as a science. And my argument, well, so what if it's not a science? As a technique, it still has demonstrable benefits.
If he ever throws up a panel like that, please inform me. I haven't seen Andrew.
I don't know. I quit hanging out on their server. I mean, I'm still on it, but I don't really.
Yeah, when I resigned, I swore to never go back. It's usually kind of the thing I do.
Oh.
When I leave a community, I don't ever return to it. But for that type of discussion, I would definitely return. So if he ever does something like that, let me know. I think I can make some really good arguments for even being as nuanced as is basically. I would put psychology against religion and say, you pick which one. I guarantee you whatever standard you apply to one, you're going to do for the other one. And you're just going to end up proving, both sides at the same time. And that's me being as charitable as I possibly can with it. But
I think they see psychology in competition with religion. And I've experienced that growing up, because like where I come from, mental health's not really a big thing. It's just pray. Well, if you like growing up, if you were right with the Lord, you wouldn't be depressed. Or if you're having a problem, anxiety or stress or whatever, you just pray about it. That is their mental health.
I'm not so sure they actually see it as a competition. I really honestly
it
believe
seems like Andrew and his crowd does. Because they use religious arguments against it.
Right. But Will, think about it like this.
They see it
Okay.
as part of the secular worldview instead of the religious. Like if you're having a mental health problem, you would go to your Orthodox priest.
I think they more or less see it as a bludgeoning tool. Okay, example, take it like this. What would be the difference if every quack job you met on the internet was using some type of psychology or sociology stat as a weapon to fight against, a position, be it political or some type of debate topic, right? What would be the difference between that and always seeing somebody with a firearm shooting another person? You'd kind of like see that thing as a tool that's constantly used as a weapon. So you wouldn't generally measure it as like,
if anything, it's a rhetorical tool. I mean, it doesn't have any magic power. They're just using persuasive rhetoric.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I don't know. I've seen some people. Oh my God, that one bitch that was on there that brought up those marriage stats. I wanted to kick her ass. She pissed me off. No, it was actually a sociologist, or claimed she was. I believe she was. I'm not going to accuse her of lying or something, but it was on one of Andrew's panels. She had brought some marriage stats out there, and I was like, "You got to be kidding me! Like, you have got to be like really reaching to kind of throw this narrative out there." It's like I don't even know how you could do that, but it was what it was. I wanted on that panel. I wanted to fight so badly, but I was like, wow. I don't care that you're debating, but please don't destroy an entire industry because you're a dumbass, right? It's like, Jesus Christ. Oh, but anyways, I don't know. It is what it is. Like I said, I see too many people toss out stats and use the stats in kind of like nefarious way. Like I said, you can kind of frame things almost any way you want with that stuff. And
yeah, you can. I don't even really care about stats or studies. Like, I don't ever use them in a debate.
Well, okay. So to be fair, right, it would be like the same thing of any other sciences, right? You're going to, like, if you're trying to have a discussion about something, you're going to have to revert back to some type of, studies or research, that kind of thing. So that would be the same thing they would use with psychology. Or in that case, that specific case was actually sociology, which I am very unfamiliar with.
I guess I argue from philosophical principles more than I do from data or studies.
I tried to for a little while, and it would probably be a good guy or a good idea if it is the case that you're sitting across from a table from another person that's going to be equally charitable. But in these like bloodbath debate rings, like psychology, basically it's each other trying to beat each other up with specific wording. So then it just boils down to who has the best language.
Mm-hmm.
So I mean,
debate
it's the blood sport version of debate. It's highly attractive. I mean, it's conflict. I mean, so obviously it's going to attract people, but at the end of the day, it kind of destroys everything you touch with it.
Yeah, there's an entertainment appeal to it, but I definitely wouldn't turn to it for sense making or truth finding. At least not the debate channels on YouTube.
Yeah. It's,
like there's academic debate and scholarly debate, but that's not what the Crucible is doing.
Well, now we'll be fair.
To have a debate in the service of truth.
We'll definitely, to be fair to like the the scientific debates, those that actually get published. At least I kind of like some of the old video ones. But there's a real good reason why most people don't watch those. It's because it's so nuanced, right? It's so
it's for nerds.
It wouldn't be appealing to the masses, and thus that's kind of like not going to be attractive to people, so they're not going to be aware of it or whatever. I find it half of the time I love the explanations, especially because I think I'm kind of shitty with my explanations. Still trying to refine mine. But I mean, is what it is.
I don't know. You did pretty good so far. It seems like.
I don't know. I always feel like I'm not. Like I always feel like I'm just missing it. But maybe that could be because of CT's channel. It's really throwing me for a loop here. You're trying to explain something to somebody that really mostly doesn't care about education in any form or another, and so you're trying to explain things in a way that a 5-year-old could understand without also sounding like you're talking down to them, right? It's kind of, I don't know, maybe that's got to be a skill.
Well,
I don't have that skill.
that would be hard for anybody if you're talking to someone that doesn't care in the first place. And as far as talking down, that's so subjective. I just talk however I talk, and they can feel however they want about it. It shouldn't impact. If I'm making a rational argument, the way they feel about how I present it should not impact the rationality of the argument.
Well,
it may make them less disposed to wanting to continue a conversation with me, but it shouldn't hamper the argument in any way.
Right. It shouldn't, but it sometimes seems it appears to.
Logos and pathos.
Yeah. Damn, now that's kind of depressing now. God, I hate society.
You said
I really.
You said not to be all happy. Was it hippy dippy happy?
This is true. This is true. Jeez. I got class this morning. It's gonna suck. I hate this damn language school. Can't see.
Oh, you're learning Vietnamese too? Vietnamese?
No. We started a school, and playing hell keeping teachers. Foreign teachers, not a problem. Local Vietnamese.
Is this the school you're starting? That model?
Yeah.
That you're.
Oh, yeah.
Wow.
So keeping foreign teachers, not a big problem. Also, not a real high demand for them, just because you we're used for advertising. Like you're basically advertising your white ass, and it's because the parents are like under the assumption for some strange reason that like only white people can speak English, right? So like their local Vietnamese teacher is incapable, which to me is just complete bullshit. To even be able to teach as a secondary language, you have to have something that explains the first language and then pile the English right on top of it. Not particularly something, unless somebody can speak Vietnamese, you're not pulling this off, right? That's going to be absolutely no foreigners here. But parents are dumbasses and the kids suffer for it. But anyways, the problem is foreign teachers get paid this crazy, phenomenally high. We're talking like $50 an hour here, right? Versus a teacher that might make, I don't know, $4 an hour. So you can see there's a huge pay difference in there. And so teachers kind of get a little pissy. So they'll run off. And as they run off, you got to fill the slots. And it's always right when I have like a day off or some shit. And so now I have to like emergency last minute, I get filled in with the slot. Kind of sucks.
Oh,
and it's not even my school. No, it's my wife's school. You think she pays me? Hell no.
Oh, so you're just doing it for wifey?
Well, I'm doing it because I'm obligated. I told her I'd help her do it, help her get it started. I'm just, there's a lot more leaning on me than I'd like to be leaned on, but it is the thing that it is.
Well, keep some healthy boundaries.
Yeah, it's, I've learned this boundary. Let's see here. I know exactly how to respond to it. 2 words. Yes, honey. That's what I've learned. Because if I respond with anything else, big problems come. So,
Well, that's quite a creative take on boundary.
There is no boundaries. There's what's mine is hers, and what's hers is hers. That's pretty much what this boils down to.
Well, I guess we can get into this tomorrow with Emerald. I'm interested to get because Emerald's the female perspective now, probably the few that will ever show up on this panel.
Oh,
so we'll get a female perspective on it.
Yes, might be interesting. Yeah, I think it'd be interesting if she's going into therapy. Damn right, get some
Yeah.
practice in there. And I'm pretty sure I'm about as nutty as they get out there. So
Oh
have some
yeah, she
fun with it.
knows she wants to work with people like you, so this will be good practice.
Wait, she wants to work with people like me? Why is nobody warning her? Don't do this.
Well, it's an underserved market, I think.
Yeah, I'm gonna let her know I'm dragging her down with me. If I'm going down, I'm taking you with me, girl. I'm telling you. Damn. Jeez, poor girl. Anywho, anything else going on?
No, not really. What's today? Friday? No, not until tomorrow. P.F. Young's gonna have his morning show, and we're gonna do that movie in the afternoon. And then
All right.
Tuesday, our Halloween party, so everybody's welcome to come in costume on stream.
Shit. We don't do Halloween here. Well, somebody
We'll
does
get your
Halloween.
wife to make a costume for you. Chris is coming as a cardboard taco, I think.
I wonder if I can make like a giant vagina. That'd be hilarious.
I want to keep. My goal is to keep my stream as long as I can.
It's
I'm sure
it's a
there's
Halloween
strikes
costume. It's gotta be safe. It's gotta be safe. It's Halloween. My God, YouTube ruins everything. Shirts.
Yeah, I'm not saying don't do it. I'm just saying be aware of the risk.
I gotta figure out how to make one. It's like a cardboard box folded
I wouldn't
around
even
me
begin
or
to
something.
know how to make a vagina.
I don't know. I could see me making it and the old lady walking in and just looking at me like, God, what the hell is wrong with you people? What can I say, honey? Americans, we're screwy in the head. What can I say?
So they don't trick or treat or anything. They don't have any concept of Halloween.
Nothing even. They do. They dress up in their costumes. They go to school that way sometimes, or some people do it. It's not. It's nothing like it is in the U.S. Just nothing like it. Like beating on the doors, that's a big no-no.
Oh,
Nobody likes that around here.
people they don't even do it as much here anymore because of the safetyism. They'll have like what is it, trunk or treat. Churches
Oh
will
yeah,
do
yeah, yeah.
things. They'll have a community Halloween at a neutral location, or like one parent will have it at their house and all the kids can come over. But the walking door to door thing is becoming common. That was the fun part.
That's a thing of the past. Hell, we don't even let kids ride their bikes in the neighborhood anymore. That's a thing in the past too.
I know.
So
In some places even illegal to let your kids play in the park by themselves.
really, holy shit!
It's in certain states. It's like negligent parenting or something, and the cops can come and fuss at you.
All the things that made us kids and the best things that we had to learn from, and now they're all illegal.
Yes.
God.
No, not all and not everywhere, but some places, yes.
It's just disturbing.
I know. I don't think it's good. I don't think it's good, and it's coming from it's the parenting style in the 90s. I'm told that's where we got the helicopter parenting. Like some doctor wrote a book on why you should helicopter parent. It started a trend. Everything became about safetyism, and then you had organized sports and like after school soccer and all that, and then internet and screens came along, and so the kids were on their screens indoors all the time. So all of those kind of came together to create this new culture of parenting.
Yeah, damn it.
We were the last outdoor generation, probably.
See, and it's so weird to me because like my old lady, at best. And this is if I fight her on it. Like I can get my kid like 15 minutes of cartoons. That's the most I can hope for in a day.
Oh, good.
Or no, a week, actually. The old lady, we've got TV, kids never allowed to watch any of it, right?
What does he do? What's his activities? He's only 3.
Oh my Lord. So well, there's about 3, let's see here. There's 2 bedrooms, 2 bathrooms, a living room, and a kitchen. In this like apartment thing, the living room and the second bedroom, they're basically rampacked, just full of toys. Could be toys, puzzles, books, like you name it.
Oh,
He's got like a
good.
dry eraser board that he can like write on, which his handwriting is
Loving
really
this
bad.
Tiger Mom so far.
Yeah. And then the benefit that I think, or that I find most appealing is, imagine like a really tall building. Every floor's got like a long hallway, and then there's like all of the apartments are like in a line. So there'll be like, I say, I think 1, 2, 3, 4. There's 10 apartments, 5 on each side, and a long hallway. Then you get down to the elevators, but everybody just kind of mostly like leaves their door open, so the kids come and go. So they're all in the hallway. It's just whatever neighbors they decide they want to play in,
Howdy,
or
neighbor.
here. Yeah, or here sometimes, because the kid's got so many damn toys. Half the time the kids are all like ransacking his room. It's hilarious. Because then I have to clean up.
So
That's
you
not
all
fun.
know and trust each other?
Trust, yes. No, probably not so much.
Oh.
Well, I obviously don't speak Vietnamese, so like I'm not sitting down having conversations with it, but they don't seem to mind me, and I pretty much let the kid go wherever he's going. If he wants to go over the neighbors and they're okay with it, I don't give a shit, right? Because I was raised that way.
Yeah, that's
Well,
kind of how I grew up too. But I grew up in a village, not a
yeah.
apartment complex. But still, if you have the right mix of people to make it work.
Yeah. Same concept of like a village, right? It's just one hallway, right? They're not even going outside. So whether it's raining or not doesn't matter. But it's like, yeah, it's the concept of a village.
Yeah,
And
I like what I'm hearing so far.
I think the only thing that anybody freaks out with is if a stranger comes down the hallway, then shit, pops off. There's always going to be like one of us parents out there. Yeah, then it's you're a stranger. You're on this floor. What the hell are you doing here? Right? Are you at the right place?
And it's a secured building. Like somebody has to let the stranger up.
Yeah. Well, the building is gated, so you have to get through like with a key card kind of thing, and then to get into the elevator, you have to have a key card, and then to get to a specific floor, you have to have a key card for that floor. So, usually, but there are sometimes the security guards like let random people come up because to get some sob story. I'm here to visit grandma or some shit, right? So I mean, it happens. But usually, like I said, it's the case that it's not a stranger's not going to get too far down the hallway before they're noticed.
Well, good for him. And are there are other kids his age he can play with?
There's a couple. I think there's everybody's got at least one kid on this floor, except for the ones right across the hall where they're a bunch of college students.
Oh,
but they're like they don't have like loud parties at night, nothing like that. Mostly because the old fogies around here, they're not going to tolerate that shit. But so there's no like loud music or anything like that. They pop in every once in a while. Usually want to practice English, and I'm rarely ever dressed, so they don't hang around very long. Yeah, it's not a bad. It's not a bad environment. It's something close to like what I had. I mean, you can ride the bicycles. They can ride their bikes up and down the hallway. It's large enough for that. So it's got a playground outside. That's within the gated area. But it rains so often here that's kind of a pain in the ass.
Oh. Well, at least they have it when they need it.
Yeah. It's for the first, I'd say for like, the 4th, 5th grade, it's actually not a bad, from birth to 4th or 5th grade, somewhere in there. It's really not a bad environment to raise them in, aside from the socialism bullshit they teach in school, but everything else is pretty good.
Yeah. Welcome. You don't have your shades on today. Are you just getting up?
No, I just gotta locate them. Yeah, I'll be right back. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I just want to point out, you can't trust machine lies. Look at his name. It says lies.
Yeah, he flat out says that. He said when his stream did that, he said, "I'm lying to you right now." The machine is. I'm on the machine lying.
Yeah, that's right.
I still I do like
Yeah,
the name.
well, that's what it is. You know, you can't trust what you're seeing in front of your
I
own two
trust
eyes.
someone
You
that
can't
lets me know
trust
when
your
they're
lying
lying.
eyes. You know.
What's
It
up?
probably could. So what's up, ML?
What's
What you
going
been doing?
on?
Nothing much. Chilling,
Nothing
hanging
much.
out.
Yeah, same here.
We just on here yakking.
Yeah, same here. Yeah, I'm just
No,
relaxing,
he,
trying to stay clear of the conspiracies. You
Oh
know?
yeah. Well, good. I'm glad someone's doing it. I know I
Yes.
sure couldn't.
Yes. Well, you know, the thing is that with the rabbit hole, if you go down deeper, you become less aware of shit. That's what it is.
Yeah.
So it's
That's
just
what it
like,
seems like to me.
but you
do
know,
me,
but you know,
do
you
me
got
a
to leave
favor,
breadcrumbs.
Wise.
It's Plato's cave. You know, you got to leave breadcrumbs. You know, so
Do me a favor, Wise. Explain to me the whole electrical thing, the electric soul.
you
Explain
had a
that to
kick
me.
about you had a kick on that the last time. You got a kick out of Sarah explaining that.
That wasn't a kick, man. I really walked away from that shit confused
I
as
saw,
living
I saw,
holy hell,
I
man.
saw you were dissuaded. Yeah, yeah. The thing is that Sarah really does say. Well, first of all, she doesn't know this person, but she says that actually, I'm unaware if she knows this person or not. But she claims that this person is under MK Ultra mind control, and she's in telepathic communication with them, and that they're being tortured by the MK Ultra program. So she has to send them these vibrations so that they'll heal themselves because she's a twin flame. So really, you have to get into the Jungian like twin flame shit to really
What's a
understand.
twin flame?
Yeah, exactly. Like twin flame is like it's kind of like a soulmate, but like it's more of like psychic and like theosophical, in a way where it's like your opposite person that like it's not a love story per se, but it's a growth story, like where you're like quantumly connected with this person
Ooh, I'm
psychologically.
reading about it now. The mirror
Yeah,
soul. I
exactly.
think my
Mirror.
ex was that. I call him my doppelganger.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. It's kind of like
That's freaky.
doppelganger.
You're never supposed to meet your doppelganger.
Yes. Oh, really? But this is a positive twist on it. So you are so you can meet
So
your
it'd
twin
be
flame.
like
You
a
don't.
positive version of that.
Yeah, yeah. Like you don't have to meet your twin flame because you're always spiritually connected or whatever.
Yeah,
But
that's what I'm afraid of.
yeah. But so to answer your question, Joshua Jones, it's not telepathy straight up. It's this complex system perhaps derived from psychoanalysis, from Freud's psychoanalysis that moves into the Jungian territory that then has sort of theosophical elements into it. And that's really my thing in understanding the conspiracies is more or less I just want to know how to communicate with people. So whatever level they're on, I just kind of want to like figure out where they're coming from because like what I just explained is not usually gonna be like it's not scholarly information, but it is like street knowledge. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm talking about, right? You know what I mean? You get what I'm saying, Josh?
Uh, yeah. The wording is really wrong. Like, oh, so like I tried to go down a little bit of the rabbit hole. I even read up somebody linked somebody provided a link with frequencies and shit. And I was reading that, and I'm like, okay, like I understand this part of the electrical impulses. I kind of started to understand that part, kind of thing. And then it gets to the how do you connect it between two different entities? And it's like, yeah, you lost me. That's where I got lost. And then
Have
I
you
got
ever
pissed
felt
off.
a connection between another person?
Yes, it's called hatred. Yes.
It could be.
Yep.
Yeah.
Real good connection, right?
So
why were you looking for like love? No, I don't. I
No,
still,
just any kind of mental connection with another person. It could be hatred, or
yeah,
it
but
could be
that's,
love that turns to hatred.
yeah, that's usually like in the form of verbal communication, maybe some body language in there, right? Like, I mean,
Yes, it shows up in the verbal, but the verbal seems to reflect a mental connection that's prior to the verbal.
oh, you mean the emotions that are behind it? Yeah, that's all chemical bullshit.
Yeah, but there's something just at the edge of that that's kind of I don't know,
Just at
mysterious
the
to me.
just
It
at
could be
the
mirror
edge.
neurons. It could be something like that. It could be, there was an
Holy shit!
article a while back that our brains work more like an inductor than a
See lies,
neural
see
network.
lies. See what you did? You're trying to avoid conspiracy
I'll
theories,
tell
but
you.
you
I'll
bring
tell
one
you.
right over here,
Well, no, this
dumping
is a
I'll
on
tell
him.
you.
scientific
I'll tell
paper, but
you.
I'm only putting it out there like for
Well,
completeness. I'm not making any claims
consciousness is
for
a
it at all.
mystery. Consciousness is a mystery.
Yeah,
Uh,
it really is.
Agreed. Nobody really comprehends
Of course.
We
how
have
it
What?
not
comes about.
solved the
Yeah,
hard
that's
problem of
not
consciousness
at
yet.
least at least that much. Nobody is willing to say that much is a conspiracy. Everybody agrees that consciousness is a mystery because of science. Because
Yes,
science
even the
doesn't have
scientists.
a straightforward explanation for it.
You can't
So
Right,
quantify
right.
it,
exactly.
can't measure
So
it.
then you go to these other qualities. Now telepathy is a low level because telepathy could mean three things. Okay, now telepathy could mean precognition, and that means that the future just exists on one timeline, and you saw something, you caught a glimpse of what's going to happen before it happened. So it could be just knowing the future instead of reading somebody's mind, for example. Now it could proceed to the next level where you're actually reading somebody's mind. Now, I mean, I don't know if that's possible. I mean, I know definitely they don't know how fucking minds work, so I wouldn't be able to know if it's possible. But then
There's a huge portion of society, pretty much the majority of society, sure as hell believes they understand somebody else's mind. And people pretend all the damn time. Oh, I know what the hell they're thinking. I know what they thought. Oh, Hitler, I understood him completely. Right? I mean, there's a lot of
well,
bullshit in there.
you have to make calculated assumptions about what other
That's
people
theory of
think, or else
mind.
we can't
Right,
communicate. So
right.
so you have to a certain degree, assume that based on what people are projecting, that is really what they want to get across, or that they're hiding something. But this last level, well, it's really three levels. It's precognition. It's actually tele telepathy, reading people's mind, or it could be on this third level, which is archetypes, which is the Jungian level of archetypes. Where you're not really perceiving or reading somebody's mind, you're just getting a quality of something that's already part of a kind of a collective dream of humanity. So you're understanding an inner urge of them that exists sort of inner transpersonally, to a certain extent. So then you're able to understand somebody's mind, because the thing that they're deriving is from a sort of a universal mind and not from your particular experience, so to speak. So there is senses, but of course I think that is, in my opinion, I think that that's ludicrous, because where do these images exist? Are they the discarded images, of the garbage can of the memory banks of humans?
It's the one mind, the Plato's rational soul.
Could be. Yeah. I mean, I question that
Like if
such a
there's a
thing exists.
collective mind that we're all participating in.
Yeah, I question that.
Consciousness seems discrete to me, like individual and discrete, but it also seems intersubjective. Like it's hard to tell where one mind ends and
Right.
another begin when you're actually interacting with other minds.
Yeah, and especially when they get in groups, then there's no explanation, because people do
Group
shit that other
dynamic.
people do for no fucking reason. Like
Yes.
they'll even go beyond their deepest desires to just follow the crowd. And it's just like weird, there's something pulled in when you get a bunch of fucking people together, something gets pulled in too. There's mass psychology as well.
Yeah.
that trickles down to our ordinary experience. And I think that that's the kind of numbness that people are experiencing, that we're actually experiencing mass psychology on a level we never have before, and it's because of social media, the impact of social media has, I think that people are experiencing, a mass insication. To borrow a word from Nietzsche, he coined this term insication, kind of like the digestion of your thoughts. So, and
I don't know. Some of it I can follow. Like I can understand the concept of like reading body language, reading facial patterns, things like that. Like I can get a lot of it. It's just, my God, it goes a little bit farther, and that's when I step off. Like, nope, not going down that hole. Just not going to do it.
Well, it went
Yeah.
to bioelectrical impulses in the soul the other night.
Well, yeah, that's. Well, now to be fair, right? Like, fucking lies being an asshole throws me out there. Well, which conspiracy are you having a difficult one with? And I'm sitting there. They just had like 4 or 5 of them listed off, and I'm thinking, okay, which one's gonna match religion? And she's the only one that got close to it. So I'm like, okay, I'll go with her. Boy, do I regret it. This is lies. This is what lies does. He screws me up every damn time. Yeah.
Yeah, I gotta put your feet to the flame. Well, that's what it is that because I see because certain people on the panel, they're not gonna accept that, but I know I've seen you on like Chaotic Truth and stuff. So I'm like, this guy's gonna take this shit, So let me throw it.
Oh yeah. Well, usually because like I have to listen to what's being said. Like you have to hear what the other person's saying, right? And then it usually, okay, so first it's a big slap in the face of shock, right? So now I'm trying to digest it, figure out what the hell it is kind of thing. So I got to go back with questions like, what do you mean by this? What do you mean by that? That kind of thing, which I don't know. Maybe they think I'm like interested. It's really confusion though. That's the problem. Maybe they're confusing like interest with confusion, but
yeah, that's exactly what happened. Yeah. She clearly thought that you were like gonna be more enthralled by what she was saying as she went on, but you were getting more turned off by it. But yeah, the thing is that sometimes it's useful to just make that known, because when people just keep going, I just have to say, well, I can't. I'm not just gonna sit here and swallow that anymore, because it's like like I had to call people out on certain of my lies, and of course they accuse you of spurging out on them and trying to be undue with them, show them undue criticism and all that stuff. But it is what it is, eventually we have to there's got to be a conflict, and I think
Yeah, I mean, but to be fair, like I'm not one of those type of people, right? I don't do the whole spurging thing, right? Like that was the worst. That was the only pushback I had was with that one damn question. And she was honest. I give it to her. Says, look, okay, hypothetically, I'm an atheist, right? So let's just pretend you're, trying to see things from my perspective. If you're using the words that you're using and you're trying to explain this to me, do you think it's going to come across as a little, nutty kind of thing? She said, oh, yeah, it will. Well, see, okay, done. There's nothing else to really deal with, right? I'm not going to understand. And yeah, that was the worst pushback I can put back, because I'm not that asshole. I'm an asshole. I'm just not that asshole.
Well, I mean, I'm gonna get popped. I'm gonna get hammered for being like, you really let this girl say that, Serapis is Jesus. but the thing is that, but the thing is that, I can only be responsible so to a certain extent for what comes on my panel. Definitely. I've made it very clear that my opinions are very strange, and they cannot be linked to the opinions of anybody else.
Yeah, you're also trying to run a show and get everybody, exactly, interacting with each other. So you can't come across as that harsh. I get your position.
Yeah.
Hell, it's my position. I'm still like, why am I so easily confused by this shit?
Yeah, because I saw
that's my problem.
Yeah, because I have been watching Chaotic Truth, and I noticed that on his show that he'll let two people have an interaction, but he'll just leave people backstage, you know. But the people that are still like kind of like have no business contributing to the topics, he'll just leave them up for a very long time. And I noticed like that is a tactic as well because
Yep.
you know because the audience continues to interact with them regardless of the fact that they have nothing to contribute. So it just
Yeah.
adds to the quality of the show, I guess. But yeah, you know, I mean, and it also adds to the familiarity of the show because you see the same people up there, so you get more comfortable.
Right.
People feel
Well,
more at
now
home. Yeah.
my position at CT, like what CT does with me is he usually likes to put me in these positions where like highly aggressive people.
That's
And
what
I
I
think
try to do with you too. I'm not gonna
yeah,
lie.
and well, yeah, but see, that's just the problem. I'm not like I don't react aggressively, right? Like I don't have anything to really fight about. What the hell's the point, right? But now they've got a wager over there to see, you know, who's going to make me snap and go off, right? Like going on a swearing spree. That's not going to happen, but that's what the wager with. With you, I could never understand what it was. It's like you put me on the panel with like one-on-one with fucking Illuminati. I don't have a problem with the guy, right? So I'm sitting here confused. Like, you think I'm going to fight with this guy? Like,
Well,
why? I got no beef with him.
well, that's just more because it was a kind of like introduction to my panel at that particular time.
Gotcha.
Or certain times. Well, I'm not getting paid, but certain of the audience members will demand an interaction between two people.
Okay.
Just for the hell of it. So I'll just put it up, especially if they're like people who always watch my show. Like last time they wanted the drunk guy to talk to Cecil Drake for some reason. So I just put them up.
Yeah, I remember that one. Yeah.
Yeah. So I just put them up for a little while. Yeah. So yeah, people demand weird interactions between people. Yeah. So
I always thought it was weird. I just thought it was weird because there was no revenue. At CTs, at least there's like revenue. They literally have wagers. They have backroom wagers, right? They're all cash apping each other and doing these like wagers. Yeah. I'm just trying to get through the conversation, but with you, I could
70, never. I mean, not 70, 30 more subscribers until I get 1,000. So maybe I'll be able to do something like that in the future. But yeah.
Well, you need an extreme amount of conflict.
Well, he's
yeah, that won't be a problem, I think.
Has all that drama died down, by the way? I don't see it a lot anymore.
Well, the thing is that I kind of left them alone for a while, but I mean, I'm assuming if I make a hit piece, they'll make 3 more hit pieces, and then I'll make 2 more.
There was one in the chat. I swear it was one of the Ortho Bros. I don't know who it was. I can't remember the damn name, but there was one dude just constantly looking for a fight. But that was just in the chat room, and it was that one guy. Usually, like back when that stuff was going, there was like 4 or 5 people in the chat. Now it was just that one guy. Seems like it's dying down.
On, was it Benton the other day?
Yeah,
but he wasn't mentioning anything. He was like talking normal.
Yeah, he makes his rounds.
Yeah, the rounds.
Yeah, he makes his little
rounds.
We
run in the same circles.
Yeah, he makes sure I'm not there, and then he makes his rounds, and he tries to show up where I'm not there, and
he doesn't like Joshua Jones or me for some reason. That's for sure.
Well, I know why he doesn't like me, because I just finally came out of the open and said, yeah, I know where he's at, and I'm not saying anything. I don't give a shit. Don't care. Fuck off.
Hey,
you do all the,
welcome.
Do all the hit
in here, because I heard that you guys were talking trash about Ortho Bros.
Ortho Bros blow ass.
Joshua was.
Yeah, no, I'm 100% with you. As somebody who almost was one a couple years ago, I have very much seen the light.
I just about Jay Dyer and his little cult.
Yeah, that's who, when I'm talking about Ortho Bros, I'm talking about that crowd. It's kind of weird because that was the thing that Orthodoxy always had, or was supposedly always had, was this like isolation, we all sticking together. And now you've got this fracture group coming out, Jay Dyer's crowd, and all of that crazy shit. And I'm just like, God, all you are a bunch of assholes.
And by the way, and Jay Dyer has gotten far worse with time as he's become more popular, as he's blown up. You know, now that he's become like mainstream and he's hosting the fourth hour of Alex Jones's show. It's like you've seen the rot creep in. Because when I first heard about Jay Dyer, he always had issues. Like, I'm not going to say there was ever a time where he didn't have problems, but like years ago, he was not really a YouTube celebrity yet, and he didn't really have this cult following yet. And as a result, he was more like genuine. He was more real. Like you could see that he held some takes and some positions on issues that he's since completely sacrificed in order to, I think, cozy up with other people that are more powerful.
Sure. Yeah, it all becomes
Yeah, he got cat.
all becomes a publicity stunt. Yeah, I got you.
I can tell you this. People who claim to be very close to Jay Dyer are following me with 11 subscribers and Machine Lies with 900 very, very closely. So I'm not sure why that is, but they're very curious about what we're talking about. That's for sure.
They can kiss off. I don't give a shit. They can really fuck off. I don't give a damn. I'm not intimidated by some little fucking piss ants on the internet. I'm intimidated by my old lady, though, and my kid. But some people with absolutely nothing on the internet, I don't give a shit about.
Yeah, I don't know. It's just like it's just sad to me to see though people go down this road because I mean, I'm gonna be honest. If I were 10 years younger and did not know all about anthropology and human psychology, I would probably be tempted to go down this rabbit hole because it preys on a certain type of person that are looking for meaning in their lives, and if they don't have like a strong enough foundation philosophically, then it's going to be very easy to fall into this trap. I mean, I was intrigued enough by a lot of the things that Jay Dyer said that I heavily inquired into the Orthodox Church and almost became a catechumen. And again, the thing that rescued me from going down the rabbit hole of becoming like a Dyerite really was basically the fact that, I'd had years and years of reading about anthropology, ethnography, philosophy, epistemology, and it just didn't jive well with the sorts of stuff that I was being expected to believe to be a good little Dyer cultist boy.
Yeah, okay. Sounds about right on par. I gotta ask you, what's up with the flag?
What's up with the flag?
Yeah.
Well, I've always been somebody that, ever since I was young, I always stood up for the people that were being punched at down. I always stood up for the people that were being bullied against the bullies. And right now, I think it's clear who's the bullies and who's doing the bullying, the lion's share of it for the last 75 years.
Okay. All right.
Not clear to all of us.
So, you're aware that I was like in Beirut not too long ago, right?
I'm not aware of that.
All right. So, I'm on the bully side, not like as a cheerleader, but as an active participant.
I see.
Just throwing that out there. But I'm not going to put an Israeli flag up, which technically wouldn't be really an Israeli flag. We're not playing that game, but I mean, yeah, I ain't gotten that far.
Well, I mean, if I were on your side, I wouldn't put an Israeli flag up either.
Well, I'm not Jewish. I technically, I technically would be a Zionist though, but for completely different reasons. It's not moral grounds or anything like that. It's more like economical.
What, just because the Zionists are like better at enriching the West? What do you mean by that?
Pretty much, yeah, exactly that. That's pretty much a good summarization of it.
I guess the problem, the core of our disagreement is going to be that my system of ethics is not based on like who can provide the most benefits to Western society at all, or in fact, who can provide the most economic benefits at all, because I don't think that material wealth is the be all and end all of existence.
Yeah, yours is based off of moral grounds. Mine's literally like an absence of all moral claims. Yeah.
Well, I would say even from a utilitarian framework, though, because I mean, although I'm not a strict utilitarian or a consequentialist in my ethics, I would say even from a utilitarian framework, I don't see that it's for the best benefit for all of humanity to just have basically a world founded on like the modern capitalist system and what helps to enrich the modern capitalist global system at all.
Oh, right. But that again, that's still a moral claim. Best
have different moral foundations.
Yeah, I would say on my end there's absolutely no moral claim whatsoever.
Then why would you support Israel then?
Economical gains. If I have to support Israel, it's not so much that I'm supporting Israel as much as I'm really anti-Iran.
Israel is not the benefactor. But well, first of all, they're not anti-Iran.
I am.
But they're also not the benefactor of America economically at all.
Right. No, the U.S. is very anti-Iran. That's why we're on that bombing campaign in Syria.
The U.S. is, in terms of, being against Iran. I mean, Iran is against, I mean, like, how are they against Iran? I mean, I really,
How is the U.S. against Iran? Probably started in 1979.
1979, the Iran-Contra?
The Iran-Contra was something which happened in the 80s. 1979 was when you got the revolution.
Iranian the embassy thing.
I think the point that Machine Lies is making is that there's stuff that happens on the ground. Like on the ground, obviously, America and Iran hate each other, just like America and Russia hate each other. America and China hate each other. But like at a higher level, these same people that claim to be enemies are also going to like meetings with each other. See people like Alexander Dugin, who's one of the major leaders of like the pro-Russian philosophy, meeting with top like leaders like Anthony Blinken and people like that. I think that's the route that the Machine Lies is going down right now.
I was actually going down the same exact route, because I was going to point out, well, they're allied with Russia, and we're not exactly against Russia. So it's like it's kind of like this weird proxy war where we're not really against them per se.
And they basically admit that Iran ran the whole program in cahoots with Russia to make Hamas do all that. And also Hamas and Israel have a tight relationship as well. So, choosing a side is kind of in a way, and let me bring this point, because you were talking about Joshua Jones, how Christians have been tricked into being the armies for other people against their own interests. And I'm just saying, like, as someone who's interested in Christian nationalism, wouldn't that be part of your goal, is like to get Christians to stop getting involved in stuff that has nothing to do with them at the end of the day?
Oh no, I'm politically involved.
No, but you would prefer that Christians don't go and be the military for people who have no interest in actually helping Christians preserve their culture at the end of the day?
Well, at the end of the day, you can't be a Christian nationalist and be a Zionist. Like, those are two antithetical goals.
Well, that's the problem, though, is that these Christian, so much of the Christian nationalist movement right now, like the Tucker Carlson crowd, people like that, they're very much still, basically beholden to this very recent, not at all really Christian idea that comes out of like 19th century Protestantism, which is really, this is the genesis of Zionism, is it comes out of it's a very new movement within Christianity. Actually, even within Judaism, it's a fairly new movement.
Oh, okay. Here's the misunderstanding. So I'm an atheist that supports
Right.
Christian nationalism.
Yeah. So but if you support any form of Christian nationalism, it's antithetical to Zionism, because Zionism is based on the idea of Jewish messianism.
Yeah, no.
Some Zionists, some Israelis
No, it
that I
is.
know use it
It is.
to
Yeah, no.
just mean a homeland for Israel without
That's
the
There,
religion.
there are,
that's not what it
there-
means. That's
yeah,
just
But
that's just
there are
called
some people today that use it to mean that.
that's
whether
called
it's what it
nationalism.
originally
That's called
means.
nationalism.
Yeah, but
we,
yeah, it
we
is.
could call it
But
that.
Zionism
They
is
call
older
it
than
Zionism.
I know, but
Yeah.
Zionism is older than nationalism. Nationalism
Right.
is more modern than Zionism. Zionism
Yeah.
is an older concept that comes from Jewish messianism.
Right, but I'm just saying when we talk about Zionism, some people are using it in two different
Well,
ways.
I'm just calling it what it is. I mean, I don't know what
Yeah.
you want me to do. I mean, I'm saying where it came from. I mean, it
we,
didn't,
we,
you know,
we could
I'm
call
not
it
going to misconstrue it with nationalism. That would be
we
false.
could call it nationalism. However, if I say,
if it was-
well,
if it
I'm
was
a
nationalism, it'd be
nationalist,
fine. Yeah.
right. If I say I'm a nationalist, right, that's pretty much going to imply I'm like pro-America. But in this context, I'm basically pro-Israel as a state.
Well, wait, I'm so
Yeah,
confused. You're not pro-America, but you're pro-Israel?
No, I'm saying I could say I'm a nationalist, but that's going to have a different connotation, right? I adopt the term Zionism or Zionist because a lot of people within society are basically using that as a phrase as pro-Israel, aka I support that as a state.
But it's
Fuck
deeper.
everybody off.
It's deeper than pro-Israel. If you're pro-Israel, that
Sure,
doesn't
sure.
necessarily mean you're a Zionist.
There's
Zionist means
there's
it
other
means you
people
believe in
that
a political and religious movement that's centered around Judaism.
yeah. I don't care one way or the other about the religious aspect. Again, I'm atheist. I have no
then you're not a
interest in it
Zionist.
whatsoever.
there are
you can't be a
secular
Zionist.
Zionism that don't
Let
adopt
me
the
make this.
messianic component.
But even secular Zionism, though, so like the point of Zionism is that it makes a moral claim, essentially, that a good world would be a world where Jewish people have a homeland. Like that's what
Yes,
Zionism is. It
I agree with that
specifically gives. It's not
more of a
just simply,
political
well,
claim
the state of
than a
Israel
moral
helps the West economically and militarily. It's something deeper than that. It's this idea that there should be a Jewish homeland. That's what Zionism is.
Let me make this point really quickly, just to cut to the heart of the matter. Because
Hold it up higher. Hold it up higher. I can't see it.
Herzl, Theodore Herzl. He's the guy who came up with that idea. Yeah.
Let me make this point really quick. Joshua, because Joshua has a particular angle, and I don't mind it. I understand it. Here's my question: Israel would not exist without "quote unquote" the West backing it. I think that's pretty clear, right? So my point is this: what is the tactical advantage of having a small group of people that have a very particular worldview, controlling 80% of the cabinet of the United States of America, and also we've signed on to whatever they do, right or wrong? Like, what is the tactical material advantage of signing on with this group of people over Muslims who are 2 billion people in the world versus however many million? Can you explain the tactical advantage of such a thing?
Are you asking like why do I support Israel? Be a little bit more specific.
What I'm asking is, why is it that "quote unquote" the West has such a obligation to these people? It's kind of
if you're asking about obligation, because we have basically signed treaties with Israel, so we're obligated to fulfill those.
But why would you do that tactically and say we don't care about 2 billion people, but we're going to choose this tiny tribe of people who've been, and again, I'm not saying this against Jews. I'm not against Jews. I'm saying what is the tactical advantage of saying, well, we're going to forsake everyone else in the world for this one group of people? And also from a Christian perspective, even though I know you're an atheist, obviously, if it wasn't for Christians who believe that they have an obligation, they wouldn't be sending their daughters and sons to go die in wars for the last 100 years, right? So obviously there's something more than a pure Machiavellian culture in the United States. Like it's coming out of duty, obligation, this kind of thing. Like, what do you think that's about? If you had to guess.
I help me understand the question a little bit more. There's a lot in there. Unpack it.
Well, it's
What
two
exactly?
questions. The first one was why do we have treaties with Israel and not all the other groups?
Because some political leaders a very long time ago decided they were going to sit down and start signing contracts.
So you're just gonna, so you just support it because it happened.
You're
Well,
aware.
basically,
You understand that I. Hold on. Let me clarify this here a little bit. You understand I'm a foreign service officer, right?
Well, I mean, don't forest service officers, they have different tasks to complete, right?
Correct.
And then some of them disagree with each other, right?
Like, do I do anything that goes against like my own personal beliefs?
No. Don't they have different missions? And sometimes those missions aren't always, you know.
Oh, you would know. That would require me to like know the entire like big picture of everything. I had no clue about it.
Well, even though if you look historically, though,
right? Historically, right?
Because I mean, like, yeah, right now the West and the Islamic world are not on the best of terms. But you know, right after World War II, during the early years of the Cold War, there was a very strong effort to by groups like the CIA, by groups like by British intelligence during the phase of when the British Empire was falling apart. They would try to do what they could to curry favor with the Islamic world against communism. And there's actually a number of CIA officers that have written memoirs like during the 50s and 60s talk about, if we we want to make the great resistance to the spread of communism be the Islamic world, because the Islamic world, due to its deep religious convictions, is not a place where communism can spread. So they viewed at the time like, hey, this is a potential ally to the West, would be the Islamic world. And this is how you got the rise of these Arab nationalists, these secular, really kind of secular liberal governments, which most of the Islamic world is still under this idea that the Islamic world is full of Muslim emirates. This is just stupid propaganda. The vast majority of Islamic countries are actually under Western secular governments that are oftentimes very hostile to Islam. And the reason why is because during the 50s and 60s, you got the West trying to create these secular states, these Arab nationalists, the Baathists, these various groups. And although the project ultimately failed, for a while there was a time when the message that would be coming to members of Western intelligence would be side with the Islamic people, side with those 1 billion or 2 billion people against their enemies, who at the time would have been the communists. But the narrative has changed since the 1970s.
Right. Are you claiming that our alliance with Saddam and the Baathists was a failure?
No, I'm saying that ultimately it was not successful, in the sense that although these states, were helpful again in the Cold War against the communists, they don't actually have any allegiance to the West. And what we found was that eventually these people did not do what the West wanted, which is how you ended up with the Iraq War and all that. It was
okay, yeah. It's true that things change over time. Goals change over time.
Yeah, not only do things change, but the CIA and the FBI don't get along. They have antithetical goals a lot of times. They do operations against each other. There's other agencies that have gone and done
agree.
Maneuver. Huh?
Agree.
Yeah, yes. So there's all sorts of counter spying operations. There's also companies, corporations, and secret societies who have infiltrated groups within the FBI and the CIA. Many times.
Agree.
Yeah. So.
Well, I heard that it was Russian.
So just because you're a federal agent doesn't mean that you have, it's just going to be one line of analysis. You know what I mean? Or one line of I guess.
I mean, technically, a private in the Army is a federal agent, but that doesn't mean that he knows anything about what's going on.
Exactly. Exactly right.
I also heard that it was actually probably Russian agents who allowed October 7th to happen in conjunction with Iran. So it means that it was an inside, program from within Israel that basically allowed this to happen. And so now, 1 million people getting, bombed and displaced doesn't seem so justified, does it? If it's a failure of internal things with Israel.
I mean, even with Hamas, Hamas was more or less a creation of Israel. And the reality is that, there was a chance for a peaceful solution during the early 2000s with Arafat, and it didn't materialize. And instead, what you got was the control of Gaza being passed into the hands of this extremist group that basically just exists in order to justify whatever Israel does in Gaza. I mean, that's the reason why Hamas exists.
Well, I'll give you a crazy one. How about Michael Chertoff? He was the Secretary of Homeland Security, and he's a dual Israel and American citizen.
Yeah, that's not forbidden.
Well,
it's not forbidden. So I mean, there's federal agents and people who work in Homeland Security that have allegiances to two different countries.
Well, also,
yeah,
he owned the company who built all the security devices after 9/11 as well. So he literally had a stake in the implementation of security protocols because he owned the company that provided the equipment. So
I hate to point it out, Josh, but your organization has been infiltrated like many times, dude.
Yeah, you keep saying like infiltrated. So like foreign service, I think about 40% of the branch is dual nationals, give or take, somewhere around there.
Yeah, that
might be like 38% or something.
Do you think that's positive?
Yes.
Well, I met Chinese guys who barely spoke English who worked on nuclear submarines. So
the issue here is you would believe that you're kind of framing it in a way where you would believe that Department of State is really just basically one entity that's really just out for just the U.S. interest, when the reality is how negotiations work is there's two parties. Right, so as many bridges as you can possibly build between the two gaps of two different nations, as many of those bridges as you can build, that's your benefit.
Yeah, and how exactly is it a bridge for somebody who runs the top investigation in the country on a terrorist event to have dual citizenship?
There's all kinds of things you could do with it. I have no clue what his personal interest would be.
Exactly. That's precisely the problem. You have no idea what his personal interest would be.
Yeah, but it's pretty highly monitored.
Like that's
so
the underlying question is that does it serve American interest? Because it should.
Let me draw a picture for you. It's highly monitored. An example, my first year here, I had my computer stolen. Although it wasn't my personal computer, it was my work computer. 3 days later, my computer was found. Now that's kind of crazy considering the fact that I'm just saying, I didn't go looking for the damn thing, right? Everything is highly monitored. I can't take a shit sideways. When I got married, actually not before I got married, and my wife, or she wasn't my wife, my girlfriend moved in with me. Yeah, she was highly investigated, and she's just somebody at the time I was sticking my dick in, right? It's like, So like I said, I can't really shit sideways without somebody knowing what I'm doing.
Well, that's a highly illuminating answer to my question.
I'm just saying, it's kind of really difficult to hide some kind of like nefarious intentions. You can do it. I'm not saying that it can't happen. I'm saying it's very difficult to do.
So what you're saying is that this conversation is probably being monitored.
It's possible. I doubt it, but it's possible.
Oh, I guess I better change my flag.
Oh yeah.
I know. I'm putting an Israeli flag behind me from now on. I don't even care.
State Department doesn't really particularly give a shit about Palestine. State Department right now is after Lebanon, Syria, and Jordan.
No, I'm gonna become a member of the Hebrew Israelites. I think that's my best move at this point.
Is that the
the
I've
black
only-
Hebrew, the black Hebrew Israelites? I think.
Oh, have you talked to him on CT's channel?
But this is too risky. Actually, I only went on there once, and I talked to Guinea R. Jones, the lady who's on there.
Yeah, Miss Jenny, she's pretty cool.
Yeah, I only talked to her. Yeah, I watch her show more than I watch CT's show. Really, I be up in her chat. You know, I think they keep it. You know, I like a lot of her views on women and stuff, how females should behave in a marriage, the Christian values that she espouses. I really get behind what she says. Yeah, she's a smart woman for real.
I don't disagree. Me and Miss Jenny get along really well. It's there's actually there's four of us. There's Miss Jenny, Miss Portia, and Miss Japri. You'll see her as Miss J, but her name's Japrice.
Did
And
CT ever put back up that video that I was
That was
on?
such a great video. Trad Culture Preservation Society.
Was that the day we were all on?
Took on the entire panel. He took on the entire panel
Yeah,
for
I remember,
hours.
yeah.
He wasted it for hours.
I don't know which panel it was. Please tell me it wasn't.
It was the one that
It was-
we went on for the first time. Me, you, Chris, I think Cascadian,
Chaotic
TCPS
Truth.
showed up.
Yeah.
Did they ever?
It wasn't the one.
Still down?
It wasn't the one with. It wasn't the one with the racist on it, was it? Was it that one?
Yeah, the old racist guy at the top.
Oh,
with the mask.
Jesus Christ, that fucker.
No, the one I went on was we were arguing about like Islam and things like that. Did that one ever come back, or is it still down? I haven't checked.
I have no clue. If it was on one of the reacts, like it depends on what's being discussed.
No, this was on the main channel. This wasn't on.
Yeah, it was on his
Twitter.
main channel. He just took it down for some reason. I think.
Oh
they
no,
said
it
a lot
didn't.
of- yeah,
it goes into the back into the private. You have to like pay membership to get into it.
Hey, I missed some of the conversation. Did Joshua say we're all on a watch list now?
pretty much. Yeah.
Highly doubtful.
I'm used to being on a watch list.
No, I'm just no. I just want to make this clear for anyone who listens, not Josh, but just in general, we are not. We're not. We're just talking about stuff. Okay.
Nobody watches this channel.
No, and my whole bringing up the whole question was just to say this: like, obviously, the United States is not making decisions in and of and by itself for itself, and I think that's kind of what you're saying in a roundabout way, which is fine. I just think it's funny that most Americans don't. I mean, I think more and more Americans are becoming aware of it, and I don't even necessarily say it's quote unquote bad, but I think that Americans should have some say in what that deal is and where it's going. I don't think that you would have a problem with me saying that, right?
No, they had some say in it a long time ago. Like all of these treaties have been signed. They're been in place dozen years at least. There might be a couple new ones I'm unfamiliar with, but for the most part, there's at least a dozen treaties out there with Israel, including their defense. They were signed a long time ago.
Sure, but what I'm saying is, I don't think it's controversial to say that Americans should voice their opinion about the direction of the country.
Oh no,
who we have is with currently.
Absolutely, yes. We live in a liberal democracy. That's what we do.
Yeah, Americans pretty much, well, hell, all over the globe. Well, hell, while I was in Beirut, of course, they burned the fucking embassy, assholes. I wasn't there, by the way. I wasn't at the embassy. There must have been at least somewhere between 100 and 300,000 protesters. Yes, everybody can voice an opinion. Nobody really cares about the opinions, though, at the end of the day.
Sure.
Yeah,
well, my point
that's
is
the problem.
But we do have a political process.
Well, but the other thing is this, like, obviously the United States is more than happy to bring in people from other countries with split loyalties, including 80% of Biden's cabinet, right? So, I'm just saying, like, it's the average American has good reason to be concerned with the way things are going. I'm not saying that we should go against the government in some overt way. All I'm saying is like, it is strange to see your country kind of like do things that don't seem to add up. But here, in some ways, it does add up if you consider like, perhaps we're playing this game to keep Russia and China at bay because they do pose a significant threat, not directly, but with their influence in Africa, the Middle East, Europe, and stuff like this, right? Because they have a lot of people.
I guess in a way, except for that's like a lot of conflation. It's actually not that complicated, at least with if you're talking about well, so oh my God. Okay, for one, the U.S. doesn't have that much of an interest with Israel, mostly because it's commonly believed that Israel's quite capable of dealing with a lot of the bullshit. The U.S. has an interest in half a dozen terrorist groups over there, specifically like Hezbollah, Islamic Jihad, things like that, right? This is why we're involved, because we desire, I'm sorry, the Department of State has a desire to attack all of their assets.
Well, but my point is that this is an interest in Israel because Israel essentially, since its founding, has been an outpost of Western imperialism like post the death of the actual Western empires. The British Empire basically was dying, and like the West was losing its hold over the Middle East, and it needed an outpost, and Israel served as that outpost. In 1948 was really just the consolidation of control over a part of the Middle East that they just did not want to give up.
Except for we have military bases, at least a dozen places throughout that region. It's not like the only place to have a outpost.
It's also interesting to pose the question of why they then armed all of those terrorist groups.
Why? Who armed them?
The West.
Oh, I don't know. As far as I'm aware, the claim on say like Hezbollah, fuck Hamas. Hamas is like pretty much, it's cooked within that region. Like it's done. Now, obviously, they have headquarters and they'll have like places, other regions, right? Hell, even going all the way back down to Yemen. They're all over the place, but within that region, they're pretty much finished. There's just nothing left to really save. And the other part of it really boils down to the aspects of what the U.S. wants. So we're talking about Hezbollah specifically. Let's see here. So Hamas had an estimation of about 10,000 rockets. Well, the same estimation that's on Hezbollah is like 150,000 rockets. So
it's not just Hezbollah or Hamas. It's more of just a pattern. For example,
Al Qaeda,
exactly.
All of these were
exactly. Al Qaeda, ISIS, Muslim Brotherhood, Hamas. They armed all those motherfuckers.
But with Hezbollah, this is Hezbollah, Islamic Jihad, mostly Iranian funding. So the idea is, as best as I can understand it, is basically Iran is spending out money, right? Let's hypothetically say Iran is basically building a house. We come along, we want to bomb the house. For the same interest, we want them to either waste their money rebuilding the house so we can bomb it again, or for the fact to just basically take out the house and now the neighbors don't have as much influence. Understand? It's not really about any one thing. It's about draining your enemy as much as possible. And in this case, the ignition, the thing that's triggered off the conflict, it's in the U.S.'s now best interest to take full advantage and use that as an aggressive tactic to attack those assets, which we began doing. We've already started attacking Syria. Well, not Syria as a country, but those groups within it.
Two things come to mind. Kind of what you're saying is we're in for a penny. We might as well be in for a pound, number one. Number two, I would bring up that, Iran has the least anti-Semitic views of, almost any country in the world, but certainly in the Middle East. So.
It has the least Islamic views in the Middle East. I mean, like Iran is a very liberal country. Like there's studies that have been taken that show that most people there don't even believe in Islam.
Yeah, and I don't know, most people won't know the implication of that, and I'm not gonna derail the conversation to try to explain it. But I think that is something that people should take into consideration as far as, there's probably some secret treaties and alliances going on between, let's say the West, Russia, China, Israel, Iran, a lot of these major players. If I had to guess, I can't prove that, but
another thing to keep in mind is that a lot of these people at the top are admitting that they're not actually, their allegiance is not with empowering the West. Like a lot of people, I think, very erroneously believe that the West is still 50 years from now is still going to be the most powerful place in the world. But the reality is that the people, including the leaders of the West that are making these decisions themselves, are saying, no, actually, that's not true. No, actually, the West's power is weakening and declining, and we need to actually oversee the weakening and declining of the West. Like they don't have this dreamy-eyed optimism about the future of Western civilization. They're trying to manage its decline, basically.
Yeah, and also I would just add this other caveat, which is, whether that's exactly true or not. The other thing that I could see that is going on, and I wouldn't expect you to either know or if you did know to speak on it, Josh. So I don't take this as like a direct comment on you, but kind of in the same vein of what he was saying there is, I think. There does seem to be both this mutually assured destruction between all these major countries, and at the same time, this mutually assured cooperation for a larger goal of not mutually assured destruction. Which, in a sense, you could say it's a good thing, but in the process, that's why we have all these proxy wars in order to make that larger overarching goal come into fruition, which that's where people call it conspiracy theory and say it's the new world order. But I think overall it's not really that per se, as much as people are just carving resources and
All
stuff.
right, guys, I gotta run for sundown prayer, but yeah, it's been a blessed talk for you guys.
Oh,
Thank
yeah,
you,
good to see you.
Joshua, Jeff, and Neuro and Trad Culture. Talk to you guys soon.
We'll catch you
Take
tomorrow,
care,
right?
man.
Yeah, bless you guys. Yeah, thank you.
Take care.
So, one more time, sorry, Neuro, can you simplify the question? What are you asking exactly?
Well, basically what I'm saying is kind of what TCPS was saying, which is in a way it seems that we're kind of coalescing into a much larger overarching system. And what I'm saying is all these countries probably do have real grievances, but I'm saying the reason why they end up in proxy wars is because they're trying not to do anything that's going to disrupt society too much. And I think that's part of what the last 4 years were about with the whole disease, is whether it was on purpose or whether it just happened and we had to deal with it. It was kind of like making us more interdependent so we don't blow each other up, is kind of what I'm saying.
I guess it depends on who you're talking about. So, like an example, the U.S. and Iran, they've always been at each other's throat, at least since 1979 for sure.
The point that I'm making, and I assume Neurojack's making the same point. Like, if you look at say the 2022, the minutes of the 2022 World Economic Forum meeting in Davos, for instance, they're talking about this idea that basically we need to get used to a multipolar future. That the future is going to not be the 1990s idea of basically one world coalesced around Western civilization. Rather, we're going to have to deal with more almost like of a 1984 situation where you have multiple different power blocks basically more or less in a permanent state of Cold War with each other. And this is what they're saying. Like, we need to manage this. We need to make sure that this new situation, this new multipolar situation, is one that we can still end up coming out on top in. And again, this isn't like, oh, this is just like conspiracy theories. No, this is literally what the most powerful and influential people in the world are saying. And it's
to be fair. Yeah, to be fair, it only sounds like a conspiracy because it's spoken about in such vague terms, right? If you guys would be a little bit more specific, it'd be a little easier to answer.
Well, I'm saying even let's say it's not, being managed necessarily, even using the language that they use, is saying well, we need to adjust. We need to adjust to this world. Even so, that would seem to imply that the plan going forward is to basically have a world where the West and America and Russia and China all are basically in a constant state of stasis, basically Cold War, and the goal would seemingly be to keep them in that space and just not escalate into World War III.
Yeah, it sounds like a overcomplication where one isn't needed. And again, it would depend on which countries are we talking about. An example would be the U.S. and Iran. They've always been at each other's throat. I'm going to say this again, since 1979 or nearabouts, right? The U.S. has absolutely no way of directly attacking Iran. For one, it would be a huge waste of money to do so. Two, it would be almost nearly impossible. Just the tunnels that are in Tehran. I lived in Tehran for about 2 years. Just the amount of tunnels that they have under Tehran, like they have these huge highways that go under there. There's absolutely no way to actually take on just Tehran. Fuck the rest of the country. Just that one city alone would be almost nearly an impossible feat. Not to mention, we don't really have any grounds for a direct attack. So proxy wars are kind of a thing where you've got enough sanctions on them so that all you have to do is keep them spending money and burn it. We can't stop them from producing oil. We can't stop them from selling that oil off and making some type of revenue stream. They're always going to sell it under the table somewhere else. But we can help them keep draining their economy. It's kind of like a way of fighting without actually fighting because we really don't have any grounds. And
so my point is that it goes both ways because it's basically a mutual thing because we're also the plan seems to be to also basically exploit us. That it's not that maybe
Right.
at the day-to-day level, it's like, the Americans are always trying to one-up the Iranians or the Russians or the Chinese or whoever else right now.
Right. Right.
But in the long game, it's basically nobody wins. It's not like anybody's going to actually end up winning. 20, 30 years from now, the whole world's going to be worse off.
They're apples to oranges. Iran has absolutely no most countries don't have any capability of actually touching the U.S. on U.S. soil. We could pull off a couple terrorist attacks or some shit, but at the end of the day, it's not going to do enough damage to make a difference other than piss us off.
But even so, though, because moving forward, another thing that's happening is that the position of the U.S. has gotten weaker. I think part of it that's by design, and I think there's very little argument really against the idea that the position of the U.S. compared to what it was in the 1990s and the 2000s, it has gotten weaker and will only get weaker with time. We have fewer and fewer allies all the time. We have fewer and fewer other countries we can trust. Our army, our military is getting smaller and smaller all the time. Like we are in a situation where we're no longer the king of the hill the way we would have been 20 years ago. And I think there's a certain degree to which that's by design.
Okay, let's examine that. Who is number 2 to us?
No, I'm not denying we're still number 1, but my point is that we're no longer far ahead. We're like barely ahead now of a place like China, whereas 20 years ago we were way ahead of them. And that, to me, I'm looking at the trend. I'm not looking at like where we are right now. Yeah, right now we're still number 1. We still have the strongest military. We still have the strongest, but the gap has been closing in, and that's something that I think needs to be taken note of.
Can you give an example?
I would say that we do have, compared to other countries, we still have the number 1 military, but the gap is smaller than it would have been 20 years ago compared to like China. We still have the number 1 economy. Our GDP is still the highest, but the gap is also significantly smaller than it would have been 20 years ago compared to a place like China.
GDP.
The number of allies that we have is shrinking. The number of countries that are on our side, especially in the global south, especially in places like Africa or Central or South America, we do have less and less support from much of the rest of the world. And I think that that's very clear. And that our position is not what it was in the 90s or the early 2000s. And long term, I don't think that that's a good sign if you're, an American. I don't think that I think there's good reason to be pessimistic about the future.
So the only thing I can think of off the top of my head with Africa was like would be like West Africa, where China came in and basically invested a whole bunch of things like radio towers, roads, infrastructure. Basically, that's the thing that investment was kind of like the thing that catapulted a lot of middle class in China. Basically, this thing that kind of like just fixed their gap problem between the different social or different economical statuses within their communities. However, yeah, that's probably might work in our favor in the long term. Again, that would just be
Well, no,
speculation.
I'm talking about though at like a geopolitical level, because what we're seeing now is that more and more countries are basically abandoning the West. Oftentimes there'll be like revolutions or military coups like we saw in Niger, like we saw in Mali, like we saw in Burkina Faso. But it'll also be just in terms of, or else civil wars like we're seeing in Ethiopia. But also in many of these countries, it's just literally, and you'll hear the statements of these African leaders, like they're very anti-Western. You look at the leader in South Africa; he's very much anti-Western.
Oh yeah. That was over the whole don't import your homosexuality into our country kind of thing.
No, but there was that. I mean, that's part of the impetus, but also a lot of it's just that like as these countries are growing, I don't want to say more prosperous, but they're becoming less and less the mess that the West and colonialism made them. They're more and more like going back to, being able to take care of themselves, and they're less dependent on the West. And as a result, the resentment that was really always there, but was buried based by their need for stuff from the West. Basically, now it's coming out. And now you're getting people like the leadership of South Africa now have made it clear that they want nothing to do with America, with the West, and they want to get close to China and Russia and these other places that we're seeing that are doing the same thing all over, like even Southern Africa.
So there was lots of things that happened in the 90s that were cut off. So an example would be, I don't remember how old you are. Back in the 90s, we used to have this like big, basically campaign about feed the starving children in Africa. So we ended up like importing a bunch of equipment. Let's call it farming equipment, tractors, things like that. We'd send medical aid. We did all kinds of weird, charity stuff, basically, which, by the way, that was mostly Christians, not actually the state. But, I mean, that was the vast majority of it. And then we just all of a sudden stopped. Not wholeheartedly, like we didn't cut off 100%, but a good 60% ended up getting cut off of it. Just stopped doing it. And probably for good reason. Well, hell, it just gave them more shit to fight over half the time. They dissect or they disassemble the tractors, turn around, and sell it for parts.
But that's the thing. You're right. I do remember that back in the 90s and the early 2000s, this sort of like white man's burden idea. Of course, what they never told you is that, 100 years ago, 200 years ago, you look at any report on sub-Saharan Africa, and it was always described as the land of plenty where nobody ever starves. It turns out that we're the reason why Africa turned into a mess. But of course, they'll never tell you that in the history books. But anyways, that's a digression from the point that, I do recall that. But my point is that basically Africa was forced into this position where they were temporarily dependent on the West because the West was their only way that they could basically keep the population alive. But that now that's not so much the case anymore. Now that these countries are becoming more, more self-sufficient, now they're finding that they don't need the West anymore. And now they're finding that they're actually very resentful because they're actually looking at their history and they're realizing, wait a minute, the West are the reasons why we became a mess in the first place. And now they're rebelling against the West. And now they're a lot of countries that we were able to count on 20 years ago, we're not able to count on anymore in Africa. Right. Also in Central and South America, Indonesia used to be a country that was on our side. Now they're not so much anymore. India used to be a country that was on our side. Now they're not so much anymore. And something's going on here.
Yeah, we pretty much lost most interest in Africa.
But my point is that when we lost, it's not that like, we lost interest in Africa and therefore like now Africa's just on its own. We lost interest in Africa. And so other countries that are superficially at least our enemies got back that interest. They got that buy-in. China.
Oh, no, yeah. China walked right in, did exactly the thing that we probably should have been doing. and they kind of did it better, I would say. Problem is well, Africa hasn't. Maybe they read the fine print, but as soon as they actually read the fine print on those contracts and find out at the end of the day they're never going to own those radio towers, they're never going to own those roads.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, I'm not all in favor of like the
Uh,
African people getting close to the Chinese. I think that
no,
should be
I'm
for
trying
the
to say, I'm trying to say, in the long term, that probably going to benefit to us.
Well, I don't think so, because again, I the way I look at it is that essentially, whether it's being managed or not, Western civilization is essentially in its decline stage, and that our power will with time become less and less. It is already becoming less and less. Not saying that we aren't still more powerful than other people, but the advantage that we have is slipping, that our power is becoming less and less, and that really there's going to be fewer and fewer things that are for our long-term benefit, just as there are always fewer and fewer things that benefit a dying civilization. We're just at that stage where we're not right anymore. We're not powerful anymore.
You think the U.S. is a dying civilization?
Yeah, I think that we are. I think that we are in our decline stage. The fact that we haven't fallen yet doesn't mean that we're really healthy in any way. I think that is clear. That, I mean, even from a demographic standpoint, we're demographically dying in the sense that our fertility rate is incredibly low. We're no longer by any real metric of civilizational thriving. We're no longer thriving. We're basically just
okay. Now I'm catching on. It's taken me a while, so it's a long-winded way to say social problems. Yeah. Okay.
But my point is that this stuff happens in cycles, and that this is not a cycle that I think will be reversed. So, we had our peak, we had our time in the sun, and that time in the sun is gone. And that we're now in the stage where we're basically fizzling out the same way that every great civilization's fizzled out. And not saying that we couldn't, become great again 1,000 years later. Maybe the cycle will start over again and we'll achieve heights that we could have never dreamed of. Maybe we'll become like Star Trek and we'll go all over space and stuff. But I don't think that that's not going to happen. Now, right now we're in our decline stage, and we're going to continue to decline.
Yeah, I don't really understand what outside of like social issues. I don't really understand what you mean by decline. As for concept,
in terms of power and influence in the world, again, we are no longer, and this is not a controversial opinion. You could go to anybody that right now is like a top, geopolitical guru who's looking at things, and the zeitgeist right now is saying, hey, we're moving to a multipolar world. Like, this is not a controversial opinion. Like, you can see
I think it's a vague opinion that doesn't really have any or hold any weight to it. I could just take product shipping across the planet. Doesn't take place without the U.S. It's virtually impossible.
It doesn't take place, but this is the problem. This is the point I make, is that we're becoming a world where you don't really have one place that's in power, because nations are becoming so dependent on each other. The U.S., the world couldn't survive in its current state without the U.S. It couldn't survive in its current state without China. It couldn't survive.
Okay, hold on. Go back.
Everything's becoming.
Go back.
All codependent.
Too many stacks on here. Too many. Maybe that's the disconnect. Okay, so 100 years ago, do you believe that countries depended on one another?
The countries did, but to a lesser extent than they do now. I would say that the amount of codependence of nations has increased. There was codependence, obviously, for as long as there's been nations, there's been some element of codependence. You don't have, other than like Bhutan or something, it's very rare to have a truly self-sufficient nation.
Okay. Would it not be more reasonable to believe that that's because of higher populations, higher demand on products, things like that? I'm
not disputing that because I think that all the stuff you're saying, that's all part of the system. Larger population is a part of the system. 1,000 years ago or 10,000 years ago, we were hunter gatherers. The last time that our society wasn't messed up.
I'm just trying to cover 100 years, so I can kind of get you to narrow down something specific.
Yeah. So 100 years ago, we were less codependent because we had not become part of like basically the modern world as we know it. I mean, it was already basically there 100 years ago, but it had not become like you're right, the interconnectedness of humanity is greater now than it's ever been. But the result of that is that, it's harder and harder for anybody to be top dog. And this is the point that I'm making with this idea that like of multipolarity is that America and the West can't really be top dog if everybody's dependent on each other. Nobody can be top dog in a situation like that, which is actually a very dangerous situation because, you get people like Alexander Dugin that will talk about multipolarity like, this is great. No, actually, this is terrible for everybody involved.
Go back. See, this is the problem. It's too many vague claims being made here, right? Like that's why the conversation is so painful for me. So, top dog. Is the United States a top dog?
The United States is relative to any other individual nation. The United States is the one that has the largest economy and the most powerful military. But again, the advantage it has over other nations is significantly smaller than it was historically, and there's every reason to believe. And again, most other people that are, so politics agree with me. We have every reason to believe this will continue into the future.
Let's try this. 100 years ago, was the United States a superpower?
So 100 years ago, the United States was in the stages of becoming a superpower. It was not at its power peak, but it was getting there. It was, 100 years ago was the 1920s, and the 1920s was when the United States' GDP surpassed that of England. So England would have been the top power during the 19th century. Basically when the United States emerged.
Is that what you're measuring each country on, is just GDP?
I'm measuring on GDP. I'm measuring on military power. I'm measuring it on, the number of allies countries that are dependent on it. Right. Based on those metrics, the United States in 1923 was probably a little bit or somewhat less influential than it is in 2023. But again, in 2023, it was far less influential than it would have been in 1993.
Here's the problem. Post-World War I, we were almost insignificant. Almost. We gained some domination.
You're saying immediately after World War I. My point is that
Right.
As the 1920s, so during the 1920s, though, that was really when America emerged as a major power and started out mainly as an economic power. The military power of America
was the Great Depression?
World War II.
Yeah, when was the Great Depression?
Yeah, I know the Great Depression, but even with the Great Depression, we were still the primary economic power because the Great Depression hit the whole rest of the world too. Most of the world also suffered from the Great Depression because by then America was powerful, was top dog enough that something that happened in New York City could reverberate across the whole rest of the world.
Right. That just implied that we had global trade within New York. I got it. Okay. So basically, our top dog status really only kicked in post World War II.
I would say that we were already at least neck and neck with England before World War II, shortly before World War II. But you're right. I would say that it was clear with the demise of the British Empire in the 1940s and 1950s, that was really when America emerged as number one. Right. And we hit the peak of our power with the fall of the Soviet Union in the early 90s. So the peak of our power was the 1990s, and it's been a downhill road since then. And for the past 5 years or so, it's been a pretty far downhill road.
Oh, okay. So, you said 1990s?
Yeah, so I would say the peak of our, maybe the early 2000s, 1990s to early 2000s would have been the peak of American power. It has been downhill since then, and since COVID, it's been majorly downhill.
Try this. Look into this. Look into global shipping, like logistics. These tanker ships that move products from one place to another. Just take a look into those. Tell me if you still feel the same way after looking through that.
Global shipping?
Yeah, like if one country wanted to move products from one country to another, look at that.
So what would the what's the claims that America is? I mean,
So the claim is there would be a vast difference based on a person's or a country's ability to move products around. So the United States doesn't really give a shit about oil. We give a shit about who somebody sells oil to. We don't give a shit about what products a country produces. We give a shit about what country that country sells products to. It's kind of one of their dominating factors. And forget the military. You could throw the Air Force, throw them all in the garbage, take the Army, throw them all in the garbage. Just the Navy, only exclusively the Navy is the thing that props that up. We're literally untouchable by light years distance from any other country from being able to hold that type of power.
So you don't think that a place like China, for instance, has a huge role in like bossing other countries? I mean,
they'll boss their neighbor around.
Well, I mean, they'll boss us around. Like the point I'm making is that America, so China and America are essentially codependent, even though they're supposedly enemies. They're basically codependent, and I'll concede completely that China can't exist without the U.S. But the U.S. can't exist without China either.
Our dependency was because we parked all of our manufacturing there, which is slowly bleeding off. So some of it's moved to Cambodia, some of it's moved. Well, shit, my money was on Vietnam. That's what I was bargaining on, but it didn't happen because fucking lost the bids. Now you're talking about Mexico is now supposedly the next hit where the manufacturing is going to shift from China to Mexico. So like this idea that China, yes, we had a dependency on there, but that's because that's where we parked our manufacturing, and that's dwindling away. So like the idea that China can hold us hostage, not so much. Well, they could for probably another 5 years until like everything switches over. Maybe 10 years if we're slow.
No, I guess what I'd say is that China. So the United States is going to be codependent on other nations. China has historically been codependent on the United States. So the United States and China have historically been codependent. I'm not disputing that in this case that the codependence will decline, but my point is that it's partly because as we shift into this multipolar realm, we could see that it's possible that China is now has less. So America maybe has less reason to be dependent on China, but China also has less reason to be dependent on America because now China's capturing so much of Africa, so much of South America as well. Basically, we are seeing this global shift in the balance of power in such a way that it's harder and harder for any nation to really emerge. So I don't see, 20, 30 years down the road, I don't really see any nation as having an advantage. I don't believe that China is going to emerge as the top dog of India. I think that it will simply be America's power will decline and that there won't be anybody that will replace us. It'll just be basically a situation where where nobody really flourishes. I don't see anybody is flourishing really within the next 50 years. I have every reason to believe that the world as a whole is not going to flourish. I have every reason to be pessimistic about the future of global humanity.
What I see I don't know. There's a lot of weird moral claims in there, right? I don't think the United States wants to improve global humanity. That would be a very optimistic.
No, my point is that I'm not saying the United States should. I mean, I think that the idea of having a globalist system is horrible, but my point is that globally, wherever you go, whether you're in the U.S., whether you're in China, whether you're in India, whether you're in Africa, whether you're in Russia, wherever you are, 30 years down the road, will not see a system that's flourishing. I think that, if I'm going to be honest, I think that the entirety of civilization on a global stage is going to go backwards, and I'm not necessarily certain that that's in every way imaginable is a bad thing. There are.
I don't even really understand how the claim is being made. To be honest with you, I'm still confused.
I would say that going into something if you look at population genetics, if you look at basically just population trends, I think we have every reason to believe that our attempts to create a global economy, our attempts to create a highly interconnected system based on modern technology have produced a situation where now the rise and fall of civilization is occurring for the first time maybe in history on a global scale. So what we're going to see is that we all come crashing down together.
Nah. Just because it's never happened throughout human recorded history.
Yeah, well, nothing. There's never been basically a highly technological, globalized world before.
Sure they have.
Either. No,
Sure
there's
they have.
when.
Well, I mean, minus the concept of technology. Technology is just like basically like a tool.
Well, we can't minus the concept of technology because technology is basically an essential part of this entire hypothesis.
1,000 years ago, how did empires rise and fall without the same technology that we have today? How were they capable of doing it?
1,000 years ago, how did empires rise and fall? They rose. Empires rose essentially because what you had at the very beginning, the very start of the scale, was you got like barbarian nomad tribes that would come in, conquer some previous dying civilization, set up their own civilization, expand via warfare, and they would and then they would expand their territory, and they would have. That was the spring of civilization. Then you got the summer of civilization, which was where they were reaping the benefits of that expansion, and they were trading and they were getting involved in, a form of globalism, global economy. And then they were reaching their heights. This is where you got the Pax Romana, the Pax Mongolica, the high points of, Roman, Greek, Indian, Chinese, Mayan, all those civilizations. But then eventually, with time, things would get too easy. Then they get decadent. Then you got the autumn of civilization. Then you got the all that stuff, and then eventually they would become conquered by the next group of nomadic.
Right. What are we doing different if you take technology off the table from today? What do you think that we're doing so much differently than they did?
I don't think that. I think that other than taking technology out of the table, I don't think we're doing that much different. I think that what's happening basically.
Okay. So all technology
and because of that, we are subject to the same rise and fall cycle.
Right. So, do you consider us to be lesser or equal than, say, Roman Empire?
Lesser and equal how? Or equal how?
I don't know. I'm asking you a comparison with the U.S. Empire. I'm going to call.
Well, I can't say like if you don't define the parameters, I can't tell you whether we're lesser.
I don't know how to. The example would be okay. So you're saying like okay, we're soon to fall or we're on our way down, right? How long was the Roman Empire?
How long was the Roman Empire? The Western Roman Empire lasted about 400, little over 400 years.
Yeah, just give me the whole thing.
If you count the Byzantine Empire, they lasted for over 1,000 years, but that was because of the fact that the Byzantine Empire essentially, I mean, people try to say that, the Byzantine Empire was just the Roman Empire, right? But like it was, the Byzantine Empire is fundamentally something completely different. It was something that was, that really was a phoenix that arose out of the ashes of the Empire.
Let me rephrase the question.
The phoenix that arose out of our
let me rephrase the question so we don't have to go in the diatribe here. What's the average empire lifespan?
Really, generally, it's only a few hundred years. The Byzantine Empire was actually unusually long-lasting. Generally speaking, it's only a few hundred years, right?
Okay. So, U.S. became an empire when?
The U.S. became an empire roughly 100 years ago, and I have reason to believe, though, that the American Empire will be one of the because it will be one of the shorter-lasting empires, and there have also been other empires that have had a short time that they lasted. The Qin dynasty in China, which is the highest point, really, in terms of territory that China reached for thousands of years, only lasted about 40 years, or I think not even that long.
Right.
The Inca Empire only lasted about 80 or 90 years. So I think that there have been cases in history of empires that had shorter lifespans. I think there's every reason to believe that the American Empire will be one of the ones that has a shorter lifespan.
Got it. So it's okay. And what are you basing this claim off of? Why do you think the U.S. will be a shorter?
Because the trends, because the level of technology and industrialization partly is the reason why I would say it's shorter, because it's actually like industrialization and high levels of technological quote unquote progress um, are actually things that are detrimental to the longevity of a civilization, because they start introducing dysgenics into the population. They start introducing negative things within the actual population itself. They make the population weaker. They make the population sicklier. They make the population less, and that will actually bring down the population.
So why can't
down the society?
Why do you need a 1,000 words to just say society?
Maybe why do I need 1,000 words? Because I'm trying to explain what's actually happening.
Yeah.
I'm explaining the mechanism by which society is going to fall. But there's a society. That's what looks stupid.
You're blaming society's downfall on technology. Might be true, might not be.
It is true.
And
it's always, by the way, that's always what brings it down. Even with the Roman civilization was brought down because the situation became such that you no longer had to be strong to survive, and all of a sudden you basically got like much less extreme than it is now, but you got a form of ancient Roman dysgenics that brought down the civilization. Well, now you have a much more extreme version of dysgenics happening now, and it's going to bring down the civilization.
Yeah, I'm not convinced, but I'll do it like this. Whoever created the first wheel, right? The first wheel, the round thing that you could roll stuff on, like maybe make a wagon kind of thing. Do you think it led to the downfall of their civilization, society, tribe?
I don't know. I wasn't there. We don't know anything about the society. Could have. I don't know. I'm not saying it did. I'm not saying it didn't. I doubt that it did, just because, again, the wheel, and we have data from this. Anthropologists have collected data comparing societies that are hunter-gatherers, societies that are pastoralist, societies that are agrarian. The level of genetic fitness between those three societies, those three social groupings, wouldn't have been that different. I mean, obviously, it in every way imaginable, it would be best to be either a hunter-gatherer or pastoralist, and agrarian societies were worse off in most ways. But the actual average level of genetic fitness between hunter-gatherers, pastoralists, and agrarian societies wasn't that large. Once you got industrialization, though, this is what really, really causes the undermining of genetic fitness. So what you end up having now is that, infant mortality would have been relatively high in societies that were hunter-gatherer or pastoralist or agrarian. Once you survived infancy, you would have been very healthy. People in hunter-gatherer societies are much, much healthier than people today once they pass, the litmus test of infancy. But what you end up with, though, in this situation is that now, for the first time with industrialization, you get a rapid reduction in infant mortality, which means that people that are weaker and weaker and sicklier and less fit biologically are now surviving, to the point where you eventually have what you have today, where basically nobody that's alive today, almost nobody that's alive today, and probably nobody on this panel, myself included, would have actually survived to adulthood prior to the year 1800. And that's a really risky situation to be in.
Oh, because lifestyles was different back then. They were stronger.
And basically that's what it is. That basically the human race has degenerated so much that now, we're in real trouble because the race has degenerated so much.
Lifespans, human lifespan. So from, just say, let's compare 100, 150 years ago. Are they higher now or lower now than they were 150 years ago?
It's complicated because in the aggregate they're higher now, but the range hasn't changed, and what has changed is what it means to live long. So, like, again, in a hunter-gatherer society, the average life expectancy might only be about 30 years. But the reason why is because something like 50 to 60% of the population that's born will die when they're 0 years old. The other ones will live on to old age on average. The modal. So one thing that's much more important, I would say, than the average is the mode. The modal year of death in a hunter-gatherer society is somewhere in the mid-70s. What happens is that in that sort of society, the very, very
about the time that birth control kicked in.
the very, very weak population. But actually, I could get on the birth control subject a little bit, but like of the very, very weak population, they're all gone within the first few weeks, usually, of their birth. The people that survive generally are very strong, and what you end up with is that the people that survive past the age of 0 generally live into their 70s. And when they generally live into their 70s, they actually have much healthier and better lives. They're actually much stronger people. And instead of being, having like chronic conditions that eat up their adulthood, so maybe they're living to be 80, but 60 of those 80 years or 40 of those 80 years are spent, basically weak and sickly in agony. They're actually healthy shortly before their death.
Do you think that the medical inventions might have had something to do with that?
The medical inventions of what?
It could be anything from ranging from soap to, I don't know, life-saving, like let's say open heart surgery.
Medical inventions. So I don't think medical inventions were responsible for why a lot of hunter-gatherer societies live. I don't think modern medicine is helping, the Ache people of Paraguay, who when they were studied had basically no access to modern medicine.
We're not talking about the downfall of their civilization. We're talking about the downfall of ours.
Well, I don't understand your question then.
Well, I'm just saying. So I guess that's why I was asking the difference, right? Do we live longer now than we did 150 years ago? I don't mean
live longer now. So no, but my point is we live longer now because allopathic medicine, because Western medicine has done a great job of keeping people alive regardless of the quality of their life. Regardless, basically, the number one thing that allopathic medicine has done, and this is what I'll give them, even though I think pretty negatively of allopathic medicine, I will give them one thing. It has created a situation where a lot of people are being kept alive in, incredible agony. They're being kept alive in chronic pain and illness. Who would have been mercy killed by Mother Nature prior to 200 years ago. I'll give you that. Modern Western medicine has done a great job of keeping people alive who would have been much happier 200 years ago to have not been kept alive because they're suffering from chronic pain and illness for their entire lives.
So now it's just a moral claim. Yeah, now it's just a moral claim. Is it better to have lived or not lived? That kind of thing. Yeah, I'm thoroughly unconvinced by it. I mean, like the whole conversation, I'm really thoroughly unconvinced by it.
I mean, so what? I'm correct. Whether you're convinced by it or not, I'm right.
I mean, you're speculating that you're correct.
I have strong reasons to believe I'm correct. Certainly, I mean, so what bones do you have to pick with what I have to say?
Well, pretty much everything was so vague that you're not going to be able to pick your finger. You can talk about phases, except for the phases don't generally work in your favor, aka the rise and fall of empires, phases as in life cycles, like how do we live longer now versus then.
Well, hang on, no, but this is the problem. Like so it sounds like you're just wedded to this like progress narrative that basically because the average human being at the age of 0 is more likely to make it to the age of 90 now than they were 100 years ago. That means that there's been like this progress of civilization. I don't buy that.
And your counter to this was, well, yes, they live longer, but they live more miserably, which is kind of more like a, I don't know, weird moral claim kind of concept.
No, my point is that so I mean that was actually almost like a side point. My main point is that this idea that like, oh well, it's a sign that our civilization is flourishing and that there's been progress, that the average person at the age of 0 lives longer. I could just as easily turn that around and say, no, actually, that's evidence that there's regress, because now what it means is that all these people that are not that I don't know how to say this without, there's no nice way to say this, but there's all these people that are not the fittest who are surviving, and this is going to undermine civilization. My point is that basically the problem that civilizations always have, and our civilization, modernity, has this problem worse by far than any other civilization because of the heights we led to, is that once things get too quote unquote easy and too many people survive to adulthood and reproduce who are weak, all of a sudden now you are stuck in this situation where now civilization is going to fall apart because the population is getting weaker overall, and that
we're talking about the U.S., right?
Civilization that's ever lived,
Right.
we are screwed by this, and the fact that the average person at the age of zero lives longer now than we ever have is a disaster. It's actually
just asking for clarification. By we, do you mean us as in the U.S. or as in us as in humans?
Us as in, I mean, us as in humans and us as in Westerners in particular. I know the Japanese, I guess, have the highest life expectancy of all, but this idea that like having that like the fact that the average person lives longer now than they ever have at the age of zero, their life expectancy is longer. Like the fact that that's progress, I'm calling BS on, because my point is that what this is doing is it's setting us up for total disaster. Because what it means is that as more and more people live to this age and are reproducing, we're actually in the long run hurting the global humanity by doing that. And this is not something that, you know, I relish saying, because I understand, you know, with all my conditions that I have, I would have not survived past the age of zero in a traditional society. I understand that. You know, I take no pleasure in saying that this is the situation, but this is the situation whether I like it or not.
Sorry, where
do we go from there?
He's got a hypothesis. He's going to run with it. We'll have to fast forward like 100 years and see how accurate that is.
Yeah, that's what all discussions of the future become. None of us can really know.
Won't be the first one. I think how many religions had the whole doomsday thing? Like the world's going to end soon? Like how long is that?
I'm just not as black pill.
Well, very few religions actually have the idea the world's going to end soon. Generally speaking, the world religions, Christianity probably comes closer than the others. Generally speaking, the world, most of the world religions say that the world is going to end quite a bit in the future. I mean, you look at something like Hinduism. Hinduism says the world's not going to end for another 400,000 years.
Got it. I don't know. Like I said, this isn't the first time I've heard world's going to shit. I actually think my own grandpa used to say the world's going to the shit.
Well, I think the world's going to shit, but I don't think it's going to end. I mean, I don't think that humanity is going to be extinct in 100 years. I think it's clear that there's going to be way fewer people in the world in 100 years than there are now. But I don't think that's clear that I don't think that the world's going to end. I just think that civilization, we know it is not going to be what it is now. I think we're going to be more. I think we're, you know, just like every civilization ends up creating its dark ages, and global civilization is likely to create global dark ages.
So
maybe,
if we're going
to be the one exception.
If we're going to have lower population, I'm just really glad we have all these machines to do the work for us.
But I think that there will be less and less of an ability to keep these machines functional, because the reality is that one of the results of dysgenics is, you know, lower and lower intelligence, that basically we need more and more people with a high level of intelligence to keep the system running, and there's fewer and fewer people with that high level of intelligence. You know, that's going to create a problem as things go forward.
Damn, I am absolutely glad I am a white collar worker. Well, I guess that's what I technically be called. That also maintains a farm. Of course, I don't grow anything, but I got a tractor, got a bulldozer. Bulldozer that's my grandfather's that I can still maintain. It's a pain in the ass, but you know, it's a good thing I can do all that stuff.
Okay, well, I mean, that's good. Maybe you'll be one of the people that is able to navigate your way out of this mess. But
if it is true that, you know, society is going to collapse, man, I kind of want to speed that forward. I just highly doubt that's probable.
And I highly doubt that it won't happen. I see that I think it's very, very unlikely that we won't see the collapse I'm talking about. I think that's kind of.
So it's just we're talking about a slight downtrend then.
No, I'm saying that I think that it's very, very unlikely that we won't see a major downtrend. I think it's very, naive and optimistic to think that we won't see a much more extreme version of the fall of civilization that we always see. We always see a rise and fall of civilizations. It is incredibly naive to think that modernity has somehow changed that. In fact, I think that there's every reason to believe that modernity has made it such that our fall, just as our rise was maybe the most precipitous rise, our fall will be the most precipitous fall.
Oh, I'm more of the opinion we got a good another 400 years as a top dog. That's what we want to call it. I might even adopt like Andrew Tate's little claim of top G.
Yeah, and I think that that's unbelievable baloney.
You could blame it, but then again, I got people that agree with me. You got people that agree with you. We'll see. We'll just wait around and fast forward. If there's an afterlife, we'll catch back up and we'll figure out what happened.
Okay.
Okay. Well, I guess that's that. I'm glad we could get it resolved.
Oh shit! I missed Neuro. Damn it! You just took off on me,
It
asshole.
definitely was an interesting conversation. Because it's a conversation about the future, there's really no way to say. It's like as far as possible scenarios goes, it's as reasonable as any other.
Yeah, I don't know. Well, I would say I would recommend a book called "The Past Is a Future Country." It's co-authored by Dr. Edward Dutton and
What's it called?
"The Past Is a Future Country." It was Dr. Edward Dutton and a guy named John Oliver Rayner Hills, and it's basically looking at genetics and looking at demographics and indicating that essentially it would be incredibly, incredibly difficult to imagine a scenario that would not involve, major collapse of global civilization.
I could imagine one.
I wouldn't even pay attention to even.
And
I wouldn't
I'm
even think
far
about it.
less
I would.
pessimist than I could
Yeah,
still imagine.
I wouldn't even waste my time thinking about it.
Okay. I mean, you can decide
It's
to
not,
do what you want to do, but that doesn't change what the reality is.
well, you keep calling it reality, right?
Yeah,
But
but
we
it
haven't
hasn't
gotten there
happened
yet.
yet. So we don't like nobody knows what the reality is going to be.
My point is that there are huge numbers of reasons to believe that this is what's going to happen, and basically no reasons to believe the alternative. So I'm going to go with
I don't know. I
huge reasons to
don't know
believe.
about no reason to
Yeah, you're
believe. I
just
think people
claiming
can
no
make
reason.
just as good of a case.
Well, I
for
mean,
tomorrow.
would you like to give me reasons to believe that this situation I'm talking about is not going to happen, and that we're
Yeah,
actually
I'll even break it down into it. Okay, so since the sun has risen and set for the last, I don't know, how old am I? 40 years, right? I have every reason to believe. I have 40 years worth of reasons to believe that tomorrow it's going to rise and set again too.
So how's that? So where are we getting from this?
Same concept of we're relatively for this whole being an empire. We're what 70 years into it. I'm going post World War II, but I'll go post World War I if you want. 100 years in, which would imply that we've got at least another couple hundred years to go.
Okay, well,
So
hang on. So all you're doing right now is you're just saying like, oh well, the average empire lasts this long, therefore our empire's gonna last.
yeah,
This.
there's
No, that's not a good argument.
reason.
That's not a good argument.
Yeah,
Because,
there's a reason.
okay, well that's not a good reason though, because
It's not a good reason to you. Good is a relative term.
Okay, so now you're just gonna play like word games. Though,
Well, yeah, you
Well,
gave
you
your opinions.
asked
Now I'm
for-
giving my opinions.
for a alternate scenario that's plausible. You don't have to accept it. You just ask for one. I put an article in the chat from Noah Smith on techno optimism. He gives a very optimistic scenario, and he backs it up with his reasons for why he thinks.
No, I mean,
my
I'll
only
be
point is this is
I'd
one
like to read
scenario. I'm not dismissing it. I'm just saying any other people can come up with alternate scenarios that are just as plausible. Like none of us would. It's like trying to predict the weather in 2 weeks or a year. All we can do is talk about it. None of us are ever going to know until it becomes reality.
And see, the only problem that I have with like stressing on it too much is it's kind of like a waste of life. Like if you've only got what's our average lifespan? 70, you said? It would be like, well, that means I've got about another 30 years to go. I don't want to spend the next 30 years thinking about the world collapsing. Just want to enjoy my time. I've only got the 30 years left.
Yeah, that's kind of where I'm at. I wonder if it's a younger, like, do younger people worry more about this than older?
Well, the thing is, I don't even worry about. I don't think about it because, like, the way the thing that I'm doing, and the point actually of my channel, is not to dwell on the doom and gloom. You know, it's bizarre because I keep getting stuck in this position. Of,
I know. I was about to say,
the actual point of my channel is to celebrate the potential that humans could be. Like you look at my videos are actually talking about, you know, other societies, non-Western cultures that I think are doing things really well. The actual reason why I'm on YouTube having these conversations isn't just to like tell people, oh, like we're doomed, even though I think that in a sense we are, but to tell people that no, actually there is actually a tremendous amount of hope in the sense that we have the potential to be something far better than the miserable creatures that we've degenerated into. That I'm profoundly pro-human in the sense that I think that humanity is capable of amazing things, and often the most amazing things that humanity is capable of is being like primitive people living in like Australian Aborigines. You know, to me, that's much more amazing that cultures like Aboriginal Australians have lived for 70,000 years and been so adaptive than like some empire having a tremendous rise and then fizzling out.
Yeah, I think the doomerism is definitely coming across more than the possibility. And maybe another conversation to have in the future is focusing on the potential part that you see.
The thing is that the potential I see, though, is basically the one of like if we detoxify ourselves, because I view modernity as essentially a toxin. That modernity itself is toxic, and human beings, like all animals flourish in the wild in a way they do not in the zoo, and that right now we're in the zoo, and that if you really want to see what humanity is capable of, you'll look at like traditional primitive societies. This is why I'm not called Modern Culture Preservation Society. I'm called Traditional Culture Preservation Society.
Well,
I got a question by that very often. I definitely thrive in the wild.
I've got a question about that now, because that seems a little odd to me, right? So if modernity seems like such an issue to you, why don't you live that lifestyle?
Well, do you know how many times I got this question? This is like my favorite. Like, literally everybody starts off with this question, and I think it's a silly question because, again, you know, did I not say like 5-10 minutes ago that I completely concede that I'm a product of the society, that I'm stuck in this society, and that I wouldn't have made it past the age of 0 in a traditional society
more than that, right? So traditional culture preservation society, right? Your traditions, I don't know, living in the woods in a mud hut or whatever log thing that you decide to build or something like that, living off the land, farming.
I would do that.
I would do it. Like, I'm trying to retire and get back to New York State so I can pull this shit off. But the question is since your idea is this tradition concept is, I'm not talking about the medication parts, right? I'm talking about the lifestyle concept of that traditions. Why don't you do it?
Because I'm a product of the modern culture. You understand that, like, see, the problem is that, and this is actually a logical fallacy. I've dealt with this so many times. What you're doing is you're essentially doing what's called the tu quoque, which is that you're trying to make a character attack on me.
I'm absolutely not.
Because there's a disjuncture.
If you believe this,
because there's a disjuncture between what I think is best for humanity and what I actually am. So yeah, you're right. I'm on the internet right now. Like that doesn't mean that what I'm saying is false.
Well, you can, I mean, I don't know. Traditionally, can you have your internet in your, well, I'm going to have my internet out in my place. I mean, and
Okay,
I have any neighbors, but
what's the point of this argument? Like, what's the point?
I'm trying to understand if you hold this belief, right? And you don't want to be, let's say the idea is there's the weaker group and then there's the stronger group. The stronger group are the people that are capable of relying on themselves, right? And the weaker group are the people that have a dependency on others, right? If you hold to this belief, why don't you attempt it? Why don't you test it, basically?
Because of the fact that I'm a product of a modern society that's weak, because I'm not part of that milieu. Like, you understand, like, and this is the problem with this line of argumentation. And again, I've gotten this so many times. Why don't you just live like that? Like, my point is a more cosmic point, and I don't care if a lot of people don't understand this. They try to get me stuck in the weeds, because the reality is that what I'm saying has nothing to do with the lifestyle that I'm stuck living because of my own circumstances. My point 100% is based on what is objectively true about humanity. It doesn't matter, the fact that we're a product of the modern world doesn't mean that when I say that the modern world is weak and bad, therefore I'm wrong. I don't understand. To me, this is like the ultimate midwit argument, trying to get me on like my personal life, that my personal life therefore makes me wrong, because it is the tu quoque fallacy, and
I don't even know your personal life, so I'm definitely not making
it just makes me,
but you're a product of your society, but you also
I am a
have
product of my
personal
society, but
agency
I'm
as
also
well.
somebody who can think and who looks at trends. Right. And the reality is that my society that I'm a product of is going down a really bad road. And for the global humanity, and I don't right now, I'm not thinking about myself, because I was the first one to admit that I would have had a life expectancy of a few weeks if I lived in a traditional society. But for the broader humanity, for the sake of humanity, it would be better off to have still been in a state where I would have only lived for a few weeks, and humanity overall would have been stronger than to have had a society where I'm living however long I live, and society is what it is today. Like, I don't see why this is so hard for so many people. I'm not blaming you particularly, because I get this crap all the time. I don't see why this is so hard for people to understand.
Well, because you're basically saying I contribute to the problem, but I
don't contribute to the problem. I'm a person that's a part of a society that's going down a really bad road. And as a person who's a part of that society, the only thing I can really do the best, or I guess I would say the best thing I could do, the best thing I could do for the sake of the broader humanity is to make people aware that there's a problem. And you can give me any fallacy you want for why, like, I should be the one to do that, or whatever. I understand it's not like I haven't gotten this 100 times before. This is the most common counter argument.
No. If you let me, I'll address it. So what's the difference between a newspaper and an instruction manual?
Well, my point is that I'm trying to be an instruction manual of. I'm trying to give you an idea
of what a
society ought to do. Like, you understand, this is the problem. This is what people don't seem to understand. In many ways, I would say the best critiques of our society ought to come from people in our society. The best critiques of the West should come from Westerners. The best critiques of modernity should come from people of the modern world, just as the best critiques of heroin should come from heroin addicts. The best critiques, the people that are in the best position to criticize the garbage should be the people that are stuck in the garbage. I don't understand. Again, like, to me, this is just. I honestly, I don't know why I'm even entertaining this, because it's such a dumb argument that I've dealt with so many times over and over again. The stupid argument of like, why don't you live like this?
Now I have a question. I have a question about that. Now,
nothing to do with any of.
I've got a question.
Nothing to do with the truth or falsehood of anything I have to say.
I've got a question about that too.
you're trying to make it about me and about my character rather than about the actual argument.
Absolutely not. I'm saying if it is the case that society ought go a different way, right? Then you would basically investigate those
No.
oughts
So you understand,
and basically write instruction manuals.
It can't
not
go a different way.
newspaper.
My point is that now that we've played this game of the rise and fall of civilization, we can't just suddenly become hunter-gatherers again. I wish we could, but we can't. We can't do that again. We are stuck. We're stuck in this situation.
No.
There's nothing we can do.
Are not.
The only thing we can do is try on an individual level
Okay.
to reduce the damage.
Let me
That's the only
explain
thing
to
we
you.
can do. On a societal level, we're screwed no matter what. On an
Let me
individual level,
explain
maybe
to
we
you.
can see something else, but on a societal level, we're screwed.
Yeah, on a societal level. Okay, so maybe your society, but my society doesn't have this problem. And I'll give you the example. So, yes, I'm a white collar worker, right? Like, yeah, that's my thing, been my thing for like 20 years, basically, right? But I also have a very big greenhouse, aquaculture specifically. I also generate my own electricity, at least at the farm I do anyways, right? I know how to do certain things. Yeah, like fix my damn tractor, which, oh my God, that pain in the ass, right? I know how to operate things, right? I know how to
You
do
talk about at an individual level. I'm saying,
right.
yeah.
No.
Level.
Society. So my family knows how to do these same things. We pass down these concepts, these things that we learn, aka a bulldozer. I actually cannot drive the damn bulldozer. I can keep the damn thing running, but I can't drive it without destroying, well, the bulldozer usually, right? But that's how my society, my family, my town operates. That's the things we do. We're not part of that weak group.
So your town, your society is where is your society located?
Upstate New York, specifically.
And I have no problem believing. And and if you actually, the book I was talking about, The Past is a Future Country, they say, not everywhere will be affected the same way. If there is a town somewhere, like let's say the Amish or something living in Pennsylvania, the Amish are likely to emerge. I mean, even they will probably be affected in the sense negatively, in the sense that they're, to some extent dependent on the global civilization, but there will be a degree to which they're less negatively impacted. So I'm not at all.
This is why I brought up
the Future Country. They'll say, we're not. They will not for a moment dispute that there are certain situations, certain groups that will be less negatively impacted. In fact, if you actually read the book, Edward Dutton and John Oliver Allen Rayner Hills Esquire say there will be what are called Neo-Byzantians or refugiae of civilization, that there will be places that are comparatively small areas that are comparatively less negatively affected. But nonetheless, there will be a general decline. And although there might be a few places that get off a little easier, it will be a situation that generally is a decline for the whole of humanity.
Yeah, I don't know about your humanity and your group, but this is why I made the question about what you thought was a character attack isn't actually. It's which group are you in?
I mean, I'm in the group that is able to some extent, see, that's the thing. Like, my group is such that, I was born and raised in Appalachia, so I'm somewhat, I have a decent amount of self-sufficiency skills, but I'm not convinced that I have enough, or that very many people have enough to really get through possibly really hard times that could be happening.
That's why the question, if this is honestly, sincerely a concern from you, is why don't you spend some time trying to obtain those skills? Okay, there you go.
I do. I mean, I'm not just, I'm a modern bug man living in a city or something. I live in a small town right now. I grew up in a small town. I have, I worked for most of my life. Currently, I'm a teacher, but I worked for most of my life as a lumberjack. I have a lot of like I have a strong background in, blue collar subsistence level economy. Like I do have some degree of life skills, and I'm trying to get more, but I'm not convinced that I have enough. I'm not convinced that there's very many people that have enough to the level that they could survive a full on collapse.
Well, you sound young. How old are you? I'm 40. Well, 39.
I'm 31.
Okay, 31. Yeah, you got plenty of time. Plenty of time to learn.
Yeah, no, and I'm very open. I do try to learn about self sufficiency. I am interested because obviously I'm not interested in dying young because the system collapses. But again, I'm not going to be silly enough and naive enough to believe that everything's just guaranteed to me if I learn a little bit about self sufficiency. And I'm the one that says, again, in some ways, my lifestyle is modern. In some ways, it's very non-modern. I've said, I think a couple times, at least on this show, that I haven't, not including a couple times when I had to for like employment reasons. I have not been to a Western doctor in about 10 years. I use I use purely non-Western medicine, and by the way, I find that works actually quite well for me. But there's a lot of ways in which I'm very much anti-modern, but I'm also stuck in the modern world. But because of my background, I also have a lot of abilities to, do things that I have a certain degree of survival skills that are instilled in me based on the fact that I grew up in, Southern Appalachia as well. So I'm sort of a mix, but at the same time, I'm not sure if the skills that any of us as individuals possess will be enough when the rubber hits the road, when things really fall apart. And by the way, I don't know exactly what year that's going to happen. I don't think it will happen within the next 10 years. Within the next 50 years, though, I think it's quite likely.
I ain't worried about it. I have the skills.
Yeah,
I'll
pretty much the only thing that's really in my way is a little midget that apparently needs to learn a language faster. That's about it. It's really the only thing holding me down.
A midget that needs to learn a language?
Yeah, I've got a kid, and that's why I'm here and not there, kind of thing.
And the kid doesn't know English, is what you're saying?
And no, he needs to learn Vietnamese before I bring him back to New York.
I see. Well,
of course, if the world's going to collapse, I'm definitely leaving the wife here, right? I'm bringing the kid home, but I'm leaving the wife here, right? Can't have all that nagging and complaining shit, right? Like,
I wouldn't want that either if the world collapses.
That doesn't sound really efficient.
We can have our He-Man only camp.
Oh yeah.
Well, I mean, that wouldn't be very good for the next generation, but actually, that's another thing that I talk about a decent amount on my channel is
I'm free of that obligation.
I see.
Plenty other girls in my town, so I'm not too much concerned with it. Like, I mean, if breeding is a problem, there's plenty of girls there.
Well, I mean, Wheat Waffles told me, though, that, like, once you're 40, it's over and no girl will ever want you.
Ooh, that really depends. So this depends.
Yeah, no, that was a joke. That guy's a retard.
Right. Well, no, maybe, right? It just depends on, okay, where you're at here, right? So an example, like, if we're not in the world collapse, then it really just depends on how many assets you have. If we're talking about during the collapse or post collapse, right? It's the same concept, just a different type of resources. AKA, if you're rich, have money, women will always chase you. However,
you know what? Honestly, I'm not convinced that that's necessarily true. Like, I think it's fascinating, like, because I know that's what a lot of, like, the red pill, like, Andrew Tate people say, like, oh, dude, just get, like, a Bugatti. Like, I think that there's a lot of reasons to believe that's complete BS, and that, like,
Mm.
there's a lot of rich incels. I think a lot of people don't realize that.
Yeah, but there's also a lot of delusions about what rich really is. Most
And about what
the va-
incels are.
yeah, the vast majority of society actually has this weird delusion where they the idea of what rich is keeps getting like just phenomenally some crazy ass number that it isn't even close to reality. The real reality of being rich is you'll have a lot of money going in your pocket, and the next day there'll be a lot of money going right back out of it. It just cycles.
Oh, so you're saying that like a lot of these people that are rich, they basically just these so-called rich people, they just have high incomes and then they waste it all. I mean, yeah, I
No,
definitely agree with that.
well, no, not waste it all. It's just as you acquire resources. Oh, okay, as you acquire assets, your maintenance bills go up. So let's just say you start with one house, right? There's a X amount of cost of maintaining that house. If it just sits, it just basically degrades, falls away to shit, right? You're gonna have to paint the thing every once in a while. You have to stain the deck. You have to vacuum. You have to clean. You have to do all kinds of weird shit, right? Now, if you basically get more money, you're going to end up having to do something with that money. You can't just stick it in a bank account because it'll devaluate underneath you, out from underneath you. So you either have to invest in a business, which that costs money to operate plus maintain, or you have to go into another house, which that's going to cost more, property taxes, another maintenance bill. There's always going to be, no matter what assets you get, going to come with a cost. That's the game. That's why you don't accumulate huge sums of money, you accumulate huge sums of assets. And
Yeah, I
it's
mean, like I would say that just like these sort of status symbols, like most of those, like these people that just waste their money just trying to show the world that they have status, like they're clowns.
are absolutely not rich. Yes, you don't become rich by basically spending to look like you're rich, because the moment that you spend it, you no longer have it.
Yeah, and that's what the obviously again growing up in Appalachia, you see this problem a lot. Like Appalachia being, I mean, basically the white ghetto. You know, a lot of people really want to like show everybody that
Always
more money
It's
than.
always been the case, at least going back to the 1950s. It's always been a thing.
Yeah, certainly. Like, and this thing I've noticed is like, a lot of people when I was a kid and stuff, or when I was like growing up, a lot of people really would just spend way beyond their means just to show that they had status, just to show that they could wear like nice jewelry and nice clothing, and they had like the expensive grills in their teeth, all that crap. And it was just the reality is that they end up being in debt for the rest of their lives just so that they could make a statement and try to win popularity. It just looked ridiculous.
Well, hey, I'll give you a little trade secret here. People that are rich never look like they're rich. The people the exception here is the people whose basically wealth is based off of popularity. That's going to be a different story for them. But if you're looking truly at, take a look at this. Look at Bill Gates. Look at the way he dresses. He sincerely looks like he dresses at Walmart. Look
Yeah,
at Yeah, look at Zuckerberg. You got the same thing, right? This is the reality across all the upper class, and there's a reason for it. The best trait to identify the wealthy people: extremely paranoid about society, extremely paranoid. And so the idea is you don't dress up because it puts a target on your back.
yeah, certainly. I would say, but on the other hand, I think it's interesting. A lot of though the really really wealthy, though at the same time they don't strike me as the sort of people that are like this idea that wealth equals social clout and social popularity. Like I think that that's majorly overstated because it seems to me that a lot of like truly wealthy people are like super autistic.
It's because the society would have you believe what wealth is versus what the wealth is.
But I
So
mean, like what wealth actually, like the actually truly wealthy are extremely autistic. Like Bill Gates, Elon Musk, Mark Zuckerberg, these people are weirdos. They can't function in society.
Well, well, they function quite well in society. Actually, Bill Gates, one of the see, everybody thinks Bill Gates damn programmer. No, the dude is really good at managing people. You cannot be a person that's capable of managing other people and not be able to function within society. You have to function within society to be able to manage people. That's actually Gates' claim to fame. Is he is very good. Well,
I keep in mind, this is coming from somebody who's had many years of dealing with, people that are very successful managers of companies and things like that. They're good at functioning in a certain way, but they're not necessarily good at functioning outside that particular script that they're given, right? Like the average like project manager, many times, especially if they're working for like an IT company or something like that, many times they're actually like people that are outside their own specialty. They're socially awkward and weird, but they just know how to fulfill this one role very well.
Yeah.
Oh, well,
That's been
okay.
my
What you're talking
experience.
about is like the ability to, like, I don't know, mingle amongst people.
Bill Gates can manage the autistic tech nerds up here in Seattle. He wouldn't be able to manage me. But they have their niche that they're good at managing.
Right.
But like my ex was autistic too, and he was wealthy, and he was a manager. He had no people skills whatsoever. He was
Well,
managing a people whose style was already adjusted to his niche.
okay, we talking about like the ability to function within society and do something, or are we talking about like being able to just, I don't know, exist within society?
Yeah, obviously, anybody
You
that's
said that they're good at
to
managing
exist in society. But I'm saying that like many of these people, they basically are good at like one thing. They're good at one thing that causes them to become wealthy, but they're not good. Like you put a lot of these guys, like you put Mark Zuckerberg, who admits that he has Asperger's, you put him in a cocktail party and he would completely screw up. You know what I mean? Like there's very
Right.
degrees
Okay.
skills.
I get what you mean. Like, just a little bit different word. Okay, I kind of understand what you mean. The answer is yes. But again, the wealthy people don't want to associate with the vast majority of society. And there's for very good reason.
I don't want to associate with the vast majority of society either.
The vast majority of a society would be a threat to the upper class. Period. It's just always been the case. You have to worry about the women that you're going to date because they're generally going to be after you for money if they even remotely believe you have any. You have to worry about who's going to be your friends because, well, are they after you for your money kind of concept. It's like this idea of paranoia. I cannot overstipulate what that.
I have seen the paranoia that wealth can engender.
And as that wealth goes up, that paranoia goes absolutely batshit crazy.
Well, that's the thing, like, because I think that a lot of the truly wealthy people, it's like the Ebenezer Scrooge effect, right? A lot of the truly wealthy people are essentially social isolates that are so obsessed with maintaining their wealth, they basically cut themselves off from society.
From society, yes, but don't confuse that with like not having a comprehension in with family. They're usually really tight knit within family. Probably judgmental assholes, but they're usually pretty good in with their own families.
Well, if they're royalty, they're having sex with family members.
Ooh, royalty. Is that really a thing? I don't know. I don't know how much royalty is out there.
Supposedly, in historically it was, but I don't know. There's a comment from a viewer that said that Bill Gates came from a wealthy family. It's not because he's good at managing people. He already had wealth.
Yeah, his family were quite well off. His start off was little fucker was a hacker. I ended up breaking into shit. Of course, that was back when, like, you could get access to computers, like to tinker around parts. The problem with Windows was there weren't a lot of people that had capability, and nor could he. This is like why Jobs was actually tied in with Gates. Like the Windows UI was actually Jobs. The reason was, again, that's his thing. That was how he got Microsoft off, was being able to manage and getting other people to do certain things. His parents damn sure could not have afforded to get Microsoft upstarted. way too much capital. He actually managed. Well, he actually didn't even manage to get his own investors. He had somebody else do that for him too. I'm telling you, fucker's really good at managing people.
Managing and like manipulating people and getting them to do what you need them to do.
You could.
Managing is like getting them to trust you and accept your leadership.
Are they not one and the same thing?
Not to me. Managing an employees is different than like networking and.
Yeah, it just sounds like a lot of extra description added onto there. Then again, I'm tactician, so to me everything's manipulation. But okay.
Well, maybe. I mean, I guess it depends on how much you want to broaden what manipulation is. I had a therapist who told me once that we're all trying to hypnotize each other all the time. Some people could say communication itself is a form of manipulation.
There's a standing joke, at least back when we were in college. There was a standing joke between neurology and psychology. I said the best way to manipulate a person was to give them a book.
I mean, I would say that we're not necessarily all trying to manipulate each other so much. Like, finally, there's an element of self-interest in all human relations, right? Like, everybody is looking out for themselves in some way. But the question is, like, what is that way? And what is the situation? I think it's more complicated than just to simplify it by saying, like, oh, we're all just, like, out there to manipulate each other in some way. Yes and no at the same time. And perhaps what some people are out there to manipulate by being manipulated. I don't know. This is a whole rabbit hole I could go down, but I won't.
Are
you back already? Wow. How did the show go?
Give me like 10, 15 minutes. I'll be right back. I go take a shower, get ready for class.
Okay. And then hop back on the stream. Okay, sure.
I'm not going to disconnect. I'm just going to shut down here for a minute. Chris, what's up, Chris?
How's it going, guys? Can you hear me?
Yeah. How was the show?
Yeah, we're still going.
Yeah, my kid did great. She I don't know if she was actually. I didn't know she was as much the lead as she was. She was really the lead of the show, and she really did great.
What was the show again?
Seussical.
Oh, Zeus, Dr. Seuss.
Yeah, Dr. Seuss. It's like the Dr. Seuss musical. I'd never seen it before, and I had no idea what it entailed. And she played, which I mean, it's mostly just Horton Hears a Who. It's really has nothing to do with like Dr. Seuss overall. But but Horton himself is kind of a nothing character. He's kind of a very passive character. Nothing really much happens. But it's like the only real character that actually does anything. The only one that drives the plot is my daughter's character, which is Gertrude, this bird that's in love with Horton. So, and
I thought Dr. Seuss got canceled.
Oh yeah, I'm sure a few times because of.
Oh, but this is Texarkana. They might not care down there.
I mean, it's not even that. I mean, like, I mean, you know, that's they're really good children's theater, and they're actually run by some former ministers themselves, but they're woke in a way, but not like an aggressively woke way. But they're still very accepting of a lot of woke stuff. They have like 2 transgender kids and shit like that in their cast, and but not in a way that's like, not they're taking hormones. They're just like socially transition, and like they're very open and accepting up there, and they're really good. They've been really good for Clover in a lot of ways. It's really it's like it's just been really good for her. And like this is the first time she really got a lead, and she did great. I mean, I've seen her do dancing before in some of her shows, but this is the first time I've seen her really sing, like doing singing solo stuff. And she had like 3 solos, and she nailed them. And I'm beyond proud. I can't. And like the one thing about the Silver Moon Children's Theater thing is like, usually when you go to like one of your kids' plays or something like that, it's kind of like, okay, I'm gonna go see it for my kid because they're going to be terrible. But their shows really aren't terrible. They do a really good job overall. Even the shows I've seen where like Clover was barely in them, they were still entertaining. They're really talented. They're really talented kids up there. And for a tiny little shit town like Texarkana, it's very surprising. Yeah, well, that's it.
Well, good, excellent.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I got back. I gotta admit, I didn't think that you guys still be on, but you are. So
Oh, TCPS.
No, I
Well,
didn't either.
why TCPS?
You got back home and ran right to the stream.
Well, no, I actually just came back here. I was just coming back here to check something, and then I just saw you guys were on. And I was like, well, I figured you probably wouldn't be on too much longer, so I figured I'd just go stop back in and just say hi.
I think we're gonna wrap up pretty soon. We're almost at what 4 hours?
4 hours and 8 minutes. Yeah. I mean, I can't say I have much to say that outside of like.
In fact, we could end now and leave Joshua in the shower.
We can wait till he gets out of the shower. That's fine. I mean,
all right.
How's the rest of your day? I didn't really catch up with anybody or anything earlier because I had to run.
Machine came on and Neuro Jack, and they talked a lot about the United States and the situation overseas. And then TCPS talked about the collapse of civilization, and which Joshua pushed back on.
Yeah, I mean, I love TCPS. I think he's a great guy, but I think he's a bit doomer on the civilization thing. I think all civilizations have like doom periods and things like that. I don't think that ours is any worse than any other. I don't think civilization is just inextricably doomed. And there's I mean, I've heard him say stuff like that before, and like I mean, he makes good points. I mean, I'm not saying he's just like flat wrong, but I just personally don't agree with it.
I mean, I've definitely seen a decline in
some things, yeah, but
civilization since I've been in it, particularly in the cities.
There's definitely been some decline in.
But I've seen like positive advancements too.
Right, and like we being like the short-term life creatures we are, we don't have a real good sense or a real good idea of the overall arc that we can see. Even like looking over history and stuff like that, we can't see it far enough back to see how, like to see our current moment as whether or not our current moment is like part of this peak or part of this valley, and we can't see the upcoming curve or whatever. You know what I mean? I think that technology can be, in just like any tool, can be used for a lot of bad, but I ultimately think it's going to be technology that's going to be the things that are going to help save us more than hurt us. Hi. Oh, say hi to the baby.
Hey, Juniper, how did you like the show?
Yeah, she didn't. She stayed here with Grandma and Grandpa.
Oh, she didn't see it. Okay.
Yeah, we were a little fussy with her teeth. She's got those 2 teeth coming in, so we're a little afraid she would get fussy in the show. We wanted her to see her sister, and she's been hanging out with her sister and enjoying it. But yeah, See, we got little ones like this. This is the future, and this is why a face like this with like the energy she has. I think
it's not going to collapse as long as she's in it.
I mean that seems like simplistic or dumb to some people. I mean, but I really mean it. I think my daughters amaze me every day. It's not just because they're my daughters. I see other kids. There's other kids from other people that also amaze me every day. I think the future can be as bright as we want it to be, basically. And like people always, it's weird because people of my whole life have always said that called me a pessimist. See, I'm a pessimist about everything. I'm a cynic. I always talk about the most negative things, but overall, whenever I talk about like my actual feelings in the world and progress in the world and stuff like that, I have listened to myself and say more positive things than a lot of these people that call me a pessimist. I think that the world has never been better in many ways than it is right now, and I think like that this whole idea that retro, the movements and stuff where they want to take everything back to like we're living off the land and stuff like that. I just think that's just naive and stupid to me. I think that everything is supposed to move forward. Anytime you're trying to regress, anytime you're trying to go backwards, you're always going to fail and you're always going to cause more harm than good. I mean, there's such a thing as being like smart about the way we progress. There's such a thing as like, not just like rushing into things headlong without thinking about it first. We could, create a black hole and destroy everything. It's possible, but probably not, But, hey. But it's one of those things like, if I'm wrong and we do end up creating a black hole and everything just goes away one day, well, won't be anybody around to tell me I was wrong. So
not only will we not know it, that's not something you could plan for.
That's what I'm saying. It's like if a meteor hits the Earth or something like that, and out of nowhere that they can't detect, or we get hit by we get hit with like a wave of, what do they call it, like dark matter or something like that, and just like it envelops the whole, galaxy and everything's. it's like that's catastrophism that doesn't even count to me, because it's kind of the same thing. I feel the same way about climate change, to be honest. Not that
Yeah, I
I
do
think
too.
climate
I'm
change is
not a
real, but the way that
climate
the way they
catastrophist.
frame climate change is like this unstoppable. It's too late to do anything about it.
But they
We're
do
all
that with
fucked.
everything. They're gloomers. They're catastrophists. They see gloom and doom everywhere.
But
Racism,
if they really
oppression.
wanted to change things, if they really wanted things to get better, if they really wanted people to try to make things better, they wouldn't frame it that way, because it's like they frame things in a way specifically so that, mentally speaking, you're going to check out and you're going to ignore it, so it will get worse. It's like that's what they want. What they want is for the climate to destroy everyone. What they want is for, and that's ultimately, it's not even as much about, I think people like, have conspiracy about money or this or that. I think a lot of the climate change stuff that bothers me is I feel like the attitude behind it tends to be that what they really want is for it all to just burn. It seems like that's because, like,
Right.
otherwise, why would
I
you
don't
phrase
think
it like
that's
that?
what they want, but why would you think that? Why would they want
Because
that?
they never talk about solutions. They all talk about how bad everything is and how it's too late to save anything.
Well, their solutions are to control everybody's consumption and output.
Which doesn't, which I mean, like, try as they might, that's never going to happen. But I'm talking about, like, how many times have we seen, like, the doomsday clock thing say, like, well, so many times in my lifetime it's been like, well, if we don't get such and such under control in the next 2 years, it's too late. And then, like, that deadline passes, and then another. It's always that same deadline. It's a deadline. It's things that we cannot actually fix. I do think we should try to take care of the planet. I do think that we should try to be good stewards of what's given to us. But I don't think that the options that the doom and gloom shit that they push, I just don't think it's useful. It's not, even if it's true, it's not useful, in my opinion.
But I don't think that's an indication that they actively want it to happen either.
I'm not talking about in a conspiracy kind of way. It's more like I'm saying subconsciously it feels that way. I'm not saying that's true. I'm saying it makes me feel subconsciously like that, like their ultimate goal is just for everyone to just to give up. I'm not saying that's true. I'm not saying I think that they get together and decide these sort of things in dark rooms. I'm just saying that the kind of ideology that they follow leads me personally, and most people down on a psychological path of just like, well, what's the point?
I don't pay attention to them anyway, so they don't have any effect on me.
What's that?
I said I don't pay attention to them anyway, so they don't have any effect on me.
Oh yeah, I mean, I'm just saying, like, if I do listen to the thing, I mean, I don't listen. They don't actually bum me out because I don't believe most of their bullshit. I'm saying, but the people that do, so there's some people that get all, like, I mean, look at the people that get up and, like, that break down in tears and they have, like, these nervous breakdowns because the climate and all this stuff like that. And the people that don't get like that listen to them just give up. And I'm just saying that there's no utility in catastrophizing like that. It doesn't help. It like what? Well, did you see that clip from that Constant Kissin? The guy that wrote the article you're talking about the other day. It was so good, and it really was a great article. He did that talk in front of, I think it was in front of Oxford or something like that, where he talked about the whole thing about climate change. He was saying, like, it does not matter how much the U.S. curbs its carbon emissions. It doesn't matter how much the U.K. does, because of India, because of China, and like all these growing nations that are growing so rapidly population-wise. They need the energy, and they're not going to slow down. They're going to increase their carbon emissions. So unless you want to go and, like, invade and take over those countries to shut down their carbon emissions, and that's not going to happen. So there is no way to curb climate change with what's in our power. The only real solution we have is to stop with all the bullshit, like whining about this and that, and actually try to find forward-thinking solutions to solve these issues with technology by being smarter than it. And I think he's completely right. That's exactly what we need to do. We need to stop trying to look in this way of, like, if we can just stop things from happening, we can just stop it. We just need to pull back and make it so that, no, fuck that. We need to go forward. We need to come up with new solutions. And we come up with better solutions. I don't know. I'm sorry. I'm kind of hyped. I guess I'm just kind of hyped up right now for some reason. I don't know why. I'm like, I
well,
feel
you
like
just got back from your daughter's play. So.
Yeah, and it was good. And I mean, I'm excited about it. But I feel I'm getting, once again, I'm also getting.
Is it the medicine?
What's that?
Is it the medicine?
Yeah, I'm getting readjust in the medicine too. I just got another one today. I took the Celexa for the
You are talking like at double speed.
Double speed? Yeah, I'm not trying to, but so it's like Adderall plus Celexa must make me like a motor mouth. I don't know. Oh, I didn't know. You know, John was saying, fear Chris, with people afraid they're easy to lead and oligarchs. the other point, Chris, to discourage other people the hope they have. I mean, I agree. I mean, I don't know if it's the point. I don't know if anyone's out there. I mean, they might be. It's possible that people have the actual philosophy of catastrophize so much that people give up and don't try. But I think it's more of like a side effect of their overall worldview, where they just think that like they. I think that a lot of people have this idea in their head that if they keep telling people how bad things are, people will finally get off their asses and try to do something about climate change. That's just not how people work, you know? Maybe
No,
so.
but the left doesn't. They never care how people work. They're living in a fantasy, like a Disney fantasy.
Well, yeah, I mean,
Nothing they do is based on actual human psychology, human nature, or how people work.
it's like they just
They
want
think
to
if
like,
they go glue themselves to enough paintings, the world will wake up. There was that I showed the tweet earlier today. One of the Hamas spokespeople came out and said, "We need more. We need the women and children's blood to wake the world up into sympathy for our cause."
I know, I
Like
think I saw that
Hamas is
too.
welcoming
It's
the
just
casualties so that it will wake people up to come to their aid.
and that shit just makes me fucking angry. Hearing shit like that just makes me angry. I saw that today.
Yeah, I don't know anybody supporting that side. It just
I don't
blows my
either.
mind that somebody would think that's the side to support.
Yeah, like that. Like the. I mean, well, I mean, I think somebody pointed this out the other day when we were talking about something similar. I mean, it is, however, there is that old quote from Thomas Jefferson or something that said like, you know, that the soil or the soil or the tree of democracy must be occasionally watered with the blood of patriots or something like that. You know.
Yeah, but that doesn't apply
Very
to Gaza.
Hmm?
That wouldn't apply to Gaza.
No, I'm saying it's a similar kind of statement though that I kind of cringe at that one too. It's like this idea that the only way to keep the country alive is by just sacrificing. But then again, they were talking about soldiers, not children, so that is a much different thing. And yeah, but that's exactly the way Hamas thinks. They think that they see like all the children and everything that are being killed and everything and all this. The reason they're using it as human shields. All of that blood will only help to bolster their cause. It'll help radicalize people against the West, radicalize people against Israel.
Well, part of it's work. Well, I'm sure they see all the protests happening.
Yeah.
And why would that
protests are pretty
disincentivize
facile,
them from?
all in all, but yeah, but they do lead to things.
Water cannons fix riots and protesters. Water cannons.
Right. Yeah. Although guns would probably work pretty well too. I'm just kidding. That's a joke.
Oh, I'm a big fan of lining people up against a wall and shooting them, but I mean, for some odd reason, nobody ever seems to want to join on my side.
Line them up against a wall. I'm just saying indiscriminately in the crowd. Just get a couple of Uzis or some of those old school Tommy guns, you know, like the gangster guns, and just like, you know. No, I'm kidding. I don't believe that one bit. But although maybe that might be justified for those assholes that block fucking highways and shit, because somehow that's going to stop oil or something. To just stop oil people, they'll just like lay down on the highways and like.
Isn't that criminal? Like, don't we already have laws in the books for that?
They do, but they weren't enforcing them. There was a guy that there was like at least more than once now. Those blockades kept someone from getting to the hospital and they died. Because
I would sue and or press charges.
They did, and one of those guys got fucking run over too. But I don't think they died, but they got their legs fucking crushed, and they deserved it. I hope no judge in this country would ever prosecute against the person that ran them over, but they might have. I don't know. It was in the UK, so who knows? They're very woke over there.
Ladies and gentlemen of the audience, you heard it here first. Chris advocates Tommy gunning people down in the middle of the streets.
You know, at least
I need to go pee, but I'm scared to walk away from the stream at this point.
It'll be Chris. Chris is the one advocating for violence here.
I'm not actually. Disclaimer: I'm not actually advocating for violence. It was a joke, but it was hyperbole. Although
just so y'all know, Chris is just a co-host. His views do not reflect the views.
Please, by all means, I am just a co-host. Yeah, that my views do not necessarily reflect the views of the Gen X Jeff Extreme Stream. I am a wholly independent.
Yes,
my views are my own.
Independent guest commentator.
Yeah, exactly. Even though I
yes.
was not actually advocating that, I was joking. The only thing I was going to say is that the only thing I can say for someone who would do that into those crowds of those completely pointless protesters is the fact that at least the person doing the shooting is doing something.
Hey, Chris, how does it feel?
I'm just not a violent person like that.
I'm not
I
either.
never have the impulse to see somebody suffer physical
I
harm,
don't.
no matter how much
Neither
I
do
hate
I.
them.
Which is why it's quick and
I want
painful.
them to be miserable and have miserable lives. I just don't envision violence.
My problem is I have this dark sense of. I really have a very dark sense of humor. I'm anti-war. I'm a pacifist, but I have a really dark sense of humor. And so whenever a joke like that arises, I can't help but say it, and it really screws with my
And
whole.
I'm not
life.
even anti-war.
Yeah, I
just
know, and you're not even
anti-violence.
anti-war and anti-violence as I am. But I'm the one that'll end up saying the really fucked up shit.
I know we all have to suppress our urges. I understand. I understand.
I guess I'm not opposed to
I can
state
relate.
violence. I accept that as a condition of like modern society. But
I mean,
I'm opposed for extrajudicial violence.
I mean, I have never engaged in violence against anyone unless you consider like target practice against a can with a handgun a couple times when I was a teenager. That's the closest thing to being violent I've ever been. It would take, but
That wasn't
someone.
at a person.
What was that? Oh no, not as person. I'm
That
saying
wasn't at a person.
the closest time I ever came. I mean, the closest I ever came was when I thought somebody was was kind of lunging towards my kid a little bit, but then it was just in my head, so nothing ever happened. But if someone actually attacked my kid or something, that's what it would take. There's nothing else that would push me to violence. I don't think. I can't even imagine like being in one of those BLM protests and being one of those people that just went out and beat somebody in the street because for the hell of it. I don't know. I don't have that. I'm really not a rageful person. I don't have. I mean, I can get kind of hyped up about things, but me being hyped up usually leads to creativity, not towards like wanting to destroy things. I want to create things, not destroy them. So,
Jeff, doesn't this sound a little bit like denial? I mean, he's been going on this rant like he's not a violent person for like the last 10 minutes, all after making a comment. I don't know if we can believe him or not.
Some of that thing is the Adderall.
Yeah, the Adderall plus Alexa is taking a lot of the thing here. So.
Hey, I'm happy you're joining my side finally, right? I mean, it's kind of lonely over here till you get here, right?
I will say, if a war breaks out, if there's ever a civil war, and there is fighting to be done, I will probably try to avoid it to some degree. But at the same time, if I have to fight, I will. But it's just not something I don't relish violence in any sense. So.
That's now you're speaking my language. Not a problem. Manufacturing a civil war, easy, real easy. I think I could pull one off.
You think you pull off a whole civil war? Well, maybe in Vietnam. That doesn't seem like that. That's not a very big country. It's like the size of Rhode Island or something like that. So.
Oh crap! It's just really tall. I don't think it's really wide. I think it's like Florida,
okay.
Really thin kind of thing, but really tall. It'd probably go up from Damn, I got to do a map overlay one day. I'm absolutely not really sure of the size now.
But square footage, there's probably ranches in Texas that are bigger than that. Probably.
Pretty much. That would definitely be true. So Jeff, what's this about? You oppose extrajudicial violence?
Yeah, I said I don't have a problem with state violence, but I oppose violence as a tactic.
So
Batman. He's like anti-Batman,
like self-defense or defense of others.
Oh, okay. So
which that's also included in state violence because there's legal justifications for it.
So when a cop is throwing a suspect in the back of the car, the whole watch your head, but accidentally push his head into the side of the rim of the doorway, is that covered under extrajudicial violence?
Well, I don't know. Wouldn't that be? They could bring a complaint against the cop for excessive use of force or something.
Yeah, you're really like a cuffed individual. You're really not supposed to be putting your hands on people, but I mean, it happens. I'm just, I'm trying to figure out where the line is.
The line is whatever sanctioned on the books, whatever sanctioned in the laws.
Damn.
If the laws say he's not supposed to be doing that and he does it, then no. If the laws say it's okay for him to slam the head, then I guess that's part of state violence. And they need to, if people have a problem with it, they can change the laws.
Okay, so hypothetically, if I put some super glue on a handgun, put it in the obviously unloaded. I don't want to get shot, but like, and then super glue it into a suspect's hand, and then just commence to beating on
That's
him.
probably illegal
It's probably illegal.
under our
Yeah.
current law. I don't think that comes under state sanctioned violence.
Damn,
The
I don't know
laws,
why.
the laws to me, especially after 200 something years, are probably pretty clear on what is and is not.
Damn, Chris, my imagination on violence really sucks here. Help me out here. Help me come
I
up
don't
with.
have. I'm not a violent person. I don't have a violent imagination.
Yeah, that's why I'm asking Chris. Help me come up with a scenario where it's like okay to beat the living snot out of a cuffed suspect.
Easy. It's easy. There's like states like Texas, Washington, a couple others where you can actually both. You can, if you get someone to agree to it, you can actually legally beat the shit out of each other in the street.
How the hell am I going to get somebody to agree to let me beat the crap
Like,
out of
if
another
people
guy?
like getting out of a bar real late, getting angry, and getting kind of a bar fight type thing, as long as they both like make this, there has to be a declaration of some sort made, and that declaration is made. It's perfect. You cannot, one person cannot file charges on the other person if they're like hospitalized.
That really starting to sound like some BDSM fetish stuff. I don't know why, but it's just coming across.
It's a throwback to the Old West. It's like an Old West law that never went away in some states.
Does it go by state? Is that are those state
Yeah,
laws?
it's state by state. I can't remember what the actual term for it is. Have you ever heard of that guy Phoenix Jones? Joshua Jones? Have you ever heard of Phoenix Jones?
Yeah,
no.
he was here in Seattle. He's a superhero.
Yeah, he like went around playing like vigilante superhero.
Yeah, he dresses up with he's a black guy. He puts on a cape and an outfit, and he goes around town.
He doesn't do it anymore.
Like attacking muggers and stuff.
He went to jail for selling crack or something like that. But
yeah.
But for a long time he did that, and like that, and there was a clip they even showed it on Joe Rogan. Joe Rogan had a thing where they talked about it of like him, like this guy that kept harassing him because he was wearing like the suit and stuff like that, and he was like, you know, we're gonna invoke whatever, and they throw down like this whole, and like dude knew to do the law really well, and he's like, okay, if you really want to do this, and he's like, yeah, I'll do it. I consent and all this stuff, and like Phoenix Jones just knocked the fuck out of that dude, just like one hit, and the dude was just down. It was hilarious. But yeah, there's states where you can like basically you can't. I don't think there's any place where it's legal to do a duel like with pistols anymore. But you can basically do
says dueling is still legal in these states, and they list the states. So some states it is.
Yeah, it's like Washington, Texas.
Washington State, Texas. Are those the only two?
There's only two. I thought it was like Mississippi too, but maybe not. They could have changed it since then. I mean, it's been like 6-7 years since I looked at it.
What state is dueling legal?
Like pistol dueling's not legal anywhere, but and if it is, then that'd be a real shock to me because I think I looked it up before.
Florida has it. Let's see.
Yeah,
I'm not finding just a straight up list. They're all buried in these articles on dueling.
Oh, you asked a question when TCP was here. You asked about the doomers. Is it like a growing thing within society? And the answer is yes. Nihilism. They generally call it nihilism.
Is that a millennial Gen Z thing?
I'm
a nihilist too, but I'm not a doomer.
Okay, so the nihilism.
I'm a nihilist in the Nietzschean sense of.
So well, the nihilism part comes in the second part of the definition, where it's like life is ultimately meaningless, and so kind of all of the stuff that comes with that kind of thing. But yeah, it's been a growing thing like crazy. Who knows why? Society.
I mean, I don't blame them from looking at the world today and getting depressed. I even got like I watched the whole George Floyd riots during 2020 happen outside my window, and I watched the whole city of Seattle deteriorate. So I don't mind them. Like, I don't have a problem with them looking at the way things are getting and having a reaction to it. But that doesn't carry over to me into this extreme, like, pessimism of the entire human species and civilization.
Ooh.
Pessimism
fair.
There's a map.
Cynicism bad. Go ahead.
There's a map of everywhere that mutual combat is legal. So it tells you if they're legal with or without permits, stuff like that.
I finally found it. It was like half the states.
This one's got like Texas is the only one where it's just like legal. Period. Even with brass knuckles, it's legal to do this with brass knuckles in Texas. That's crazy. And also, brass knuckles are legal is in Oregon as well. And not in Washington. Washington's just mutual combat. Which you think like being like the super woke state that it is, it wouldn't be. But like then several states actually allow, like Georgia have brass knuckle laws legal. And many of them just have undefined laws, which means that pretty much, yeah, you can do it. It's not like illegal or legal, but I'm really surprised I don't see more like fist fights out in the streets here in Texas, like downtown Dallas and stuff like that, where there's like a bunch of drunk people. I've never seen it once. I've seen people kind of drunkenly, yeah, let's go, bro, but then nothing really happens. Like one person kind of halfway throws a punch and misses, and then they just run away. I've never really seen like an actual fight go down like that. Isn't that right? We don't get in fights, do we? We just cute them all away.
I'm here. I'm just gonna be a little bit quiet because I got to do some dishes here. So I gotta mute up.
Well,
So
we can stream if y'all want. I mean, we've been going.
It's up to you. Your call. It's your stream. Do what you want. I know Chris is.
You stream and you can do what you want to.
Because tomorrow is our movie at 5 Central.
Yeah. I mean, it's up to you. I don't care one way or the other. I know Chris abandoned us most of the day here. Abandoned us.
Oh wow.
Yeah, for his to go be a dad.
He doesn't like us anymore. Wow, you just dropped us like that.
He prioritized his obligations.
Go watch our daughter be a.
I'm stone cold, man. I don't give a fuck. You think I care about you guys? Come on, please.
Damn, see, now my feelings are hurt, Chris. So I know my feelings are really hurt.
I'm codependency central, just like he's become conspiracy central.
Yeah, yeah. I can't survive without you, Chris. I really can't. Right, like the whole day. It's just I got problems here, man.
See, I can say that kind of shit because like Jeff knows I love him, but you, I mean, yeah, you gotta go like you're on the.
Oh, I know how you are. First bus you see, you're gonna come and push me in front of it. I understand how this works.
I don't think Joshua cares if you love him or not. He doesn't seem like he runs.
Joshua, let me break it down to you like this: if there was a bus, I wouldn't care enough to push you in front of that bus. Why would I care that much about you?
Damn! Now he's wanting to stab somebody right in the back, right? Like he's got. Hold up! Would you like your dagger back out of my back, Chris? I mean, you want it back?
Is this not the game you play? Am I not playing along well? This is
I don't know. Right? I never learned to play well with others, anyways. I mean, maybe it could be a me problem. I don't know.
Dude, you play dumb games. You know, that's what they say. You to play dumb games, you win bus
dumb prizes
like that. I don't know.
Play stupid games, win stupid prizes.
Yeah, I know. I was intentionally not knowing it just to be stupid.
So where's my stupid prize? Jeff's gonna pop in here and change my name on stage, right? Like, here's stupid.
Oh, it didn't even cross my mind. Do I have that ability?
You should.
You do, but I don't know how to do it because I don't have that. I don't have that.
Remove from stage, mute.
You just change my name. Just change my name to I'm with stupid, and then move me up there.
I don't have that power. Zoom. I do, but not on StreamYard.
Damn, I thought you did here.
Nope.
Huh.
I can remove you from the stage. I can make you solo. Why would I want to do that? I can mute you. Oh, I can edit your mic settings. Let's see.
Turn me down.
Yeah, cool. When someone's making noise, like on Machines the other night, there was that weird noise.
Yeah.
You can go in and edit somebody's mic settings.
Well, that's cool. I didn't know that. I mean, of course, once again, I only have like the free basic StreamYard account. So
those might be for host settings too.
No, I know. I'm saying that, but I don't. I think some of those are like you got to pay for like the basic package or something like that to get a lot of the control things.
Wait, did you get to eat, Chris? Did you get to eat dinner?
Nope.
I haven't eaten yet. No.
No. Okay. So it wasn't dinner and a show. It was just dinner or just a show. Gotcha. Okay.
No, we just took our daughter up there to the theater and hung out for a while until her show started. And the show was actually pretty short. And then we came home. Okay. My parents were watching. We're watching the little one here, so because she's been teething pretty hard, so we were afraid she wouldn't make it through the show without getting upset.
So it was just you and Lindsay.
Yeah.
I see.
Somebody did somebody get a like a camcorder or like a recording of it, so for like future extortion as he turned as a teenager?
Yes.
Yeah,
Nah,
one of those
I heard
exhibits,
you.
but she won't be embarrassed by it. She did great. I mean, seriously, she did very, very good.
I don't know. You'd be surprised. My mom pulls out baby pictures. I get embarrassed real fast.
I can see that with baby pictures, and even she has some baby pictures she'll be embarrassed of. She won't be embarrassed of like most of her. She does so good in some of the shows. I mean, I'm like, and I'm like, I'm one of those people. Like, I mean, even if it was my kids, like, and some of her the earliest things, like she did like some church plays and stuff like that. I'm not gonna lie and say like, oh, they were great. They were, they're like a bunch of 3-year-olds kind of like half dancing around stage. It's nothing to be. You can think they're cute, but there's nothing to be entertained by, right? But the productions they put on at Silver Moon and stuff like that. I mean, I'm a very harsh critic, even because there's shows that they've done that my kid's barely even in. She's like in the background, some like ensemble like thing, and I have to say they're good. I mean, they're for a children's theater, they're very good shows. I mean, I've seen regional theater shows, regional theater productions, where just like people in college stuff like that weren't as good as some of their children's theater shows. So I think they're very well. They equip themselves very nicely. I don't know why of all the places that would be there would be something like that would be in Texarkana, Texas. I don't know, because this is not the place for that. But they have good theater. They have good theater programs for kids here, and I'm happy. I'm happy they do. They have good theater programs for kids in Dallas too, but they're impossible to get into. You have to devote. You have to spend a fortune and devote way more energy and time than we have to get into that, especially having no money. So. It's good. It's good stuff, though. So, what do you got planned for us your evening, Jeff?
I'm gonna eat too.
Eat
So
and
I
go
would assume Joshua's gonna go to his class. I'm gonna go eat.
You got Survivor or anything tonight?
No, nothing on Fridays. Usually we do our movie.
Right. Well, if you get bored or something, like we should we could definitely. I watched the first 10 minutes of the Old Dads movie, and man, that was hilarious.
Oh, you have it?
Yeah, I have it. I just downloaded it off torrent site.
I wouldn't mind seeing it.
I sell the high seas, as they say, Yeah, if you want to watch it later, just message me on Discord, and like I'll just come in here and I'll pull it up in Zoom. We'll just watch it. Because I was thinking about watching it anyway.
Okay. Yeah, I might do that.
Cool.
With
and you're welcome to watch it too, Joshua, if you want to. It's Bill Burr's.
He's going to class.
He's going to class. What kind of class are you going to?
Oh, he's doing dishes. Yeah,
okay.
I think we'll end. We'll let him do his dishes and teach. And we
do
can
those
go
dishes,
watch Old Dads.
Joshua. Make sure you get them nice and shiny, though.
No spots.
No spots. No little stuck on food things like
This jerk's gonna be talking trash to me. My wife's gone all day, and you're here now nagging at me about the dishes.
Well,
I hate you, honey. I hate you.
You're not stuck here like you're stuck at home. You can hit that little red X at any time. So there's no headphones, right? That means Lindsay can hear us?
Yeah, no, like whatever reason, like I didn't realize that until I sat down. I forgot. Whenever I sat down this time, I forgot to put the headphones on. I realized, hey, I can hear everything fine. It's not echoing, so I just left it and it worked fine.
Oh.
It doesn't work that well. The laptops, I think it's because the speakers fire up, so that it hits the thing. But this on this monitor, all the sound comes out, and so I'm just using the camera as a microphone. It seems fine. I'm happy with it.
Yeah, we're gonna have to. I'm gonna have to rethink this membership thing with Chris here, right? Like, I mean, this is the second dagger I'm pulling out of my back now, right? Jeez. Oh, and as for
Sticks and stones, Joshua, words will never hurt you.
but stones hurt.
Toughen up, man.
I can't do it. I'm thin-skinned.
And with me, if I'm making fun of you, I don't like you, so. So you know that if I'm making fun of you, it means I like you somewhat. So Anyway, guys, it's been a cool. I'm glad you guys were on enough to talk for a minute. But let me know if you watch the video later, man, and I'll be around.
I'll do that.
The class you asked, like
what is the class?
So basically, what I do here is I teach commie kids about capitalism. It's indoctrination 101. But everybody else calls it English class.
Sounds amazing.
It is, except for it's kind of a little, yeah, it might be borderline illegal, borderline.
I actually looked into doing one of those a long time ago. Like I got an offer to do one of those teaching conversational English things in some foreign country, but I didn't have quite all the qualifications for it, so I couldn't do it. But I looked into doing that one time because I actually really enjoy teaching. It's actually something I enjoy doing in general. I never thought I would have. I never would have thought that that's something I'd like doing, but I'm really good at it, and I'm really good at connecting with students and working with them and stuff like that. So I'm still considering doing it someday.
The wife wanted another business, and so we ended up opening up a English school. Not we. This is not my business. She opened up an English school, and so
an English school or basement dungeon, as some people call it, right?
well, no, it's actually a really big building.
I'm joking, dude. I'm joking.
No, I mean I would prefer the dungeon thing, right? Like that would have been cheaper. But I guess the problem is I'm having a hard time keeping Vietnamese teachers there, like because it's a secondary language. You basically need somebody there to like explain concepts, long-winded explanations, kind of thing.
Have you ever tried chains? You ever tried radiators and chains?
On the wife, yeah. Like I've tried to tie her down to all kinds of stuff.
Keep your teachers around, you know.
Oh, well, I mean, if you keep them around, you have to feed them, right? Like, I don't want to cook. I really don't. I mean, I don't mind them starving in the corner, but I don't want to feed them, right?
Bread, water, really fine.
You teach in person or on Zoom?
In person.
Whatever Vietnam has.
I am trying to get this, like, Skype system working to because if I can pull that off, then I don't have to pay $50 an hour to foreigners. I can cut it down, a lot if I can pull up a decent stream system. But the internet connection here is so bad that it's questionable.
All right, guys. Well, I'm gonna head out.
All right.
Talk to you guys later.
You want to watch it now?
Go ahead and go eat. I gotta make them food too, but like give me like 20 minutes.
Okay.
Go. No. Don't let him eat. He attacked me. He attacked me twice. Don't give him a chance to eat.
Oh, man up. Just message me when I'm ready.
All right.
Can I get my pronouns right? Message me when you're ready.
I will.
All right. Take care, everyone. We'll be here tomorrow for Movie and Joshua show. All right. Let me find something to play. Something calm. Ooh, what a nice feeling. Co-stream Jeff. Oh, yeah. Hi, Adaptable. Appreciate you too. We'll see you at the next one, maybe. And machine streaming tomorrow night too. So it'll be a full day. We have PF Young in the morning, Movie in the afternoon. We're going to analyze Joshua Jones after that, and then Machine will be streaming. So, see everybody on those. All right, take care. I'm going to go eat.